Ms. Bennett for Mr. Lametti, seconded by Madame Bibeau. Oh, good idea. Orders of the day. We'll do this the way we're supposed to.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Here we go. Mr. Lametti, Minister Bennett for Mr. Lametti, seconded by Madame Bibeau, moves that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted to join you this morning to speak on Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. And I want to acknowledge that we're gathered here on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. Mr. Speaker, this bill fulfills a platform commitment to reintroduce former Bill C-22 within 100 days, and I'm proud to work with the Minister of Justice on this important piece of legislation. The proposed reforms represent an important step in our government's continuing efforts to make our criminal justice system fairer for everyone by seeking to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities. Bill C-5 focuses on existing laws that have exacerbated underlying social, economic, institutional, and historical disadvantage, and which have contributed to systemic inequities at all stages of the criminal justice system, from first contact with law enforcement all the way through sentencing. La question de racisme est...
Questions of racism and systemic discrimination in the Canadian criminal justice system are well documented, including by commissions of inquiry like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and the Commission on Systemic Racism in the Ontario criminal justice system.
More recently, the Parliamentary Black Caucus, in their June 2020 statement, called for reform of the justice and public safety systems to weed out anti-Black racism, systemic bias, and to make the administration of justice and public security more reflective of and sensitive to the diversity of our country. I was pleased to sign this statement, as were numerous cabinet colleagues, including the Minister of Justice and many members of Parliament, as well as senators representing the different political spectrums. The numbers speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Black Canadians represent 3% of the Canadian population, yet are represented by 7% within who are those incarcerated in federal penitentiaries. Indigenous people represent roughly 5% of the Canadian population, yet represent 30% of those who are federally incarcerated. And that is profoundly more for Indigenous women, who represent 42% of those who are incarcerated. Madam Speaker, Indigenous people as well as Black Canadians have been particularly marginalized by the current criminal justice system. These calls for action have recognized that sentencing laws, and in particular the broad and indiscriminate use of MMPs, mandatory minimum penalties, and restrictions on the use of conditional sentences, have made our criminal justice system less fair and have disproportionately hurt certain communities in Canada. This is precisely why Bill C-5 proposes to repeal a number of mandatory minimum penalties, including for all drug-related offenses and for some firearm-related offenses. Although some MMPs would be retained for serious offenses such as murder and serious firearm offenses linked to organized crime, data shows that MMPs that would be repealed have particularly contributed to the over-incarceration of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities. This bill would increase the availability of conditional sentencing orders in cases where offenders do not pose a risk to public safety. CSOs allow offenders to serve sentences of less than 2 years in the community under strict conditions, such as house arrest or curfew, while still being able to benefit from employment, educational opportunities, family ties, and community and health-related support systems. Madam Speaker, I want to talk to you about who we want to help with Bill C-5. The grandmother who agrees to let her grandson leave a gun at her house overnight, even though she knows she isn't supposed to, and when she knows that he didn't purchase the gun legally. The young Indigenous man who shoots a hunting rifle at what he believes to be an empty building. No one gets hurt, and the incident prompts him to get his life back on track. He goes into a rehab program to get off drugs and starts counseling to address childhood and intergenerational trauma that has haunted him throughout his young life. By the time of sentencing, he has a job, a new relationship, and is ready to contribute positively to this community. These are not the hardened criminals. These are people who deserve a second chance or an off-ramp from the criminal justice system. People who, with the right support, will never offend again, sending them to jail, which hurts not only them but their families and communities, will do nothing to put them on a path but towards further criminality. Madam Speaker, this is why MMPs that tie judges' hands can lead to negative outcomes in the justice system and for our society more broadly. In order to appreciate the pressing need for these reforms, we must go back to the foundational principles of sentencing in Canada. The fundamental purpose and principles of our sentencing regime are rooted in trailblazing reforms made in 1996, which created a statutory recognition that sentencing is an individualized process that relies on judicial discretion to impose just sanctions. Such sanctions are proportionate to the degree of responsibility of the offender and the seriousness of the offense. To achieve these sanctions, the 1996 reforms directed judges to take into account a number of sentencing principles, including rehabilitation and deterrence. Some of these principles acknowledge that in sentencing less serious crimes, imprisonment is often ineffective, unduly punitive, and to be discouraged. The sentencing principles also recognize the need to address the over-incarceration of Indigenous persons who were, at that time, already overrepresented within the system. As such, the amendments to the Criminal Code directed judges to consider all sanctions other than imprisonment that are reasonable in the circumstances before choosing to send an offender to jail. This principle applies to all offenders, but requires judges to pay particular attention to the circumstances of Indigenous offenders. To give full effect to these principles, the 1996 reforms created conditional sentences of imprisonment that allowed judges to order that terms of imprisonment of less than 2 years be served in the community under certain conditions. An offender could be eligible for conditional sentence if serving their sentence in the community would not pose a risk to public safety, that the offense for which they were convicted is not subject to a mandatory minimum penalty, and that the community-based sentence would be consistent with the fundamental purpose and principles of sentencing. Unfortunately, the previous Conservative government's increased use of mandatory minimum penalties and imposition of additional restrictions on the availability of conditional sentencing orders have restricted judicial discretion and made it difficult for courts to effectively apply these important principles. These so-called tough-on-crime measures have actually made our criminal justice system less effective by discouraging early resolution of cases. These measures have eroded public confidence in the administration of justice.
By far the most problematic consequence of these sentencing laws has been their disproportionate impact on Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities.
The Ontario Court of Appeal has recently found in its 2020 decision in R.V. Sharma that certain of the limits on conditional sentence orders enacted in 2012 undermine the purpose of the Gladue principle by limiting the court's ability to impose a fit sentence that makes the offender's circumstances into account. The Court of Appeal held that those limits perpetuate a discriminatory impact against Indigenous offenders in the sentencing process. By targeting these sentencing policies, Bill C-5 seeks to restore the ability of courts to effectively apply the fundamental purpose and principles of sentencing and ensure that sentences are individualized and appropriate for the circumstances of the case. Although it is important to ensure that fair and compassionate sentences are imposed, it is equally important to ensure that measures are in place to avoid contact with the criminal justice system in the first place. This is the reason why Bill C-5 would require police and prosecutors to consider alternatives to laying or proceeding with charges for the simple possession of drugs, such as issuing a warning, taking no action, or diversion to addiction treatment programs. We want to focus on getting individuals the help they need, whether that be treatment programs, housing, or mental health support, instead of criminalizing them. These measures are consistent with the government's public health-centered approach to substance use and the opioid epidemic in Canada. Together, these measures would encourage responses that take into account the individual's experience with systemic racism, health-related issues, and the particular supports they could benefit from. These reforms would allow police, prosecutors, and the courts to give full effect to the important principle of restraint in sentencing, particularly for Indigenous offenders, and explore approaches that focus on restorative justice, rehabilitation of the individual, and the reintegration of them into the community. Il est essentiel que le Canadien
It is essential that Canadians have confidence that the justice system is there to protect them, not to harm them or their communities. These reforms reflect what we have heard from Canadians.
The 2017 National Justice Survey revealed that Canadians overwhelmingly support diversion measures, less restrictive sentences, and judicial discretion in sentencing, even cases where there is an MMP. For instance, 91% of Canadians indicated in the survey that judges should be granted flexibility to impose a lesser sentence than an MMP. Moreover, 69% of those polled believe that diversion could make the criminal justice system more effective, and 78% believe that diversion could make it more efficient by reducing a caseload for the courts and court processing time. I would also like to assure my colleagues that our government takes violent gun crimes seriously. I'm from Scarborough, a community which has issues with gun violence. I understand the need to crack down on firearm traffickers and organized criminal element that threaten our communities. In my previous life, I ran a youth organization and saw many young men who were buried as a result of gun violence. I saw the pain in the faces of the parents. In fact, I recall one mother whose son was killed over 20 years ago, who's still grieving for her loss. This affects the community as a whole, and that is why we're not repealing MMPs for those offenses. I had a chance to speak to Louis March from the Zero Gun Violence movement this morning. He's someone that has advocated for guns to be taken off our streets. He came to Parliament about 2 years ago, just before the pandemic, to advocate for MMPs to be removed because he felt the need to have judges having discretion over decisions is so crucial, and MMPs have disproportionately impacted members of the Black community. Many of the mothers that came here that day were so broken by what they saw was the problem with guns. And I bring this to Parliament each and every day, Madam Speaker. The issue of gun violence is in many ways in Toronto and other major cities a significant problem that requires a significant response, and our government is working towards that. But for less serious offenses, particularly where the offender is a first-time offender, young or nonviolent, MMPs are not the answer. MMPs that send young Black men in my community to prison when they could have been rehabilitated and turned their lives around, only serves to continue the vicious cycle that leads to involvement in gangs and further criminality. We are repealing the MMPs for robbery and extortion with a firearm and discharging a firearm with intent or recklessly that do not involve a restricted firearm or organized crime. In other words, where the offender...
Sorry, I do apologize for interrupting the honourable member, but I do want to remind the official opposition that they will have an opportunity to not only ask questions and comments, but also to debate the issue. And so I would ask them to hold off on their comments while the honourable parliamentary secretary is speaking. The honourable member, parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In other words, where the offender uses a firearm that may be otherwise legal. A review of the case law reveals that many Indigenous offenders and marginalized groups who have experienced significant trauma, including the legacy of residential schools, commit nonviolent offenses using long guns. Maintaining the 4-year mandatory minimum penalties that relate to the commission of these offenses with firearms that are not restricted or connected to organized crime would directly undermine our important commitment to reducing over-incarceration of Indigenous peoples. We know that Canadians are troubled by gun violence. By maintaining the MMPs for serious offenses using restricted firearms or in association with organized crime, we keep the strong tools in our toolbox to combat serious and gang-related gun crime. Our government will also work to crack down on gun crime in other ways. In our platform, we committed to continuing to combat gender-based violence and fight gun smuggling with measures we have previously introduced, such as increasing maximum penalties for firearms trafficking and smuggling from 10 to 14 years imprisonment, lifetime background checks to prevent those with a history of abuse against their spouse or partner from obtaining a firearms license, red flags that would allow immediate removal of firearms if that person is a threat to themselves or otherwise to their spouse or partner, and enhancing the capacity of the RCMP and the Canada Border Services Agency to combat the illegal importation of firearms. Our government is taking steps to ensure that the strong hand of criminal justice is used where it is needed to keep people safe, but not where it would discriminatorily, not where it would be discriminatory or counterproductive. Bill C-5 is an important step taken by our government to address the injustice of systemic racism in our criminal justice system and to ensure that it is fair, just, and compassionate for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Good choice. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. Now, Madam Speaker, one thing he had mentioned was this. He had said that one of the targets of this legislation is not targeting a marginalized offender who perhaps shoots a firearm at a residence that he does not know to be occupied or she does not know to be occupied. Firstly, I'm not sure why anybody would be doing target practice in such a scenario on a residence. But secondly, under Section 244 of the Criminal Code, that section deals with discharging a firearm with intent, and that provision is under the mandatory minimum sought to be repealed. If there is intent to harm, how does that fit in with this government's narrative?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. I want to congratulate him on his recent election, and I want to thank him for that question. I know he has a great deal of experience as a Crown attorney, and I appreciate the question that he posed. But I think what's important is the mandatory minimum sentences that we are proposing to repeal are 14 of the 57 that are in the criminal code right now, which reflects we're maintaining the ones that involve serious criminality, but we are taking down 14 of them that have a disproportionate impact on Indigenous and Black Canadians. And I think that the facts kind of speak for themselves, Madam Speaker, as I outlined earlier.
I'm still hearing people think loudly, and I would ask them to hold off because there is 10 minutes of questions and comments. They may get another question, but you know, it is eating up the time from me interrupting. So I would ask members to be respectful. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Aux États-Unis et en Australie, les peines minimales obligatoires au niveau du trafic de drogue sont beaucoup plus importantes que celles imposées au Canada. Néanmoins, on n'a pas vu de modification majeure au niveau de la consommation sur le terrain. Ce qu'on a vu, c'est des petits...
Je vais interrompre. Apparemment qu'il y a un problème avec l'interprétation.
Is it working now? Yes. Could the honourable member for the bloc start her question over again? Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In the U.S. and Australia, mandatory minimums for drug trafficking are much stiffer than here in Canada, and despite that, there's been no significant drop in consumption. What we're seeing is small dealers, petty dealers, more and more of them are going to jail, and those small fry dealers are not the ones that you really want to be catching. So when you're talking about drug trafficking and arms trafficking, we're talking about people whose living conditions are difficult. So you have to think of prevention, think of things that can be done upstream, like appropriate, adequate housing and other social things. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that very important intervention, and I completely agree that there are many issues within our society where we do need attention. Our government is focusing on housing, including a national housing strategy, but as a government, we're also investing on youth programs that will enable youth to be proactive and be able to get them off the criminal justice system. The amendments that we are bringing forward are off-ramps that will allow young people to have a second chance, and that's precisely what we're trying to do today, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member is Kwai Motsanek-Suk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by welcoming the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice to his role. I did a lot of positive work with his predecessor, and I think Bill C-5 shows there's a lot of work we could do to improve legislation. So my first question really is, when this bill was introduced as C-22 in the last Parliament, lots of stakeholders in the community criticized it for its narrowness, and it was criticized for being a half measure. Certainly, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission more than 6 years ago, in its call to action number 32, called for the restoration of judicial discretion to ignore mandatory minimums when there were good reasons to do so. So why has this government chosen just to pick 14 offences instead of following the Truth and Reconciliation call to action to give judges back their discretion when there are mandatory minimum sentences?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague who is the critic for justice at the NDP. We have taken very important steps today with C-5, reintroduction of Bill C-22. It was part of our platform commitment. We promised to introduce this within 100 days, and we had the mandate from Canadians to do that. We look forward to a very robust discussion at committee and at every stage of this bill, and I look forward to working with my friend opposite on this.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you know, I think what this bill really represents, and I think the stark difference in what we're going to witness today throughout this debate, is the difference between two approaches when it comes to our correctional institutions. There's the approach of the Conservatives, which is lock them up and throw away the key. And then there's the approach of more progressive governments that believe in rehabilitation and reintegration into society. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice provide some perspective on the benefits to properly rehabilitating individuals so that they can be reintegrated into society to become productive members of society?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my friend from Kingston and the Islands for that comment and question. And let me just divide this into two. With respect to the offences under the CDSA, there's 6 mandatory minimum penalties that are being repealed from the CDSA. That's a reflection that drug use and possession and so on are are those that do affect health. So they're not necessarily trying to. What we're trying to do here is to have an approach that will allow the individual to get the support they need, whether it be mental health, whether it be counseling, whether it be rehab. It allows the system to do that. With respect to the 14 criminal code offenses, again, it allows the judge, the prosecutor, the police discretion in terms of diverting programs, allowing the individual to get off the criminal justice highway and off to being contributing members of the society.
Questions or commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his recent appointment. The problem with this bill is that it is not as advertised. The Parliamentary Secretary spoke about the fact that this bill supposedly helps those who are struggling with addictions, except there's nothing in the bill that provides that. He speaks of minor possession, Madam Speaker. The Director of Public Prosecution Service of Canada has issued a directive not to prosecute. But what this bill does do is it rewards those who imperil the lives of those struggling with addictions, including eliminating mandatory sentences for drug trafficking offenses, as well as those who are the producers of fentanyl and crystal meth that are killing on average 20 Canadians a day. So how does that help those who are struggling with addictions? It does not.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from across the aisle for that question. And let me just reframe this discussion, Madam Speaker. This Bill C-5, is to address the systemic inequities within the criminal justice system. We see the numbers speak for themselves, and if I may just repeat those numbers, Madam Speaker, there are 3% of Canadians are black, yet 7% of the prison population involve black offenders. We have an Indigenous population of 5% across the country, yet 30% are represented within the criminal justice system, and that's 42% for Indigenous women. So we do have a significant issue, public policy issue that we need to deal with, and that's what we're doing to address here within C-5.
Brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. The media just reported a couple of days ago that we had the worst overdose deaths in Vancouver, in my community. And the government has a choice to decriminalize small possession of drugs to save lives, along with instituting safe supply. Why isn't that included in this bill, given the urgency of the situation all across the country?
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-5 is reintroduced from previous Bill C-22. The issues that my honourable colleague discusses are very important. It is in the hands of our Minister for Mental Health, and our government is reviewing the request by British Columbia as well as other places with respect to drugs, and we will make decisions in short order.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to this bill. It's unfortunate, though, that the government is taking really the first opportunity possible to flex their soft on crime approach. And this is very much reinforced, this approach with Bill C-5. It does nothing more than to reduce punishments and truly to reduce accountability for violent gun crimes and for drug dealers, and keeps those individuals in our communities among their victims rather than in prison where they belong. C-5, for those who are just tuning in, eliminates a number of mandatory minimum sentences for very serious crimes. When I talk about a soft on crime approach, I'd like to contextualize that. This bill will reduce mandatory minimum jail time for robbery with a firearm, weapons trafficking, discharging a firearm with intent. And the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou demonstrated very ably in response to the parliamentary secretary why their approach is so problematic, and the example they've given doesn't make sense. It doesn't affect the result that they're looking for. Possession of an unauthorized firearm, possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm, possession of weapon obtained by commission of offense, possession for purpose of weapons trafficking. These are incredibly serious offenses. But instead, the government's taking their first opportunity to reduce the accountability mechanisms that are available for the commission of these serious offenses. And instead, we're seeing their posturing, and they want to have Canadians and hope Canadians are confusing motion for action on gun crime. And the motion, the activity that they're going to generate, is that they're going to crack down on law-abiding firearms owners instead of gun smugglers and drug traffickers. I find one talking point that they use particularly offensive. And that's that this bill is going to help those that are struggling with addiction, help them get the help that they need. Of course, it's not going to do that. But of course, Canadians, anyone who is struggling with addiction, should be receiving treatment. But that's not what this bill does. And in fact, the problem is going to get worse under these Liberals. How? Well, this bill is also going to eliminate mandatory prison time for those convicted of trafficking or possession for the purpose of trafficking, importing and exporting or possession for the purpose of exporting, and production of a substance Schedule 1 or 2. They're literally going to let drug traffickers and manufacturers off the hook and say that it's helping addicts and it's helping people in our communities. We're in the grips of an opioid crisis in this country. People are dying every day. What should we do? Crack down on the people who are peddling that poison in our communities. But no, that's not the approach that the Liberals are going to take. I also heard mention from the representative from the government that they're going to get rid of these nasty conservative minimum penalties. Rightly, many of these laws came into force in the mid-90s, and the government of the day was a Liberal government. So there's a bit of a disconnect between what they're saying and what they're doing, as is often the case. They want to blame conservatives for laws that former Liberal governments enacted. They say that they're helping addicts and communities, but they're actually reducing sentences and eliminating accountability for traffickers and manufacturers. And instead of punishing gang members, they're looking to crack down on law-abiding firearms owners. And to be clear, the process that we have in place, the system that we have in place in this country for law-abiding firearms owners is robust. And there is no disagreement in the firearms community with hunters and sport shooters on a need for that system to be robust. Background checks, CPIC checks, these things are already in place, and they're effective, and they're important. And when you have a group of citizens who are going to follow the laws that are put in place, it might seem like low-hanging fruit for the government to say, well, we'll just make tougher restrictions, we'll demonstrate that we're putting more laws on the books, and Canadians will believe that somehow we've gotten serious about this. but it speaks to the priorities of this government. When last year they voted against a Conservative private member's bill that would have seen punishments for weapons trafficking strengthened, but here we are with them weakening it with this inadequate law. While Conservatives seek to empower victims of crime and to defend their rights, this Liberal government wants to empower the criminals, the drug manufacturers, the traffickers, the gang members. I've heard from people in my community that have been victimized or who have had loved ones who are victims of violent crime. And they have serious concerns about the rise of violent crime in Canada, and that it seems like the approach that this government is taking is one that is soft on crime. It's not one that stands up for victims. And I've heard from police, certainly, who are at their wits' end, doing their part to keep our neighborhoods and our communities and our country safe, but they're dealing with a justice system that would rather see, and a government that would rather see, criminals released back into the community instead of putting them in jail. The police pick up someone for a violent offense, one of the offenses listed here, on a Friday. By the end of the weekend, that person's back in the community, rearrested on a different crime, released, and rearrested in the same week. I took the opportunity to go on a ride-along with local police in my community. And in the time it took us to drive from the station 5 minutes away from the station, the officer observed someone who was violating their conditions, their release conditions. And when they called back to dispatch to say, we've detained this person, he was going to effect an arrest, they were still showing as being in the system because they'd been released so quickly. So they processed the release, rearrested them. The officer was tied up with that individual for the evening. I went out on the road with another officer, and before the end of their shift, this person was back on the street again. Story after story after story from them, and from officers across Canada, who, while dealing with less resources, are dealing with a government that wants to see them further taxed with less resources for our law enforcement, less protection for our victims, more leniency and less accountability for criminals. And that's important to note, that we're not talking about someone who is accused of a criminal offense. We are talking about individuals who have been convicted. They have, in fact, committed and been convicted of committing the offense. And the government's response is, let them out. Let them out for robbery with a firearm. Let them out for extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking. It's unbelievable to think that these are the priorities of the government. We heard the government talk about conditional sentencing, the expansion of conditional sentencing. So that means that someone could be put on house arrest, as the parliamentary secretary said, for a number of offenses. Kidnapping, sexual assault, human trafficking or trafficking in persons, abduction of a minor, a person under 14 years of age, being unlawfully in a dwelling house. It's incredibly concerning that this is the approach that the government wants to take. Those individuals ought not be released into the community after having been found to have committed the offense for which they were accused. They were found guilty. It's only going to result in an increase in violent crime. It's only going to result in fewer resources for our police, for our law enforcement, and more fear in our communities. Madam Speaker, this soft on crime approach, it's messaged with talking points about, helping folks who are struggling with an addiction. But it doesn't do that. We know that currently police and that the justice system is exercising their discretion in dealing with folks who are struggling with addiction for things like simple possession. And if the government wants to get serious, we should be talking today about their expansion for support for people who are struggling with addiction, for people who are struggling with mental health. We know that this House did pass a call for a national 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. But the government hasn't done it. Instead, they're dragging their feet, wagging the puck, talking about CRTC consultations that go on and on and on. Get serious. Members from across the country called for this to take place. That's concrete action. But it looks like the government doesn't want to do it because it was proposed by a member of the official opposition, by one of my Conservative colleagues. That's not in the spirit with which we should be approaching serious issues like addictions and mental health. You wonder how Canadians are going to get the help that they need when the government won't even streamline the process for them. We know that 3-digit number is not currently in use. Get the let out. We saw the government take a full 2 months after what they deemed to be the most important election that we'd had. They certainly didn't do it to hand out mandate letters to their ministers, name parliamentary secretaries, do consultations with Canadians on any of a number of things that they now want to rush through this place. It's concerning. Canadians are concerned. We look at what the government, and Madam Speaker, you'll have to pardon me, I hear from the Liberal benches heckles that they've got a mandate. You have a mandate to let people out for kidnapping someone under the age of 14? Do you have a mandate?
Do you want to remind the member he's addressed questions and comments to the chair, not directly to the government, right?
Madam Chair, I do appreciate that, and I'll direct through you, and of course hope that the government is reminded that their heckles, we hear the opposition held ruthlessly to account, so we want to make sure that through you, Madam Chair, to the government, do they really have a mandate to expand conditional sentences for these crimes? Do they have a mandate to let someone out, to not have someone go to jail for a minimum amount of time for a crime such as importing or exporting a firearm, knowing it to be unauthorized, extortion with a firearm, robbery with a firearm? You have a mandate. So really, Canadians, you went out to your community, through you, Madam Speaker, to the government. They went to their communities and said, it's right. You want us to let people out who have committed robbery with a firearm. That's the kind of accountability and justice that we want in this country. I don't think so. Recklessly discharging a firearm. Madam Speaker, through you, to the parliamentary secretary, you have a mandate for that?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, just one moment here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, point of order.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, are we in Q&A right now? Because I believe my friend opposite is asking me specific questions. I'll be glad.
Not a point of order. I do want to remind members, because I am hearing heckling on both sides, and I'm still hearing individuals providing their feedback, even on the honourable member's side. And I know that the honourable member is very capable of delivering his debate. And I also want to remind the members on the government side that, should they have questions and comments, that they should wait until then. So no heckling and no participating in the debate until it is time for questions and comments. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, that the parliamentary secretary has been named as a representative of the government but doesn't understand how simple debate works in this House. He thinks that if a question is put through you rhetorically to the government in response to them creating disorder in the House, that suddenly they have standing to interrupt debate and start answering questions. But I do have more questions for him, and perhaps he will rise and courageously proclaim that their expansion of conditional sentencing for people convicted of dangerous and violent offenses is what Canadians sent them here to do. I would encourage the parliamentary secretary to do that, to stand up and say just that. Not to blame former Conservative governments for enacting mandatory minimum penalties. It was Jean Chrétien that put most of these on the books.
You're here.
It's unbelievable that they're so fearful that the truth about this bill is going to be exposed that they don't even want the debate to unfold. It's been happening for 40 minutes and they're already in a panic. They're in a panic. And of course, I hear members of the Liberal benches again attempting to create disorder. The heckles don't come from the official opposition. We know that rightfully,
at this point, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is very well aware of the rules in the House, and I would hope that they can serve as an example to others as well by ensuring that they wait for questions and comments. And the longer that it takes for us to stop the clock, the longer that means that it does take away from other people who wish to debate. So I do want to remind the members, there's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left for the honourable member to finish this debate, and I'm sure that there'll be opportunities for everyone to participate during questions and comments. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and much to the chagrin for the member for Kingston and the Islands, who's very upset that Conservatives continue to expose this Liberal government's soft-on-crime approach, we're going to continue to do that because we have a mandate from Canadians. We know that this government wants to crack down on law-abiding gun owners while letting gangbangers out with a warning. No, it's no problem. It's no problem that you possessed for the purpose of weapons trafficking a firearm. It's no problem at all. Madam Speaker, the Liberals will continue to push their soft on crime approach, a criminal-first agenda, and everyday Canadians will suffer the consequences. It's truly shameful. It's shameful. Hug a thug, indeed. Conservatives will stand up for the victims of crime, for the safety of our communities, and Madam Speaker, in spite of the disorder they look to create in this place, we will not be silenced by their attempts.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm a little speechless as to how to respond to my friend opposite because I think there's very little truth in what he said. But let me just very clearly.
I'm going to interrupt. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands just asked me to be very vigilant on the heckling that was happening on the other side, and he's doing the same thing. So I would ask the honourable member to wait for the question to be able to answer that question, because I'm sure that he'll want to hear all the details. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So at the outset, Madam Speaker, let me just be clear. Bill C-22 was introduced earlier this year. It was in our platform. On September 20th, Canadians gave us a mandate to reintroduce that bill because we'd promised to do so in the first 100 days. So that's exactly what C-5 represents. I have a very direct question from my friend opposite. He has not used the word systemic racism at all. He has not even acknowledged that systemic racism exists within the criminal justice system and has not addressed that within his comments this morning. So if you can maybe, through you, Madam Speaker, ask him why he has not included that very important term in his speech today.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary secretary is talking about C-22, which is really interesting. Well, we're dealing with Bill C-5. Why are we dealing with Bill C-5 and not C-22? Because the Liberal Prime Minister, against the direction of the agreement of all parliamentarians in the previous parliament, called an election during a pandemic. He killed his own legislation. He didn't want to enact anything that he had put forward at the time because they like to try and confuse motion for action. They get very little done. But in this case, it's dangerous that one of the first pieces of legislation that they're looking to enact is a soft on crime bill that punishes victims and rewards criminals.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to allow my colleague to be able to talk to us a little bit about what he forgot to tell us is in the bill. Perhaps he has an opinion on this. Does he not believe that given this crisis, a very worrying opioid crisis, that it's important to ensure that addictions behaviors are subject to diversion measures and that the most or best approach to help people dealing with these types of addictions would be to repeal mandatory minimums on the one hand, because this is part of the only approach that leads to results and the reduction of harm.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I thank the member for his question. We know that the Public Prosecution Service of Canada has already issued a directive with respect to these types of diversion measures. And the effect of codifying them and having C-5 enacted won't see much of a difference between what is currently happening and what would happen as a result of this bill being put in place for those measures. But what we would see is, of course, the repeal of these mandatory minimum penalties and conditional discharges for the weakening of accountability for folks who are committing drug trafficking and drug manufacturing offenses, which is, of course, going to greatly and gravely impact our communities and have a negative impact on folks who are suffering from addiction. But with respect to diversion measures, the ones that are currently in place in the directive that it has been issued is appropriate.
Comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I feel like I'm stuck in some kind of time warp after hearing the comments for the member of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands. That's a speech that could have been given 10 years ago. But in the meantime, we've had more than a decade of experience with mandatory minimums, and we know what they result in. They don't result in less crime. They result in the over-incarceration of Indigenous people, the over-incarceration of Black Canadians. And the academic literature is clear, our practical experience is clear, and even jurisdictions like Texas have given up on mandatory minimums as a solution to crime problems. So will the Conservatives join us in the 21st century and give up this dated rhetoric about mandatory minimums that somehow implies taking them away removes penalties at all?
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
It's incredibly important that we have accountability measures in place. And the mandatory minimums that are being repealed are going to weaken accountability. It's that simple. The crimes that are going to be impacted, the criminals who will be impacted, will have been convicted of committing serious offenses. Victims need to have someone speak up for them. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. These crimes, the list that I've read out now twice, we're not talking about minor offenses. Serious and dangerous offenses committed by dangerous people, and the penalties that are being repealed serve to be an accountability mechanism and should remain in place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Madam Speaker, I cannot believe what I just heard from my colleague from the NDP. And if he thinks it is something in the past, a relic of the past, to not put people in prison for sexual assault, for trafficking in persons, and for kidnapping, Madam Speaker, I will be a relic of the past for a long time.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands, and I do want to remind members, to hold off on their thoughts while someone's speaking. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
It's not like me to come to the defence of members of other parties, Madam Speaker, but what the member from the Conservative just stated was a complete, utter lie and misrepresentation of what was.
The Honourable Member for point of order. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Madam Speaker, the member for Kingston and the Islands did just accuse the member for Regina Louvain of lying, and I'm just wondering, with respect to is that parliamentary?
Yeah.
To accuse other members of this place of
He did. Yes. It's, given the information that the honourable member was providing, it wasn't. He did not indicate that the honourable member was lying.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands can finish.
Well, I'm. Madam Chair, just with respect to your response, I'm sure if you consulted with Hansard, you would find that at the conclusion of the member's comments, he did in fact make that very assertion with respect to the member for Regina Louvain having. The member for Kingston and the Islands said he lied, and my understanding is that's not how we speak in this place.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Island on the point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You don't even need to check Hansard. I can confirm that I did indeed accuse the member of lying based on what I heard the NDP member say and what he said. Because it is unparliamentary of me to do so, I do apologize.
There you go. So that we do have a point. We do have an apology in place. The honourable member for Vancouver East has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to raise this point of order. The comments made by the member from Regina Louvain is a misrepresentation of what my colleague, the member from Esquimalt, has said. We're all honourable members here, Madam Speaker. We're all hearing and listening carefully to the debate. It is inappropriate, and I find it offensive that someone would get up in the House right after another person has spoken and misrepresent what they said. I would ask the member to retract those
information that the honourable member is providing is part of a debate. I do want to remind members to be extremely judicious and careful on their comments to ensure that they are not speaking directly about an individual's.
Make comments on his comment.
Very good. So I just want to make sure that people are very judicious and be very respectful in their debates in the House and response. The honourable member for Regina Louvain, I had to think where I was at this point, can finish his question. And the honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm sorry to indulge this debate with some common sense, but I was going to say, if it's a relic of the past to say that people should go to prison, then they commit the offense of sexual assault, trafficking in persons, and kidnapping, I will be proud to represent that common sense for as long as I'm allowed to be in this House. Would my member from Thousand Islands agree with those comments? Thank you, Madam.
Before I go to the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, I have a point of order from the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I expect it's not just a point of order, but perhaps a point of privilege. For a member to stand up and completely distort and to say that I said something which I most certainly did not say in the debate affects my ability to do my job as a member of Parliament. It becomes part of the official record. What I did say was that the Conservatives were arguing with the concept of mandatory minimums. I did not say that people should not be subject to penalties under the Criminal Code. I said they should not be subject to mandatory minimums, which have been demonstrated not to work and to be ineffective and to result in the over-incarceration of Indigenous people and Black Canadians. So the member is completely distorting my remarks for his own political purposes, and I do consider that a violation of my privileges as a member of Parliament.
I appreciate the honourable member setting the record straight. I do want to again remind members to be very judicious on their comments and their words in the debate. This is a very passionate and very sensitive bill that we are discussing at this point. And I just want to reiterate the fact that I think that we need to make sure that we are not attacking individuals in the House and that we are speaking to what is in the bill and not what's not in the bill. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, with respect to the comments on the elimination of mandatory prison time for people who have committed serious offenses, it's contrary to ensuring that we have accountability when these crimes are committed. Again, I go back, Speaker, to reminding you that these aren't folks who are accused of committing crimes. These are people who have been convicted of committing criminal offenses, such as discharging a firearm with intent, such as weapons trafficking, extortion with a firearm, robbery with a firearm. You would think, I would say, surely we can all agree that one should go to jail for those offenses, but it doesn't seem that we have an agreement on that in this place. And I heard from a previous member that this is an argument of decades past. I don't think so. I want to ensure that the folks who live in my community know that anyone who commits those offenses will be held fully accountable, and that includes time in prison.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Just want to make sure I get the right. The honourable member for, I'm sorry, I can't. Milton, sorry.
Parliamentary Secretary will work.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And on the topic of sticking to what this bill is about and what this bill is not about, I have a very simple question for my colleague with whom I share a floor in our office, is if we can agree that things need to change in order to get better, and we can agree that this is about helping people get better and helping society heal, can we not agree that the system as it currently stands is over-reliant on incarceration, is over-reliant on penalties rather than helping people get better, and that we should be relying more on various methods by which people are reconstituted into society and brought back in so that they can develop and redevelop as people, or is it just all about punishment?
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank the Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Milton, for his question. I think we do agree that Canadians who are suffering from addiction should be getting treatment. And if the crime is simple possession, there currently is directives in place and the discretion can be exercised to divert those individuals from the criminal justice system to help them get help. And that is entirely appropriate. We absolutely need to help people who are suffering from the scourge of addiction. And this bill is not about that. It does codify that discretion that's currently in place. But I would much prefer that we have a conversation about helping people who we need help instead of relaxing important accountability measures that are in place for people who commit serious crimes.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill C-5 is an important bill. It had been presented under the form of C-22 in the previous Parliament, and it's very similar to that bill with a few distinguishing characteristics. But what is really different in C-5 compared to C-22 is that the context has completely changed. We're no longer living in the same societal context that we were before. In my opinion, C-5 should probably be split into a couple of different elements. One about diversion measures and one about mandatory minimum sentences. Those are two different debates, and I think we can very well agree with one and disagree with the other. I think that if we want to deal with this effectively, we need to allow all members in this House to express themselves on these different issues in the bill, and we need to allow them to agree with some parts of it and not with others. That said, Madam Speaker, historically, we at the Bloc Québécois have supported diversion measures because we believe that rehabilitating offenders is just essential to society. It's an essential step in our attempt to reduce or eliminate criminality. Of course, we'll never be able to completely eliminate crime, but our goal is to create a more livable society and a society that is more in harmony with our values. Now, we saw with the Young Offenders Act in Quebec, we tried to work on improving diversion measures and taking young offenders and channeling them towards community service, charitable organizations, and so on. I remember a case where a young man had committed shoplifting, and he also vandalized the wall of this convenience store, and he had to go meet the owner of the convenience store, clean up the graffiti, and so on. And you know, they didn't become best friends, but they developed a relationship, the owner and the offender. And that was a really important step in the young offender's rehabilitation. So these are really lovely examples where you can see how diversion measures can work effectively. And we have historically supported those types of measures. Now, on the question of mandatory minimum sentences, it's important that courts be able to exercise their discretion as much as they can. We've always believed at the Bloc Québécois that minimum sentences can sometimes send a strong message to offenders, but generally they can be problematic. So we don't believe that in general mandatory minimum sentences have improved our society. On the contrary, we feel that they've often led to very problematic circumstances. I remember around Quebec City, a young teenager who had a girlfriend who was 16 or 17 years old or so. You know, both of their families knew about the relationship and everything was fine, except that for some reason they ended up before the courts, and this young man was convicted. And the judge said, look, I don't think this is a great situation. I don't want to impose a mandatory minimum sentence, but the law is forcing me to. And that created a lot of frustration in Quebec at the time. And I remember that. I was one of the people who believed that in cases like these, mandatory minimum sentences could really lead to negative consequences. So for this reason, the Bloc Québécois has historically been in favor of abolishing mandatory minimum sentences. So I've been speaking historically, but now, Madam Speaker, it's 2021. And the context today is very different than the context in 2020, 2019, or any year going all the way back to the 19th century. Things have evolved. Law evolves. You know, we don't adopt new laws here in Parliament for no reason, or in the provinces or in the National Assembly of Quebec. You know, we're constantly adopting new laws because society changes, society evolves, and we need our laws to evolve to reflect that. So what is our reality in 2021, Madam Speaker? What is the context in which we are studying C5 today? You know, this is our job as legislators. We can't just pass any law that will apply to everyone in a blanket fashion without really thinking about the context in which this bill will be passed. The context in 2021, Madam Speaker, is this. On January 4th of this year, a 17-year-old was injured by a stray bullet in Saint-Michel in Montreal. On January 30th, a 25-year-old man was injured by gunfire in Rivière-des-Prairies. On February 7th, Myriam Boundaoui, 15, was killed by a gunshot in Montreal. On July 5th, a 43-year-old man was killed by a gunshot wound in Montreal. He was known by police for his link to organized crime. On July 26th of this year, a 22-year-old woman was injured by an exploding glass window following a gunshot in Montreal. On August 1st, an 18-year-old man was injured when he was shot in the heart, even though he was caught by a stray bullet between an armed conflict. 3 were killed and 2 others were injured in a shooting in Rivière-des-Prairies. On September 1st, a man was targeted by gunshots, again in Rivière-des-Prairies, during an attempted murder. On September 10th, Patricia Sirois, 35 years old, was killed by her 49-year-old neighbor who shot her when she was in her car with her 2 young children. On September 24th and 25th, Madam Speaker, a 19-year-old victim was shot and killed in their vehicle. On September 26th, Yevgen Simonenko, 33 years old, was killed again in Rivière-des-Prairies in Montreal. On September 28th, a 40-year-old man was targeted by a gunshot while he was walking in the street in Montreal. October 25th, a 25-year-old man was injured by a gunfire in Montreal. November 14th, this is getting closer to today, Madam Speaker. Thomas Trudel, 16, killed by gunfire in Saint-Michel when he was walking home. December 2nd, Annie Wadi, 20 years old, was killed by a gunshot wound in Montreal while in a vehicle along with a 17-year-old who was also injured. December 2nd, Janine Perron-Ruel, 80 years old, killed by her neighbor, a 38-year-old man, by gunshot. December 3rd, a woman in her 50s was injured by a bullet that entered her house in Montreal. December 6th, a young 18-year-old man was injured by a gunshot wound in a library in Laval. In total, there were 18 events that I just listed. 18 events that occurred in the province of Quebec in 2021. Were there more than that? Probably. I found 18 through a fairly cursory search. Were there other shootings elsewhere in Quebec? Probably. I would imagine that there were other victims of shootings as well. But at least in the 11 preceding months, Madam Speaker, there were at least 18 events that involved a huge number of people who were victims of firearms. On September 21st, the mayor of Montreal called on the federal government to take stronger action against firearms. On November 22nd, the government of Quebec also put more pressure on the current government to control firearms at the border and to ban handguns. You know, Madam Speaker, over the last few weeks, many people have spoken on this issue. We've called on the government to take responsibility on this issue because this is becoming the Wild West in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. So we're calling on the government to set up a special squad to deal with illegal arms trafficking that comes up through the St. Lawrence River from the U.S. and into Canada. We've said we need a special squad to deal with this. You can't deal with this in a single jurisdiction because the weapons trafficking happens in a whole bunch of different jurisdictions. So we need a joint squad that involves the Americans, that involves provincial police, OPP, and the SQ in Quebec, and possibly also the RCMP. We need to have a group like this that would be able to fight firearms trafficking rather than having the federal government have sort of patchwork measures. We need to have proper, ships on the river. We need to have proper patrols. We've been calling for more investments to fight illegal firearms. We've been calling for the establishment of a joint squad, and eventually for legislation as well. In 2016, I tabled a bill in this House that was debated during the 42nd Parliament, and it wasn't adopted for reasons that were unjustified, in my opinion, but we can discuss that later. The problem is that there's organized crime, and the government has frankly been apathetic when it comes to controlling firearms. All of this has led to this terrible situation. It has placed Quebecers in a very unsafe and vulnerable position, and this should not be the case in 2021. Now, I listed these 18 events, Madam Speaker. I explained that the cities in Quebec and in the other provinces have called on the federal government to take responsibility and to take action. But what has the federal government done, Madam Speaker? Well, the last event that I listed was December 6th. There was a young man injured by a gunshot wound in a library, a place that you would think would be extremely calm and safe, but no, he was injured in a library on December 6th. And the next day, Madam Speaker, even though we've been debating this for weeks, the next day the Liberal government tabled Bill C-5 at first reading, which we are currently debating. Now, this bill aims to put forward diversion measures for certain offenses and even to abolish certain mandatory minimum sentences, notably regarding the possession and use of firearms, and even the commission of certain other criminal offenses. Now, I said that historically the Bloc Québécois has supported abolishing minimum penalties, but I can say, Madam Speaker, that I'm seriously starting to wonder about the timing of the tabling of this bill by the Liberal government. Now, if they tabled this bill and said, look, we're setting up a joint squad to deal with this, to patrol the river and so on, and we're going to crack down on firearms trafficking, we would say, okay. You know, if we were going to have a joint group that would be circulating throughout Quebec and the other Canadian provinces to fight firearms trafficking. If they said, we are going to adopt the bill that the Bloc Québécois tabled in 2016. We're going to create a list of criminal organizations, and when we see them, we are going to deal with them harshly, just as we do with terrorist organizations who are on that list. And when we catch someone with a firearm who is a member of one of those criminal organizations, they are going to be punished severely. Well, if that were the case, I wouldn't feel so uncomfortable about C-5. But Currently, I am deeply uncomfortable about this government's timing and about the lax attitude they've taken in the face of this very, very serious situation. The situation in Quebec is harming people's quality of life, and it's even threatening the lives of our young people in the streets of Montreal. This is not the Wild West, you know. This is not the 18th century where cowboys are walking around, not standing trial, but dueling and shooting people in the street. This is 2021, and the security of our teenagers should be something that we should all agree on is the number one priority. We need to tackle this problem, Madam Speaker. I think it's time for the government to really look at some of these issues. Of course, there are a number of mandatory minimum penalties that need to be reconsidered. The Supreme Court said so. There are some that maybe should be abolished, and maybe others that should not be abolished. I think that C5 deserves a very strong debate in committee. We need to look at it in detail. But, Madam Speaker, first of all, it's important that the federal government take responsibility on this issue. You can't just tell people that you're going to abolish mandatory minimums when people are walking around with guns in the streets, and week after week we're seeing innocent people being shot in the streets of Montreal. It doesn't make sense. If this government really wants to tackle crime, we can talk about diversion measures. We can talk about abolishing certain mandatory penalties because we want judges to be able to do their work effectively and judiciously. But most of all, we need to take our responsibilities and make sure that weapons trafficking and the use of weapons, as we've seen in the last year, that ends. So they need to take responsibility, and they need to work to defend the population. I'm here for one thing, Madam Speaker. I want to represent my constituents and the citizens of Quebec. And I'm not going to neglect to discuss this outrageous situation.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Merci.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech.
We appreciate the concerns outlined by the member opposite. The 18 specific incidents that he's referring to, in fact, will not be impacted in any way by the repeal that's proposed in C5. We recognize fully the concerns with respect to guns, not just in Quebec, but also in Ontario and other places, and we will take decisive action in that regard as per our platform. I do want to just emphasize that what we were saying at the end, that we will work with the member and the Bloc Québécois to ensure that we address all the important measures that are in this bill that will allow for off-ramps, that will allow for people who are charged with minor offenses to receive the help that they need, but also the discretion of the judges to ensure that person is rehabilitated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Excuse, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. You know, I don't want to doubt his good faith, but I'm sick and tired of hearing that, Madam Speaker. This needs to be taken into account. That's what they say all the time. But it's not next week or next month or next year. What I'm talking about is what's happening now, today, on Monday, December 13th. That's the situation our society is in right now. Does this government want to work in current day society, or do they want to make promises about what they'll do one day down the road when society changes? Because they're saying we're going to do this eventually, we're taking this into consideration, but when that day comes, they'll probably still be out of sync. What is the government going to do now, today? Questions and comments?
Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. One thing that was noted by my honourable colleague here is really the necessity for a balanced approach. And one thing that the honourable parliamentary secretary mentioned was the term systemic racism. So my question is this, and this is a general one, and I invite my colleague to answer it as well. If the issue is one of systemic racism, why are we repealing all mandatory minimums? Why wouldn't this government simply put in what we call a safety valve or an exceptional circumstances provision in the legislation so that the people who are the targeted outlaws, the people who are committing violent crimes, can actually be put in jail, and those who fit into that one category or classification can be dealt with as the government proposes? Would my colleague support that?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This is a subject that I'm concerned about, too. I'm always uneasy when I hear government members saying that they're going to abolish mandatory minimums to help the Black community or the Indigenous community. Just a minute. The criminal code applies to everyone, so I agree about that. Everyone, regardless of their race, religion, skin color, or origin, has to be treated the same way. If we believe, for example, that the Black community is being treated unfairly by the justice system, well, let's deal with that. I think in general the courts are fairly clear, or fair, but if they're not, well, let's address the problem. Let's train judges. Let's train police officers. Let's make sure everyone is treated fairly and equitably. That's essential, to my mind, for everyone to be treated the same way. But once again, I think the criminal code it applies to everyone, white, Black, or what have you.
Langford?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for his speech. I know the issues that he spoke about as a topic that the Public Safety Committee is now going to be seized with, and I look forward to us commencing our study on that. Listening to the previous speech from the Conservatives, you'd be forgiven if thinking that we were just dealing away with sentences for all time. And I liked how he spoke during his speech about judicial discretion. I think it's incredibly important for people who are listening to this debate to understand that while the criminal code is very much a reactive piece of legislation, it happens after the fact, people have to understand that there's a very important section there, Section 718.2, which allows judges to increase or reduce a sentence based on aggravating factors. And not every single case that comes before them is exactly the same, which is precisely why there is a problem with mandatory minimums. So if he could just expand on that existing section of the criminal code, which does give judges the freedom to increase the severity of a sentence if there are certain aggravating factors at play, and that we should all have some trust in our judges across Canada that they, in fact, are the best people equipped to lay such a sentence down.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That's an essential point. We could debate that point for hours, but basically in the Bloc, we trust the judicial system. We think that judges in general do outstanding work, and we believe that that work is essential. As my colleague said, sentences should be adapted to the specific circumstances of the case, because whatever law we pass, it applies to everyone and all circumstances. So obviously there are situations where we might hope that the result was different. That's only to be expected. But so we have to give judges the power to tailor the sentence to the circumstances of the crime. And so I think my colleague is right to raise that issue. That has to be done. But when it comes to judges, whether they're behaving equitably or not, I think that can be dealt with by raising awareness among judges and the court system. I think we have to trust our judges and allow the system to do its job properly. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to congratulate my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for his very clear and enlightening speech about the Bloc's position. we are obviously very open to debating C5, but the issue currently is, why is nothing being done now? And I'd like my colleague to say more about that, because there's an urgency here. People are being killed every day in Montreal and elsewhere in Quebec, and we have the impression that the government is just sitting on its hands and not doing anything about the problem. So I'm just wondering, as a former lawyer, whether my colleague has any idea why nothing's being done currently. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I know his concern about matters of justice. I did discuss this earlier, but yes, he's right. Legislation has to fit into a social context. When laws are passed, we have to make sure that they suit the situation. Currently, there's no one in my riding talking about how bad it is to have mandatory minimums, and nobody asks questions about diversion either. But every week, people in my family, my friends, and my constituents say, it's crazy what's happening in Montreal. What are you going to do? People are getting killed. People are getting shot. What are you going to do about it? Parents are afraid to let their kids go to school. This is the federal government's responsibility, the criminal code, and people are calling on the federal government to take action. Do my colleagues opposite share this same concern, or are they so out of touch? Are they as out of touch as they appear to be? That's my question. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader, a brief question.
We all know that systemic, virtually all of us know that systemic racism is something that's very real. And if you take a look at the Truth and Reconciliation report, within that report there's calls for action, 94 of them, of which one of those calls is to take a look at these minimum sentences. And it is believed and felt and ultimately proven to be effective in dealing with things such as systemic barrier by having legislation of this nature. I wonder if my colleague can just provide his thoughts, as this is an important step towards truth and reconciliation, the calls of action also.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord, a brief answer. With all due respect to my colleague, I do agree that it's important. Diversion is important, and reducing mandatory minimums is also important. I'm not going to repeat everything I said about it, but you have to be sensitive to the realities out there in the real world. People are concerned about what's happening on the streets. That's the federal government's responsibility, and I call on this government's sense of justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by thanking the voters of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for sending me back to the House once again, this time for a fourth mandate. And in particular, I would like to thank my partner of more than 20 years, Taddy Pardady, for his constant and enduring personal and political support. My role as an MP has now taken up more than half our relationship, and I'll never be able to repay him. As I said during the campaign, I very much wanted to come back to this House to be able to deal with unfinished business from the last Parliament. Indeed, there were lots of things we'd made progress on that got cut short by the early and unnecessary election. That's why I was pleased to see the quick passage of the ban on conversion therapy in C4, unanimously no less, both here and in the other place. And there are other examples of bills on which this House had held hearings, achieved a broad consensus on moving forward, and is now able to do so. Those include my bills C-202 to make coercive and controlling behavior in intimate partner relationships a criminal offense, and Bill C-206, which would remove self-harm from the military code of conduct as a disciplinary offense, and instead make sure that self-harm is treated as the mental health challenge that it truly is. I hope we can find a way to move forward on both of those bills that were left undone in the last Parliament. But today, here we are debating C5, and I'm frankly a bit surprised to be up on C5 so soon, because its predecessor was not one of those bills who had been to hearings, and it was not one of those bills where we'd had lots of discussions about how to come to a consensus on what needed to be done. So normally I'd be glad to see this House moving quickly to get stuff done that's sat on the back burner for far too long. And that would be especially true of the issue of systemic racism in our justice system, and it would be even more true of the opioid crisis on our streets today. But this bill, Bill C-5, is a virtual carbon copy, to date myself with an archaic phrase, of Bill C-22, which the government introduced at the 11th hour in the last Parliament. At that time, we New Democrats clearly told the government we found C-22 to be weak sauce. After its introduction, there were only very limited discussions before C-22 was reintroduced in this session as Bill C-5. But in those brief talks, I made it clear that New Democrats wanted to see a bill with a few more teeth. We have a crisis of over-incarceration, we have a crisis of opioids on our streets, and this bill is not strong enough. So that means I'm not sure how happy I am to be rushing forward on a bill that remains a half measure, especially when it's not even very clear what it's a half measure of. So here is the first and most important question I have for the government about C-5. Is this a bill to address systemic racism in the Canadian justice system? If so, why is its focus so limited? We know mandatory minimum sentences are one of the causes of the over-incarceration of racialized Canadians and Indigenous people. So then, why does this bill restrict itself to only removing mandatory minimums for some offenses, namely personal possession of drugs and some firearms offenses? We have years of experience now with mandatory minimums. We know they do nothing to reduce crime. We know that they only result in the incarceration of people who have no place in the prison system. And as the over-involvement in the justice system is a real problem for Indigenous and racialized Canadians every day, I still have my doubts of some of the provisions in C-5, like introducing no diversion programs instead of more fundamental reforms. And in the absence of tackling the thorny question of the reform of the RCMP, again, I still have some doubts about increasing police discretion in drug cases, as C-5 proposes. So, if Bill C-5 is actually about racism in our justice system, then there's surely much more it could do. But I'll return to this question a bit later on in my remarks. Now, if C-5 is not about tackling the broad issues of systemic racism in the criminal justice system, then is it really about something else? In fact, the heavy focus on removing mandatory minimums for drug crimes might lead us to believe that C-5 is actually about the opioid crisis. And if that's the case, then once again, it makes it hard for me to be excited about quick action on the half measures to confront the opioid crisis that we have in C-5, especially when we've known for so long what is needed. As an elected official, I first spoke in favor of decriminalization of personal possession of all drugs more than a decade ago as a city councillor in Esquimalt. At the time, I argued that decriminalization provided the most effective path, along with safe injection sites, to tackle the emerging problem of deaths from drug overdoses in my community. Even then, I was able to point to early signs of success in Portugal, where decriminalization was adopted in 2001. Since then, Portugal has seen an 80% reduction in overdose deaths. They have seen the proportion of people who use drugs fall from 52% to 6% when it comes to new HIV and AIDS diagnoses. And they have seen a decrease of incarcerations for drug offenses by over 40%. Instead, in Canada over the last decade, we have seen so many preventable deaths, and now this problem has accelerated into a full-blown crisis across the country. Last month, the province of British Columbia announced a record number of people had died so far this year from overdoses. 201 in the month of October alone, the highest ever in a single month. Think of the families we're talking about. 201 families affected by loss of loved ones in a single month in a single province. This is a crisis. Numbers released by the BC Coroner Service show a death toll through the first 10 months of 2021 in British Columbia of 1,782, surpassing the 1,765 deaths recorded in all of 2020. BC's Chief Coroner, Lisa Lapointe, was direct in her assessment of the situation in BC, a situation no different in any other jurisdictions. Quote, "Simply put, we are failing," she said. With 6 people now dying every single day in British Columbia, the status quo cannot be accepted.
That's why, recognizing the stark reality of the opioid crisis, the City of Vancouver, the Province of British Columbia, and now the City of Toronto have all three applied to the Minister of Health for an emergency exemption from the provisions of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that criminalize personal possession of small quantities of illegal drugs. They are asking that we recognize that criminalization only adds more harm to the toll addiction takes on its victims. So, where are the Liberals on decriminalization of so-called hard drugs, either as a temporary exemption or as a permanent strategy to shift our response to addiction from punishment to health care? Well, one might be surprised to learn that decriminalization is the official policy of the Liberal Party, endorsed more than 3 years ago at its 2018 convention in Halifax. And perhaps some will be even more surprised to learn that the government was advised to move on decriminalization of personal possession of drugs before the last election. The previous Minister of Health appointed a commission of experts to advise on drug policies well before that election. Don McPherson, Executive Director of the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition at Simon Fraser, was part of that task force that said simply that charging people with simple possession and seizing their drugs makes no sense. In a CBC radio interview, McPherson said, quote, "There's mountains of evidence that show it's a bad thing. It's harmful, it hurts people, and there's not really any upside to it." So the task force came fairly quickly to the conclusion that the federal government should immediately start work on putting forward a plan to decriminalize simple possession of drugs across the board. That's what McPherson, one of the experts on the task force, said. Immediately start work on putting forward a plan to decriminalize simple possession. The task force submitted that report before the election and has since followed up with a new Minister of Health and the new Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, but McPherson reports they have yet to hear anything back. So since we returned to Parliament last month, MPs have been increasingly vocal in raising their concerns about the opioid crisis. Certainly, my leader of the New Democratic Party, the member for Burnaby South, has repeatedly called on the government to commit to move quickly on decriminalization. And this call has come from all parties and all parts of the country, urban and rural. Last August, during the election campaign, even the Conservative leader added his voice to those calling for shifting our approach from punishment to treatment as the way to respond to the opioid crisis, though he didn't go quite as far as decriminalization. Last week, the new member for Yukon, who was previously the territory's medical health officer before running for the Liberals, rose in this Commons to acknowledge that Yukon has the highest rate of opioid deaths in the country. The new Green MP for Kitchener Centre made a moving statement in this House on the scourge of opioid deaths in his community. Indeed, when the new cabinet was appointed, we saw the appointment of the first Minister of Mental Health and Addictions at the federal level, which many of us took as encouragement and acknowledgement of the urgency and seriousness of the opioid crisis. So when we know the severity of the problem and we know the solutions, it surely becomes incumbent upon all of us here in this House to ensure that we act. So where is that action? It's not in C5. Unfortunately, when it comes to the 3 emergency decriminalization applications from Vancouver, BC, and Toronto, we have no indication that things are moving quickly. Under the leadership of Mayor Kennedy Stewart, a former member of this House, Vancouver submitted its preliminary application for an exemption on March 3rd, 2021, and its final application June 1st, 2021. British Columbia's application was submitted November 1st, and Toronto's December 1st. So it's not like the government has been taken by surprise by these requests. Yet all the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions reported to have said is this, quote, "We are looking at these proposals very, very seriously," end quote. At the same time, the minister refused to set a timeline for a decision on these applications. Instead, the minister veered off into an argument that decriminalization alone won't solve the opioid crisis, as if anyone ever thought decriminalization by itself was a solution to addiction, rather than an important measure of harm reduction. The minister said other options are being considered, including establishing a safe supply of opioids to give injection drug users an alternative to the increasingly toxic fentanyl now in the streets. She indicated the federal government is also looking up at setting more safe injection sites and making more counseling available. Yes, all good. But no need to wait on decriminalization while putting together a more complete package. What was especially disappointing was to hear the minister in one interview referring to these ideas as innovative, when she should know that these are not new ideas, but rather tried and true harm reduction strategies with a track record of nothing but success. When it comes to the temporary decriminalization applications, the BC Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Sheila Malcolmson, also a former member of this House, told reporters last week that Health Canada staff had identified no barriers to speedy processing and approval of BC's decriminalization application. So where are we? On the one hand, we see no real sense of urgency on the short-term exemption applications. And on the other hand, that leaves us with Bill C-5, which reflects none of that necessary urgency to move toward permanent and complete decriminalization of personal possession of drugs. The narrow scope of Bill C-5 as drafted certainly means that for technical reasons, we can't likely add decriminalization through amendments at the committee stage. So that brings me back to the question of what is C-5 really about? And it seems that in the government's mind, this must be a bill primarily about tackling systemic racism in our justice system. And if that's the goal of the bill, is there enough there to support? Clearly, removing mandatory minimums for drug offenses would be a step forward. But even better would be removing mandatory minimums for all but the most serious violent offenses. Not here, not in Bill C-5. The frustration with the ineffectiveness of mandatory minimums has gone so far as to see a provincial court judge in Campbell River last week substituting probation for a mandatory jail sentence for a woman convicted of dealing fentanyl in order to support her own addiction. The judge said she could see no positive impact of a jail sentence in this case. Not only does C-5 fail to address cases like this Campbell River case, but as well, C-5 is missing other elements that would help right the wrongs caused by systemic racism in the justice system. And let's make no mistake about how serious this problem is. The correctional investigator Ivan Zinger reported in 2020 that while Indigenous people make up 4.9% of the total population of Canada, they make up just over 30% of the people in Canadian prisons. Approximately 3.5% of Canadians identified as black in the last sentence, yet black Canadians make up more than 7% of those in prison. And when we look at Indigenous and racialized women, the figures are even more stark. Zinger reported that black women make up just over 9% of women incarcerated, and Indigenous women make up a shocking 42% of the population in women's prisons. This is the result of mandatory minimums. And of course, the injustice doesn't end with incarceration, as then there's the legacy of a criminal record. Not only have Indigenous and racialized Canadians been disproportionately targeted for investigation, prosecution, diversion, fining, and imprisonment, the most marginalized among us then end up stuck with criminal records that make getting a job almost impossible, criminal records that often restrict access to affordable housing. But C-5 lacks any provision for automatic expungement of criminal records for drug possession, something we have been calling for in the NDP for more than 2 years. An automatic expungement is clearly what is needed after we've seen the failure of this government's program for expedited pardons for marijuana convictions, a program that has granted pardons for less than 500 people of the estimated 10,000 eligible in the 2 years it's been operating. We need something better. We need automatic expungement of these records. Again, the narrow drafting of C-5 means for technical reasons, we likely can't add those elements we really need to tackle racial injustice to this bill. Certainly we can't add expungement. It's likely we can't even add additional offenses where mandatory minimums now apply to the removal list. So I have a question for the government this morning, one I'd already been exploring with them before we rushed into this debate. Isn't there a way we can make this bill do more to address both racial injustice and the opioid crisis? New Democrats are ready to talk, but we probably need to do so before we reach the conclusion of this second reading debate. there's a possibility I'll put forward right now to get the ball rolling. And here I have to credit the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, who put forth the following recommendation in Call to Action number 32 more than 6 years ago. This call to action says, quote, "We call upon the federal government to amend the criminal code to allow trial judges, upon giving reasons, to depart from mandatory minimum sentences and restrictions on the use of conditional sentences," end quote. This proposal would allow judges to ignore mandatory minimums where there are good reasons to do so, including the good reason that mandatory minimum sentences are in and of themselves most often unjust. This call to action would restore discretion to judges over sentencing for offenses where mandatory minimums have been imposed is clearly doable. It's just not in Bill C-5. Now, a way to put this call to action into legislation has been provided in what is Bill S-213. But again, it's probably not possible to add restoring discretion for judges when it comes to mandatory minimums to C-5 in committee, because this idea is far beyond the scope of the existing bill. So what I'm asking in the government is, can we think about using the relatively rare process of sending C-5 to committee before the vote at second reading? This would allow the Justice Committee to alter the scope of the bill and to add missing provisions like the TRC Call to Action 34 to Bill C-5 and to add expungement to Bill C-35. That would put some teeth in this bill. Of course, sending C-5 to committee before a second reading vote would require a motion from the minister, and he has that opportunity later today when he speaks. So let me conclude here with this offer to work with the government on Bill C-5. This is renewing the offer New Democrats made when the bill was originally introduced in the last Parliament. And I make this offer pointing to the progress we were able to make on bills like C-4 and C-5 when we were able to work together on common goals and purposes. If sending C-5 to committee before a second reading vote is not the way forward in the government's view, then let's work together to find other ways to strengthen this bill. Am I optimistic about the chances of C-5 proceeding? With the bill as it stands, can the government actually convince us New Democrats there's enough here in C-5 to justify proceeding quickly or even proceeding at all? Certainly, as I've said this morning, I have good ideas of how we can make sure that's true. I know there are misgivings in other parties about certain provisions of the bill, but I also know that no one in this House is unaware of the systemic racism in our justice system and its impact on racialized and Indigenous Canadians. And I know that no one in the House wants to turn a blind eye to the suffering imposed on families by the opioid crisis. Finally, I also know that we won't get a lot of opportunities to address systemic racism in the justice system in this minority parliament. And we won't get many, if any, other opportunities anytime soon to respond effectively to the opioid crisis. So let's not waste the opportunity we have before us now with C-5 to do one or the other or both.
Sorry, the honourable member has run out of time. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Humble River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, I sincerely want to compliment you on your comments and your speech. It was critically important, Madam Speaker, to hear from many of us as we try and deal with some of the issues that are facing society today. And the numbers speak for themselves, no matter what we want to think otherwise. And the numbers clearly indicate that the governments of the day have to take some action. They are asking for that action, and I would hope that our government will respond in a very quick fashion. Does the honourable member not recognize that, given the fact that we have now a Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, that's another step in the right direction to accomplishing the goals that many of us want to see in this House?
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her comments. And yes, as I said in my speech, creation of a Minister of Mental Health and Addictions at the federal level is encouraging. Now the minister has to actually take actions. And we've had now since March of 2021 the proposal from the City of Vancouver for a temporary exemption to the criminalization of personal possession of small amounts of drugs. When will the minister actually act on that application?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. One thing that seemed to be missing, in my view, from my colleague's eloquent words was victims. Frequently, victims are racialized people, disproportionately, in fact. And that's something that has to be stated when we are discussing this. I also thought I heard my honourable colleague say that he was in favour of repealing all mandatory minimums. Would that go as well for sexual offences against children, including those under Section 164.1 of the Criminal Code, which involve production and distribution of child sex abuse material?
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to speak very carefully here. In no way did the member hear me say removing all mandatory minimums. I said very clearly, except for the most serious and violent offences. And I do always take offence in this chamber when members rise and accuse me, an adult survivor of child abuse, of being weak when it comes to offences dealing with offences against children. I have this personal experience. I'm happy to speak about it publicly because the more the victims of this abuse speak out, the more effective we can be at helping them go on with their lives.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to echo what my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord said earlier in his speech. When, for the past year, we've seen an increase in violent crime with firearms. We have seen people shoot even in a library in Laval quite recently. The government has come forward today with a bill where it's proposing to abolish mandatory minimum sentences for some crimes, including with firearms. The timing is quite special. I'd like to hear about this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I spent 20 years teaching criminal justice before I came to this House, and the literature professionally was already clear that mandatory minimums do nothing to deter crime. No one who's about to commit a crime gets out their criminal code and looks up to see what the penalty is going to be and makes a decision on whether to commit that crime based on whether there's a mandatory minimum. It's simply an absurd view. But as I stated in a previous question, we've had more than a decade of experience with mandatory minimums in this country, especially on firearms, and they have done nothing to deter firearm crime. There are many other ways to tackle this crime. Mandatory minimums make no contribution.
And comments, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and neighbour from Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke for a fantastic speech, very illustrating of his many years of experience on this file. Earlier this year, in the previous Parliament, the Standing Committee on Public Safety released a report on systemic racism in policing in Canada. And so when I look at the new additions to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that this Bill C-5 is making, the Declaration of Principles, the Warnings and Referrals section, it gives me a little bit of a pause because, you know, if you look at the experiences of Indigenous and racialized Canadians with police forces, we are now making it through this bill entirely dependent on the police officer's judgment as to whether they will issue a warning or referral or whether that Declaration of Principles will guide them in the interaction. I'm just wondering if my colleague can comment further on that approach and the problems that might be inherent in it. Thank you.
Honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for that question. I think it's an important question, and I did raise it in my speech, that given the history of systemic racism that we have in policing, I am, too, a bit concerned about who will actually benefit by the warnings and referrals sections. And will that be something that only more mainstream and less marginalized Canadians will benefit from, and instead racialized and Indigenous Canadians will continue to be over-involved in the justice system for things which are actually a reflection of poverty and addiction instead of an intent to commit crime.
Then comments, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member both for their years of advocacy around decriminalizing illicit drugs and for the decision to include a mention of Call to Action 32 from the TRCA in their speech this morning. I wanted to ask the honourable member if they'd be willing to comment further as it relates to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, citing that report from page 644, mandatory minimum sentences are especially harsh for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people, which leads to higher incarceration rates. Would the honourable member be open to sharing his views on this? Thank you.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question because I think he re-emphasizes a point I was trying to make in my speech, that we've known for a long time that the main impact of mandatory minimums falls very heavily on Indigenous women. And when we look at the figures of more than 40% of the women incarcerated in this country being Indigenous, there's something seriously wrong with our system, not just our justice system, with our social system as a whole. And the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry, the Truth and Reconciliation, called our attention to this and called for action. And we have the chance to take those actions now in strengthening C5. And I would very much hope that we can have those discussions at committee, but that would require the minister to refer this bill to committee before a second reading vote.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I'd like to thank my colleague from Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke, for his expertise and his decades of advocacy on issues of social justice and others like this. And I also want to acknowledge that he is an expert in the subject matter. He asked, or he actually mentioned that we were rushing to this debate a little bit, and I would tend to agree, but I would also tend to agree with him about the urgency of this matter and the importance of correcting wrongs of the past. I have here a list of the mandatory minimum penalties that would be repealed and ones that would not be repealed. And I also want to thank him for his bravery in speaking out on issues that were aforementioned. I'd like to read an excerpt from another colleague who's worked hard on bills of these matters from Beaches East York, requiring police and prosecutors to consider alternative measures, including diverting individuals to addiction treatment programs, giving a warning, or taking no further action instead of laying charges or prosecuting individuals for simple possession. I agree that this will address systemic racism in our judicial system, but I also agree that this bill will not fix everything. In closing, Madam Speaker, I just want to express interest and enthusiasm in collaborating with the member on this bill, because I think of all of us here in this place, he's got some expertise that we'll all benefit from.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for his kind remarks and kind compliments. I think we've shown in this Parliament that when we put our minds to it, we can get things done. And when I said we were rushing into debate, yes, we need to rush on this because of the urgency of the issues, but rushing into the debate before we've had a chance to have those discussions about what is our common purpose here, what is it that we can accomplish by working together is what I was referring to. And we certainly need to have those talks, and we need to have those talks soon.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Parkdale High Park. So I stand before you as a member of Parliament for Whitby, but I grew up in Peel region with a father who was a homicide detective for much of my upbringing, who also then moved to the National Parole Board. So in terms of my life and my history, my father actually spent most of his career catching individuals that were committing crimes in our community in Peel region where I grew up, making sure that they were convicted of those crimes, but then spent the latter half of his career working towards, basically reintegrating offenders successfully within society. I'll also just start out by saying that I spent 7 years working with a local halfway house in Brampton, which definitely gives me some unique perspective on the bill that we're debating today. So, Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to speak on Bill C5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Today I will be speaking on the issue of mandatory minimum penalties, or MMPs for short, in the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The importance of equitable sentencing laws in the criminal justice system cannot be overstated. Indeed, imprisonment represents one of the most grave intrusions by the state into the lives of individuals. And as such, sentencing laws must be carefully reviewed in order to ensure that they reflect the values that Canadians hold dear. Unfortunately, there are inconsistencies within the current sentencing regime provided by the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that have disproportionately impacted Indigenous people, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities right across Canada. This bill proposes to repeal the particular MMPs that have been shown to have the most significant impact on those communities, while ensuring that courts can continue to impose sentences for violent and serious crimes that respond to their seriousness and the harm caused. When considering the appropriate sanction for an offender in a criminal case, a judge must effectively balance the principles of proportionality, parity, and restraint. The principle of proportionality requires a sentence to reflect the gravity of the offense and the degree of responsibility of the offender, also taking into consideration some of the background circumstances within which that offender offended. The principle of parity requires it to be similar to those imposed on similar offenders in similar circumstances. Perhaps most importantly is the principle of restraint, which dictates that an offender should not be deprived of liberty if less restrictive sanctions may be appropriate in the circumstances. Balancing these principles is highly individualized and is a process that demands an assessment of all relevant factors, including the personal characteristics and life experiences of the individual standing before the court. However, when an offense carries a mandatory minimum penalty, the minimum punishment is prescribed by law. This removes a certain amount of discretion from judges and means that they cannot impose sentences below the legislated minimum, even in cases where they find that a shorter period of imprisonment or no imprisonment at all would be an appropriate sentence given the circumstances of the offense. I will also add here that the Canadian Sentencing Commission recommended the abolition of all MMPs except for murder, and 90% of Canadians, when surveyed, agreed that judges should be given sentencing discretion. While proponents of MMPs often argue that this ensures consistency and fairness in sentences for the same crime, the reality is that for some crimes this can and does yield unfair results, and that have negative impacts in the justice system writ large, as well as on victims. MMPs can be inconsistent with the direction in the Criminal Code requiring judges to use imprisonment with restraint and to consider all available sanctions other than imprisonment that are reasonable in the circumstances for all offenders, with particular attention to the circumstances of Indigenous offenders. Data shows that between 2007 and 2017, Indigenous and Black individuals were more likely to be admitted to federal custody for an offense punishable by an MMP than were other Canadians. In fact, the proportion of Indigenous adults admitted with an offense punishable by an MMP almost doubled between those years, from 14% to 26%. Similarly, in 2018-2019, Black people represented 7.2% of the federal inmate population, but only 3% of the Canadian population. Indigenous people and Black Canadians are particularly overrepresented for firearm and drug offenses carrying mandatory minimum penalties. Specifically, Black Canadians comprise 43% of individuals convicted of importing, exporting drugs in 2016-2017, while Indigenous people comprised 40% of those admitted for a firearm-related offense that same year. And I'll quote from the study. Over the 10-year study period, Black and other visible minority offenders were much more likely to be admitted with a conviction for an offense publishable by an MMP. In response to this data, Bill C-5 proposes to repeal mandatory minimum penalties for all drug offenses in the CDSA, as well as for one tobacco-related offense and 13 firearm-related offenses in the Criminal Code. MMPs should remain for offenses such as murder, sexual assault, all child sexual offenses, and for certain offenses involving restricted or prohibited firearms, or where the offense involves a firearm and is linked to organized crime. While MMPs have been in place since the Criminal Code was first enacted, they were largely the exception until relatively recently. Over the last 2 decades, there was an increased reliance on MMPs to further denounce crimes, deter offenders, and separate them from society. Now, what's interesting here is the evidence shows the contrary. In fact, there is really no deterrence effect that MMPs provide. No criminal stands, in contemplation before committing an offense, considering the length of the sentence that they're going to get before committing an offense. It literally does not deter future crime. So if one of the intentions behind the support for MMPs in the first place was that they're supposed to deter crime, that is actually false based on the evidence that I've been able to see and based on my personal experience actually too, from working with ex-offenders. In fact, I think MMPs also are incredibly expensive and ineffective in general. They increase the rate and volume of incarceration. Prosecutors can use the threat of mandatory minimum sentences as a bargaining chip. Harsher penalties increase defendants' incentives to go to trial because of higher stakes, which means they're less likely to plead guilty and instead go to trial. They clog up the justice system. They lead to charter challenges and, in essence, increased court costs result. Also, longer, harsher sentences lead to the overcrowding of our prisons and increased prison costs. Overcrowding in prisons also contributes to the congestion within the criminal justice system, which soaks up the vast quantities of limited resources. This takes resources that could otherwise be dedicated to release planning and reintegration efforts that actually reduce recidivism. Remember, recidivism is the rate at which offenders that are released reoffend, and in many cases are a measure of success in terms of the measures that are implemented. Lengthier sentences actually increase the likelihood of reoffending, and the evidence shows that recidivism actually goes up the longer people stay in prison. I think there are many reasons for that, but there's more institutionalization, they're subject to greater stigmatization when released, and they have a harder time finding work and reconciling with family members. Perhaps I'll just end with a little bit of a story. So I worked with federal offenders in helping reintegrate them into society for about 7 years with St. Leonard's Place Peel. These offenders were out on statutory release under conditions, and many of them with the right reintegration supports and programming in community, many of them were not reoffending. So we had about a 92 to 96% effectiveness rate. And so you can see that, in essence, the whole tough on crime agenda and approach just seems to be an ideological narrative that is not based in facts and reality. So I hope that all members of this House will support Bill C-5. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to talk about facts and realities for a second for the member opposite. In 2015, the percentage of Indigenous population in prison was 25%. Now it is 30%. So why has his Liberal government failed in reducing the percentage of Indigenous inmates across Canadian penitentiaries?
The honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member. I would say that basically the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in our prison system is a direct result of having mandatory minimum penalties entrenched in our criminal code, and I think that's exactly what Bill C-5 helps to address, is to repeal those mandatory minimum penalties. And I think there's much more that we can do, but a lot of it has to do with the work that our government is doing on reconciliation. Largest amount of money in any federal budget dedicated to Indigenous people. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, we talked about the poor timing of bringing forward this bill, particularly given the firearm situation in Quebec and the abolition of mandatory minimums. So I'd like to know what he thinks about the fact that some of these mandatory minimums are being abolished for firearms offenses like deliberately discharging a firearm and so on. Thank you.
Member for Whitby.
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the member opposite's question. I think it's a good question. I think in terms of the timing of this piece of legislation, I think there's no better time than now to deal with systemic racism within our justice system. I think it's long overdue. There's evidence that's been accumulating for decades on how ineffective mandatory minimum penalties are. In fact, they do nothing to deter gun crime. So in essence, I'm not really sure how to respond to the member opposite because I think, in my view, there's no better time than now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. If you listen to the debate, and for the Conservatives, it will appear that their approach is to address the opioid crisis with a criminal justice approach. We on the NDP, and I hope on the government side as well, take a different perspective. And if we really want to address the issue to save lives and to treat the issue as a health issue, will the member then call on their own government to decriminalize for small amount of possession for personal use, and as well as bringing in safe supply now? Because we have a crisis, people are dying, and it is urgent.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, I want to thank the member opposite for her question. I think it's a really good question, and I do agree with her general sentiments. I think from my perspective, the opioid crisis and all substance use issues really are a health issue and should be treated as such. I think our government's definitely looking at safe supply and harm reduction methods and are really making investments in headway in that area. So thank you.
Questions and comments? A brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend for his very thoughtful intervention. And I want to ask him very specific questions with respect to off-ramps within the criminal justice system. I know diversion programs are very important, as well as the discretion for judges to have sentencing. If he can talk about his experience with the type of supports that are available for young people who want to get off the criminal justice system.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for such a great question, and it gives me the opportunity to talk about some of those off-ramps for offenders, whether they be youth offenders or federal offenders. I think from my perspective, there's a robust support system in communities that can help effectively reintegrate offenders. Certainly there's lots at the front end that we can do also to deter gang violence and crime and prevent crime from happening as well, which I see is where our government has placed a lot of emphasis in dealing with poverty reduction, homelessness, substance use issues, but to do so through a health lens and through a social justice lens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Businesses and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rise today to join this important debate on Bill C-5. I'm speaking to you today from the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people in Canada's House of Commons. This bill that is being debated today is a critical one insofar as the changes it will make to the Criminal Code of Canada to address systemic racism and systemic discrimination in the criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, anyone who's been listening to this morning's debate knows quite clearly at this point that we're facing a very serious issue. That issue is the overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous persons in our criminal justice system, primarily Black and Indigenous men, Madam Speaker. How did we get to this situation? Well, we've gotten to the situation in terms of preparing legislation, tabling it in the last Parliament, and retabling it again in this Parliament because we've listened fundamentally to the experts. Experts that I had the privilege to consult with in my previous capacity in the last Parliament as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice at the time. We've also listened to Canadians among whom are my constituents in Parkdale I Park, who've been seized with certain issues that relate to challenges that are not just about individual acts of discrimination vis-a-vis one particular person or group of people, but rather norms and rules that embody our systems and our institutions. And there's no more robust place where we need to do work, the heavy work and the hard lifting that goes into addressing systemic racism than the criminal justice system of Canada. We know that Canadians in every riding in this country country were seized by the videos we saw of George Floyd. Things that were also occurring here in Canada with respect to Indigenous populations. We can talk about the response of of law enforcement to the Mi'kmaq fishers on the East Coast. We can talk about RCMP officers and the overuse of violent force vis-a-vis Inuit individuals who in Canada's far north. These are images, these are stories, these are issues that really captivated our nation. That is why we are here today, Madam Speaker, acting and mobilizing on that sentiment, because we're here to hear and listen to those voices and act upon them. Madam Speaker, the stats are also something we've consulted, and the stats themselves are startling, and let me repeat some of them here. In 2020, despite representing 5% of the Canadian adult population, Indigenous adults account for 30% of federally incarcerated inmates. That is six-fold increase, Madam Speaker. That is truly, you're right, I agree, that is reprehensible. I think I heard that from across the way. In 2018, 2019, although black individuals represent 7.2% of the Canadian population, 3% of the Canadian population, they represent 7.2% of the federal offender population, more than a two-fold increase. What I've heard about from my constituents in Parkdale High Park, from people right around this country who I've had the chance to speak to, is that we need to act. And that is why we are taking action now, specifically as it relates to black and Indigenous persons, among other persons of color. Because there's a unanimous sense that I've heard about the need to take action. And what are we doing today, Madam Speaker? We're talking about a bill that will do so in 3 areas. But before I touch on those 3 areas, I want to outline 2 broad themes that underlie the points I'm making today. The first point is that we need to tackle systemic racism. The second point is that we are a government, and on this side of the chamber, that believes in judicial discretion. And that is fundamental because it'll underpin what I'm going to speak about. So what will Bill C-5 do, Madam Speaker? First, it will repeal mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment for certain offences, not all offences, but for certain offences, to address the disproportionate impact on Indigenous and black offenders, along with those struggling with substance abuse and addiction, as raised appropriately by the member for Vancouver East. Secondly, it will allow for greater use of conditional sentence orders, CSOs in the legal parlance, Madam Speaker, in a case where an offender faces a term of less than 2 years imprisonment and does not pose a threat to public safety. Third, Madam Speaker, is it will address the issue that we are dealing with, drugs, opioids, and addiction in this country, by requiring police and prosecutors to consider other measures for simple possession of drugs, such as diversion to addiction treatment programs, rather than laying charges or prosecuting individuals for simple possession of an illegal drug. Madam Speaker, we've heard about this in terms of the first category. We've heard about this ad nauseum during this morning's debate about mandatory minimum penalties, why they exist, whether they're useful, etc. Madam Speaker, I rest on the side of the evidence. And the evidence has shown us clearly that regardless of how they're imposed, who imposed them, how long they've been in place, mandatory minimums have only served to disproportionately impact particularly men of color, but including Indigenous women, by having them overrepresented in our criminal justice system. Why, Madam Speaker? Because for crimes like simple possession of narcotics, simple possession of a firearm, or first-time offenders using a firearm, more likely than not, people of color are interacting with the criminal justice system based on these charges, and more likely than not, they are facing, because of the mandatory minimums, jail time. Why is this problematic, Madam Speaker? One, because it eschews judicial discretion. And that is where the problem lies. You heard about this from the member from Whitby when he spoke about the experience of he and his family, including his father, about what we need to do to ensure that people aren't set down a certain path for the rest of their entire lives. And the way we do that, Madam Speaker, is by not putting them into a revolving door situation of incarceration after incarceration, where people are actually habituated towards a life of criminality behind bars. The way we do that, Madam Speaker, is by ensuring that there are other options available. And one of those options is giving judges the tools they need in order to craft a sentence that is appropriate for a particular individual. As a minor digression, Madam Speaker, this is what informs our motivation behind impact of race and culture assessments, something that we're also funding, because we want to be able to look hard at an individual accused and understand their life circumstances, what got them to this place, and how we can ensure they don't reappear in front of a court 6 months or 6 years from now, again on a repeat offense, but getting them out of a cycle of potential criminality and towards a cycle of productive life contributing to our communities. And by binding the hands of judges, we have seen exactly the opposite. So the exact law and order methodology that is professed by members of the official opposition is actually turned on its head, Madam Speaker, by this kind of blanket prohibition, because all it does is produce more criminality, not less. And that's why we are standing up against it. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the judges themselves have spoken out against these types of penalties. Decision after decision after decision, Madam Speaker, has been rendered by courts as high as the Supreme Court of Canada, rendering these types of penalties as unconstitutional. Madam Speaker, they violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That is why we're taking action, because we believe in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and adhering to it, particularly when guided by the judiciary. Madam Speaker, what the impact has been in terms of these penalties is quite legion. Madam Speaker, in terms of the worsening over time, we know that in 1999, Indigenous peoples represented approximately 2% of the adult population, but accounted for 17% of federal admissions to federal penitentiaries. And yet, by 2020, after a series of mandatory minimums were added to the criminal code by the previous Conservative government, we have now a situation where 30% of the inmate population of federally incarcerated inmates are Indigenous. That is a trend in the wrong direction, Madam Speaker, a trend we need to correct. And Madam Speaker, don't let this bill be mischaracterized. Canadians watching, and I know it's not just our mothers and fathers for all of us that watch during the middle of the day, other people do watch during the middle of the day, the House of Commons. What they need to know is that we're not purporting to get rid of mandatory minimum penalties for serious offenders. So in the case of firearms, for those who traffic or smuggle or commit repeated assaults, violent assaults, or in fact even murder using a firearm, those mandatory minimums are not what is being targeted. We're targeting a single first-time offender in a low-level offense. That is who we do not want destined for a life of criminality. Madam Speaker, the other serious issue that needs to be addressed is, and I've got about 2 minutes on my clock, is conditional sentencing orders. And what I want to emphasize here, Madam Speaker, is that this is the old-fashioned notion of house arrest. And it goes back to the point I made at the very outset of my remarks today, that if you want to ensure an individual is not subjected or destined to a life of criminality or a life of interacting with the criminal justice system, one good way to ensure that is to ensure that they don't spend time behind bars for their first offense. Instead, where they're not a significant threat to public safety, when they're not likely to reoffend, at that point in time, what you do is you subject them to a conditional sentence order, allowing them to serve their sentence outside of incarceration, subject to certain restrictions, which is critical because you need to ensure that there's a penalty applied, Madam Speaker. But by not having them placed behind bars, you don't subject people to a life of criminality. This is critical. Madam Speaker, the last point I want to make, and what we've seen is that conditional sentence orders entrenched by Alan Rock when he was Minister of Justice about 26 years ago, Madam Speaker, have been eroded over time by the previous Conservative government. What we're trying to do is return to the status quo ante. The last point I want to make is on drug diversion, Madam Speaker. This is critical, and the reason why we're doing this is simple. Because we're listening to the evidence in the City of Toronto and the City of Vancouver. We're listening to the Canadian Chiefs of Police who have advocated for this type of drug diversion. We're listening to the Director of Public Prosecutions because they have said themselves that not having diversion actually clogs up our system and renders the system less effective in terms of addressing the true cause of criminal behavior. These are important initiatives, Madam Speaker. They're threefold within this legislation. I hope all members will stand behind this important bill. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech. I'd like him to specify, if I understood correctly, he talked about maintaining the mandatory minimum sentences. Would C5 maintain MMPs for offences related to firearms involving trafficking, importing, or exporting, and certain offences involving firearms, restricted or prohibited firearms, or any use related to organized crime? Is that what he's guaranteeing? If not, would he be open to that being maintained? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciated the member for Montcalm's question, and I congratulate him on being re-elected. What this bill aims to do is simple offences. It targets simple offences with first-time offenders. For the types of offences that the member mentioned, like trafficking, importing, and exporting, where there are more serious sentences, obviously those will be treated seriously with proportionate and appropriate sentences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your speech today to the member opposite. I'd ask in this bill, could you cover the area and how we are going to be able to reduce drug abuse in our country? I think that's something everyone's talked about over all of the speeches I've listened to this morning and into this afternoon. And in this bill, if you are having less crimes for drug trafficking and those people that are putting fentanyl and opioids back onto the street for people to consume, how does this bill help in the opioid crisis that we are fighting today, which many people in this chamber have talked about? This bill does nothing to aid in a solution to that crisis that we are trying to ensure is limited going forward.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member from Regina Louvain. So one point of clarification, this bill does not touch issues such as drug trafficking. That is not a low-level drug offense. What this bill does touch is mandatory minimums that relate to simple possession of narcotics for people such as a first-time offender. So point number one. What we are doing vis-a-vis drugs and the opioid crisis is treating it as a health problem and not a justice problem. We've done that with our approach to safe supply. We've done that with our approach to safe injection sites. We will continue to do that as we consider requests that have been made from cities like Vancouver and Toronto for things like the decriminalization of simple possession. This is critical in facing a battle against the opioid crisis in which we all share a responsibility. Merci.
Then comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. There are things in this bill that I am very, very pleased to see and I'm very supportive of. What I'm wondering, though, is if the member would agree that it would be a useful next step to send this bill to committee so that the bill can be given more opportunity to be built up, to be amended, to have things added to it, things that the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Commission has recommended, that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has recommended. If he would be willing to send it to committee first before the vote, if that would be something he'd consider.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member for Edmonton Strathcona for the question. Welcome her back to the House in terms of her re-election. I think it's critical that this gets studied thoroughly at committee. That's a very important issue, and having served on the Justice Committee for many years, I think it's one of the best committees in Parliament in terms of its scrutiny of legislation that comes before it. Vis-a-vis the timing of when it arrives at the committee, I believe we've already commenced second reading debate, so I believe the question, that issue has already been addressed in terms of the stage at which it would arrive at committee. It would be following this second reading debate. Thank you.
Have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. He touched on judicial independence, and I think that's fundamental as part of this legislation, which is saying to the judges and those that will be adjudicating this case that they're better placed to be able to make the decisions on the nuances of the facts of each individual case. I know the member opposite, I believe, has a legal background. Can he speak to how important that is fundamentally to allowing judges to be able to take this as opposed to parliamentarians imposing?
Brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I think the member from King's Hants, I think it's fundamental. I think what you have on this side of the House is a government that believes in the quality of our judiciary and also in their ability to analyze an individual accused that is before their court, and also to consider factors such as social context, including systemic racism and discrimination, something we amended into legislation on judicial training in the last Parliament. That is exactly the kind of characterization that judges need to account for to allow them to calibrate the penalty for an individual accused and fundamentally to avoid recidivism. Merci.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I begin today, I'd like to first thank the fine people of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner for putting their trust in me for the third time. It is an absolute honor to serve you and privilege to serve you in this capacity. To my core campaign team, Chair Ryan Thorburn, volunteer coordinators, office managers, get out the vote leaders, full-time encouragers, and basically the real bosses of the campaign, Charlene Wagner and Margot Dick, our IT go-to guy, Dean Gray, my financial wizard and agent, Dave Camphor, planning, printing, and logistics, Tim Seitz, the volunteer care and event planning, Val Seitz, all things signs, Alex Dubanowski and Gary Proctor. Thank you all so much for your dedication and hard work. You are a testament of what can be accomplished when you get together as a team, and I will always be indebted to you. To the many volunteers who door knocked and put up signs and helped in the office and volunteered for scrutineering on E-Day, thank you. None of this is possible without you. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, let me turn my attention now to Bill C-5, which is the exact same bill, ironically, that was introduced as Bill C-22 in the last Parliament before the Prime Minister called his snap vanity election. The Liberals would want Canadians to believe that Bill C-5 is simply about reducing minimum sentencing for simple drug possession, but that is not so. Most Canadians would be alarmed to learn that the Liberal Bill C-5 is aimed at eliminating mandatory prison time for criminals who prey on our communities and victimize the vulnerable. Bill C-5 proposes to eliminate mandatory prison time not for petty crimes, Madam Speaker, but for things like drug trafficking and acts of violence. It will even allow violent criminals to serve their sentences on house arrest, not in prison, putting our communities at continued risk. Over the last 6 years, Liberal legislation on crime and the criminal justice system has been largely out of touch with the realities of most Canadians, especially those impacted by crime. Canada's crime stats confirm that as we see rising crime rates all across this country, increased gang violence and shootings, increased organized crime activities, increased drug trafficking, drug use, and drug overdoses. Now, let me focus for the next few minutes on examining several of the main areas of C-5, those being the elimination of mandatory prison time for firearm offenses, the elimination of mandatory prison time for drug dealers, the expansion of conditional sentences, and the diversion for simple drug possession. Now, I tried to look at this legislation through my lens, previously as in law enforcement for 35 years, as well as that of a parliamentarian representing the constituents of my riding and their voices. So let's first of all look at the elimination of mandatory prison time for firearm offenses. In contrast to the Liberal spin on their so-called tough on gun violence they've been feeding Canadians, there is the complete hypocrisy of Bill C-5, eliminating several mandatory minimum sentences related to gun crimes. Serious gun crimes such as robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, using a firearm in the commission of an offense, discharging a firearm with intent. And just for those who aren't sure, that's criminal code language for you're shooting at someone. Illegal possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm, importing, exporting an unauthorized firearm, discharging a firearm recklessly, and other firearm offenses like weapons trafficking, importing or exporting knowing that the firearm is unauthorized, possession or prohibited of a prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, possession of a weapon obtained by the commission of an offense in Canada, possession for the purpose of weapons trafficking. What does this really all amount to? Because the Liberals believe the current laws are unfair, they are eliminating mandatory prison time for criminals who commit such things as robbery with a firearm, drive-by shootings, and unlawful possession of firearms. It is clearer than ever the Liberals are more interested in protecting criminals than they are protecting our communities. If you think things are bad now, just wait for this legislation to take effect should it pass in its current form. I'm afraid the worst is yet to come. Let's look at the second area within this bill, the elimination of mandatory prison time for drug dealers. At a time in our country when we are experiencing the heartbreak of addictions and overdose deaths, the Liberal solution is to eliminate mandatory prison time for several offenses in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that specifically target drug dealers. Offenses like trafficking or possession for the purpose of trafficking, importing or exporting or possession for the purpose of importing or exporting, and production of a Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 substance, which are, wait for it, drugs like fentanyl, crystal meth, heroin, cocaine, the very drugs that are wreaking havoc on our communities, Madam Speaker. How does that even make sense? Well, the Liberals will try to spin and tell you that C-5 will help those who struggle with addictions. Come on. Canadians aren't that naive or stupid. They know the Liberals are purposefully failing to point out that the mandatory minimums that they are being eliminating here are for drug dealers who specifically prey on those with addictions. This is not the solution. It will only make the current problems a lot worse. The next area I want to look at is the expansion of conditional sentencing in Bill C-5. Now, Bill C-5 allows for greater use of conditional sentencing orders, like house arrest, for a significant number of serious offenses where the offender faces a prison term of less than 2 years. Those offenses now include sexual assault, kidnapping, criminal harassment, human trafficking, abduction of a person under the age of 14, assault causing bodily harm or assault with a weapon, assaulting a peace officer causing bodily harm or assaulting a peace officer with a weapon, trafficking or importing Schedule III drugs, which are hallucinogenics like LSD and psilocybin, and many other offenses like prison breach, motor vehicle theft, theft over $5,000, breaking and entering a place other than a dwelling house, unlawfully in a dwelling house, arson for a fraudulent purpose, causing bodily harm by criminal negligence. What this all means, Madam Speaker, is that criminals who prey on victims in their communities can now serve their sentence at home, many times in the same neighborhoods as their victims. Again, this clearly puts communities at risk. For years now, we've heard whispers that the Liberal government was trying to empty out our prisons, trying to expedite parole, and trying to reduce sentences. Well, it now appears as though those whispers are coming true, Madam Speaker. But I wonder, how will conditional sentences deter criminals who prey on our communities? And Madam Speaker, I want to also touch briefly on another aspect of Bill C-5, that being the diversion measures for simple drug possession. Again, the Liberals will try to tell you and have Canadians believe that the diversion section in Bill C-5 now all of a sudden gives police and prosecutors the ability to use their discretion when determining whether to lay charges or to warn or to refer to support programs for simple drug possession. Well, it might come as a complete surprise to these Liberals that that has been the case all along, and police have been doing that and have been using their discretion for decades of whether to lay charges for simple drug possession. In fact, Canada's Public Prosecution Service has recently and previously issued a directive to prosecutors to avoid prosecuting simple drug possession unless there are major public safety concerns. Yes, I admit, Bill C-5 now does codify this approach, but it is unlikely to have any impact, as this is already the practice when dealing with simple drug possession. Madam Speaker, this legislation is out of touch with rising crime on our streets. It's out of touch with the needs of victims and communities battling gang violence. It's out of touch with law enforcement from across the country who continue to report rising crime, increased violent crime, and more gang shootings. And this legislation, Madam Speaker, is out of touch with our country's opioid epidemic. Crime has been increasing every year the Liberals have been in power, reversing a 2-decade trend. This is the worst government on keeping Canadians safe in the last 20 years. According to Stats Canada, the Crime Severity Index has risen since 2015 from a 66.9 rating to a 79.5 rating in 2019, a 25% increase in serious crime. The Violent Crime Index has increased from 70.7 in 2014 to 89.7 in 2019, also a 25% increase in the last 5 years in violent crimes. Stats Canada also reports that rural crime and the rates of rural crime are increasing 23% faster than urban crime rates. Madam Speaker, the Toronto Police Service has some of the best publicly available stats when it comes to the realities in their community. And there has been an increase in shootings, gun homicides, and injuries each year the last 6 years the Liberals have been in government. For comparison, let's first look at 2014, before the Liberals formed government, as a baseline for the Toronto numbers. So in 2014, there was 177 shootings in Toronto alone, which amounted to 103 people killed or injured. Those are unacceptable numbers, but they pale in comparison to the years that have followed. In 2016, there were 393 shootings in Toronto, with 183 people killed or injured. In 2017,
There were 367 shootings with 180 people killed or injured. 218, Toronto again had 393 shootings with 208 people killed or injured. 2019, those numbers jumped to 492 shootings and 284 people killed or injured. And in 2020, 462 shootings and 217 lives lost or injured. And so far in 2021, those numbers are continuing at similar unacceptable numbers with over 380 shootings and 198 people killed or injured. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, Canadians are wondering, how will this bill reduce shootings and people dying, even by just one? What will removing mandatory minimum sentences on firearm offenses such as the one I've mentioned, what will it do for our communities? Safer communities should be the focus of this government, but sadly, it is not. Since 2016, nearly 30,000, that's 30,000 Canadians have died from opioid-related addiction and overdose. Why then is the first action of this Liberal government to reduce sentences on drug trafficking? How is this helping the tens of thousands battling addiction who have their habits fed by the very drug dealers preying on the vulnerable who this bill will protect? Going after these drug dealers should be the priority of this place. Madam Speaker, Canadians don't feel safe, and nothing in this bill will help them be any safer in their homes and in their communities. In 2020, an Angus Reid survey found that 48% of Canadians felt crime is getting worse. And Canadians are rightly tired of being afraid in their own neighborhoods and in their own homes. And the top priority of any government should be the protection of its people. And this bill does nothing to address those threats to Canadians and against Canadians. It only protects the criminals from being held responsible for their crimes. Madam Speaker, the bill really just shows how far out of step this Liberal government is with the needs and concerns of everyday Canadians. A legal scholar recently suggested that when looking at legislation, we should be asking, what is the problem or problems we are trying to solve? And does the proposed legislation actually solve those problems? It's the kind of question that should be asked in this place every time the Criminal Code or any other similar act is used to try and solve policy problems. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that after reviewing Bill C-5, I would assert that this legislation may actually contribute to the problems we are facing in this country rather than trying to solve them. It does nothing to improve public safety. So let's be clear. The problems that this government should be trying to solve is gun violence, committed by criminals and gangs using illegal firearms, mostly smuggled into this country and used to kill in communities across Canada. They should be trying to solve the addiction and drug problems that we have and overdose deaths plaguing our communities across this country, not catering to those who contribute to the epidemic. And Madam Speaker, they should be focused on holding those responsible for their violent crimes and their drug dealing and focusing on rehabilitation and not a revolving door of justice. The Liberal solution to these problems, however, is a lazy, misguided approach that caters to criminals, ignores victims, and does not protect Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will now entertain any questions.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his intervention. One of the statistics that my friend didn't mention is that the racialized nature of incarceration. For example, 42% of women in federal penitentiaries are Indigenous women. For example, 7% of the male population in prisons are black male, whereas only 3%, whereas they only represent 3% of the population. He did not mention the term systemic racism at all in the context of this debate, and I'm wondering if you can reflect on it and maybe incorporate that into what we need to do in order to ensure that there's fairness within the overall criminal justice system.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Yes, it's fair to say I was in public safety for a number of years with some of my colleagues from across the way, and there are a disturbing number of individuals incarcerated that are racially marginalized. And one of the things that we've found through those studies is that certain individuals, by nature of who knows what, and those studies are still ongoing, do not access the programs that are available, do not access the justice system supports that are available to help them navigate their way through the justice system. So that being said, I don't know what in this bill prevents people from being held responsible for their crimes, or nor does it abdicate the responsibility of those individuals to be responsible for that. But furthermore, there are some offenses here that we're talking about that aren't petty crimes. They're not things that would be that society would consider to be more property offenses or things that we can rehabilitate an individual. Generally, we're talking people who commit crimes against other people. And in that...
For other questions, I'm sorry, I'm sure the honourable member will be able to continue during the next question. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We always have the impression when we listen to the Conservatives talk about crime that, as one of my colleagues said earlier, and he used the expression, shut the door and lock and throw away the key. There was a study done a few years ago, and the things were quite interesting. It was on the government website. It says study done. None of the analyses allowed to conclude that prison time stops people from repeat offending. And it's the same rate for repeat offense as if they had served a sentence in the community. There's no tie between long-term sentences and the occurrence of repeat offenses. In fact, it seems that it's the opposite that is true. Long sentences increase the repeat offense rate by 3%. The analyses based on risk assessment show that there is no dissuasive or disincentive to being incarcerated. End of quote. What does my colleague think of these figures?
Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend for the question. I think it's fair to say that this House, and certainly on this side of the House, we advocate for a compassionate and fair approach to, and rehabilitative approach to criminal justice and to incarceration. That also includes accountability for those who have committed the crime. But that doesn't stop people from reoffending. And I appreciate the comment that these numbers don't support people from reoffending if they've done short times or long length of time. And I think the problem is inside, where the programs are not available to folks who can receive the help they need, whether it be an addiction process, counseling, whether it can be skills trade. One of the gaps that we have in the Correctional Services Canada is we have limited ability for individuals to be rehabilitated and learn new skills, and that I think is the biggest issue that we have facing those who find themselves incarcerated.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been curious throughout today's debate on Bill C-5. I mean, is it the position of the Conservative Party that they don't have faith in the men and women of this country who serve as judges? Because they don't seem to believe at all in judicial discretion. I mean, the problem with the Conservative approach is they think that by supporting this bill or supporting the idea that mandatory minimums should be done away with, that we somehow also believe that people should just walk away scot-free, and nothing could be further from the truth. What I'd like to draw the attention of the member to is Section 718.2 of the Criminal Code, which gives judges the ability to either increase or reduce a sentence based on aggravating factors. And would you not agree that we cannot have a black and white approach to every single case? I would rather put my trust in the person who is sitting on the bench, who can look at an individual circumstances and look at the particular severe aspects of the crime, and then make the appropriate judgment in each individual case.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend for the question. I actually do have faith in our judicial approach, in our judicial system. I have a number of provincial court judges and Queen's Bench justices friends who I respect highly. I have been in courtrooms where I have watched the adjudication process and admired the skill and the fairness approach that our justice system has. But I think one of the things we have to remember is our court systems are busy. Prosecutors are looking at ways to limit the number of court exposures, and sometimes while that may work in some cases, it does not work in all cases, and many times the habitual criminals continue to be habitual criminals and preying on our communities. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague both for his service as a police officer and for his speech. And, you know, I think that the government has been clear they want to reduce gun crime in Canada, and all Canadians would agree that's the right thing to do. But I don't understand why reducing the penalty for gun crime would actually reduce gun crime, and I wondered if the member could illuminate me.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you to my friend for the question. Many things have baffled me in the last 5 years that I've been here from this government. And their whole approach to solving the public safety issues surrounding gun violence is certainly one of them. Targeting law-abiding Canadians who statistically have been shown to not be the problem with gun crimes in our communities, and targeting them and doing the lazy approach to law enforcement or to firearm legislation is certainly an example of that. Reducing sentences for people who import firearms, who are in possession of firearms, who use a firearm to commission an offense, who shoot at people with a firearm. We're considering them no mandatory minimums for that. What deterrent is there? You know, it's interesting, Madam Speaker. I had the privilege of being in now the Public Safety Minister's riding a couple of years ago, and we visited a mom who had her 2 daughters shot. Both of them were shot, not killed, thankfully, by in crossfire with gang violence. And this woman, I asked her clearly, what should be done by us as legislators in this House to solve this problem? And she said clearly, the gangs who shoot up our streets in Toronto are not afraid of the police and they're not afraid of the law. Right. So you need to have some teeth in the law that's going to hold them who use gun crimes to account in our country. And until we do that, we will continue to see gun crime and the killing of our kids in our communities. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today and also acknowledge his 35-year service in policing, and also acknowledge his very clear sense of duty. Sadly, the member used the word liberal more times than he used the word racism, so I would remind him that this bill isn't about party or politics, but more so about who mandatory minimum penalties actually harm. Mandatory minimum penalties have not improved public safety one bit. In fact, they have only exacerbated racial disparities of the criminal justice system. So I'd ask him to perhaps reflect in his comments with respect to his inclusion of the word and term systemic racism in his comments.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, a brief answer, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think it's fair to say that in my years of service in law enforcement, watching the criminal justice system for years, listening to debate in this House and the public safety, I would say that we have biased outcomes in the justice system, in the prison system, throughout all aspects. And I would think that it's a fair assessment to say that there's some work to be done. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice wishes to debate. Does the Honourable Minister have unanimous consent to?
It's just my speech. No?
Is he? The Honourable Member has unanimous consent? Yes? Unfortunately, I'll have to interrupt shortly.
That's fine, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to at least begin my speech at second reading debate on Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente.
Today, Madam Speaker, government is taking an important step towards a more efficient, fair and fact-based justice system. Most importantly, we are keeping our promise to reintroduce former Bill C-22 within the first 100 days of our government.
We know that Indigenous peoples, Madam Speaker, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities are overrepresented, both as victims and as offenders in the criminal justice system. They face systemic racism and discrimination and are the collateral damage of law reforms that have not made us safer or the justice system more just. Bill C-5 is an important part of our government's plan to address this unfortunate reality in our criminal justice system. It is also an important step in reorienting our criminal justice system so that it is both fairer and more effective while ensuring public safety. This bill accomplishes these important objectives by advancing a series of coordinated sentencing measures and policies in three broad areas, which I will take up afterwards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, unfortunately, the honourable member can, however, continue his speech after question period, and he'll have 18 minutes and 35 seconds to do so. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Madam Speaker, 40 years ago today at midnight, the communist dictatorship in Poland declared martial law. Tanks and soldiers filled the streets. Communications were cut to the outside world. Minutes after midnight, armed secret police arrived at our family's door in Poland and arrested my father. Like thousands of members of Solidarność, the first free and independent trade union in the Soviet bloc, he was imprisoned without trial. Families were left wondering for weeks whether they were alive or dead. After the crackdown, Canada opened its doors to over 6,000 Polish immigrants and political refugees like my family, who shared their talents and energy to build communities across Canada while never forgetting the struggle in their homeland. This evening, on the 40th anniversary of the imposition of martial law, Polish Canadians across Canada will light a candle in their window, representing the light of freedom, to show solidarity with those who fought for democracy then, and solidarity with those around the world fighting for freedom, democracy, and human rights today.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
40 years ago, Polish communist leaders imposed martial law across Poland to crack down on the growing democratic trade union movement known as Solidarność. Military units would occupy cities, labor unionists were jailed until 1986, and their families of Solidarity members would be persecuted and expelled. My father was a member of Solidarność. A shipyard worker at the Lenin shipyards, he would leave Poland in 1983 during martial law. That's how my family was eventually allowed to come to Canada in 1985. Canadians responded to this solidarity wave. The Roman Catholic Diocese in Vancouver created the Polish Emergency Fund and a refugee fund. Hundreds of Polish sailors trawling the waters off the West Coast would be welcomed by Canadians and allowed to stay. Canadians from coast to coast welcomed Poles in their homes, raised funds for them, and marched in the streets in solidarity. On this historic 40th anniversary, let's celebrate the indomitable will of freedom shown by Solidarity members and recognize the dehumanizing cruelty of Soviet communism.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge those Labradorians that recently received a Labradorian of Distinction Award. The award was created in commemoration of Canada's 150th celebrations, and it recognizes individuals who have contributed to social, cultural, environmental, and economic development of Labrador society. It has been through their achievements, their advocacy, and contributions that Labrador continues to proudly chart its own path. This year's winners now join 160 past winners who have instilled themselves in the fabric of Labrador's history and its people. Congratulations to Toby Obed, Todd Kent, Claude Rumbold, Mabel Russell, Craig Porter, Lucy Pike, Mark Newey, and my mother, Barbara Rumbold, on being instilled in this award this year. And also to the following recipients posthumously, William Grayson Cowley and Barbara Wood. Their legacy, Mr. Speaker, will live on in this award and the amazing impact they have had in Newfoundland and Labrador and in Canada.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Christmas is a time of rejoicing for many. But for others, Mr. Speaker, it's a time of anguish, concern, and even distress. It's often said that the face of poverty is changing. Well, Colette Thibault, who's led the organization Faim à la Faim, or End Hunger, for over 25 years, could tell you something about that. Her organization plays a crucial role in our community by meeting the basic food needs of families. This is no small task, because in Lanaudière, we've seen a 60% increase in requests for food assistance in the last year. And if that wasn't enough, the cost of food is expected to increase by another 5 to 7% in 2022. When food is available but too expensive to buy, many people are put in a very difficult situation. It doesn't take much for someone to fall into debt, and it can be hard to get out of that spiral. It's for all these reasons that today I would like to highlight the vital contribution of the organization Faim à la Faim in our region. To Colette and her team of wonderful volunteers, thank you for making sure that no one goes hungry, because no one should go hungry. The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, last Friday I had the privilege of inviting the people of Orleans to a movie night at Cinestars. The pandemic has obviously had a great impact on our ability to organize events and to meet in person. And so I'm proud that we were able to get together before the holidays. It was heartwarming to see generations of families spending rare quality time together, enjoying a free movie with popcorn and juice for the little ones. And some of the bigger ones, too. I'd like to thank the 350 or so Orleans residents who joined us and the staff at Cinestars for hosting us. And a special thank you to my team and the volunteers who ensured everyone's safety by checking everyone's vaccination status and by ensuring that public health guidance was followed. To conclude, as this is my last intervention in that chamber before the holidays, I'd like to wish all of my constituents in Orleans and all of you, my dear colleagues, I wish that you have a very happy holiday season and a happy New Year 2022.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Irvin Charles Abbott of Three Hills passed away earlier this fall, and it is an honor to recognize him today in this place. Mr. Rabbit, as he was known to my kids, showed during his almost 61 years that individuals can make a difference. I got to know Irv when he first got involved in the Battle River Crowfoot Conservative EDA, and we quickly became friends. Irv's friendship was impactful in the lives of everyone he knew. If you knew him, you knew he lived in the fast lane that included tractor pulls, motorbikes, and airplanes. But in the midst of that, he always demonstrated the love of Christ. He could be counted on to make time for those in need no matter how busy he was. He always stood up for what's right and had a work ethic that few could keep up with. Sandra, Micah, and Kayla, my deepest condolences as you grieve. Thank you for sharing Irv with us. The world could certainly use many more like him. Irv, my friend, you are missed, but your impact will not be forgotten. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, today Ismailis here in Canada and around the world mark the 85th birthday of His Highness the Aga Khan. It's an important occasion, one that gives us a chance to reflect on the impact His Highness has had in his over 64 years as Imam. In 1972, the Aga Khan was pivotal in securing the safe arrival in Canada of thousands of Ugandan Asian refugees fleeing the dictatorship of Idi Amin, including me and my family. As an Ismaili representative in this House, I take great pride in the Aga Khan's contributions. In Canada, these include the Aga Khan Museum and the Ismaili Centre in Toronto, and the Global Centre for Pluralism right here in Ottawa, which exemplifies our shared values of inclusion and diversity. Internationally, the Aga Khan's commitment to health, economic development, and children's education in the developing world is renowned. It is this legacy that prompted the Government of Canada to confer upon the Aga Khan our highest tribute, that of honorary citizenship. On this special day, I wish all of my fellow Ismailis Salgira Kushali Mubarak, and to His Highness I say, happy birthday, Hazar Imam.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to humbly join my colleagues in congratulating the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on their Grey Cup victory. But I'd particularly like to thank the Hamilton Tiger Cats for an absolutely incredible season. This jersey I'm wearing is from 1999, the last time the Ticats won the Grey Cup. It was signed by Ticat Hall of Famer Joe Montford a day before the legendary game. 1999 was also the year this Calgary-raised journalist arrived in Hamilton to work at the Hamilton Spectator, and of course the Ticats were playing the Calgary Stampeders in the final that year. You can see where my allegiances now lie, Mr. Speaker. Ticat fans are the loudest and most passionate in the CFL, and their enthusiasm is infectious. This Grey Cup was special to our city, given that it was played at Tim Hortons Field in downtown Hamilton, and Hamilton's much-beloved Arkells rocked the halftime show. Thank you again, Ticats, for an exciting season. We are so proud of our hometown team.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
On a starry night many years ago, there was a message of hope. Be not afraid, I bring you good news of great joy that will be for all people. On this night, a Savior was born. Glory to God in the highest, and peace on earth and goodwill to all people. If there's ever been a time when we needed some good news to pierce through the darkness of fear, doubt, and despair, it would be the last 2 years. May we embrace the peace that was promised all those years ago and overcome the fear and uncertainty that we face today. May the goodwill that was expressed that night continue through our lives, as has been so clearly displayed in the valiant efforts of our frontline workers, small business owners, truckers, grocers, farmers, teachers, postal workers, and so many others who have made all tremendous sacrifices and have laid together the foundation for our country's comeback. May the love, peace, and hope that was brought that night many years ago be with all of you and your families this Christmas. God bless.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the memory of the former Mayor of Toronto, Mel Lastman. Mel may have been a small man in stature, but he was a giant against others. He was never afraid to take on other levels of government and fight for the necessary funding for many issues, such as women's shelters, affordable housing, and the expansion of the Yonge subway. Mayor Lastman was a champion of his beloved city, North York, for 25 years. He was an example to all of us as elected officials of what real commitment was and what hard work can accomplish. Mel had a heart to help others and was always ready to help those with charitable initiatives, no matter how outlandish the activity may have been. He was a wonderful politician, an entrepreneur, a successful businessman. And of course, those of us from Ontario can picture him on our TV screens with his famous line, "Nobody." It was an honor to work with Mel for many years. To his sons, Blaine and Dale, and other family members, our deepest condolences. We will miss you, Mel. Best wishes.
The honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
It's my favorite time of the year in Calgary, Midnapore, Christmas. Growing up, every Christmas Eve, I would go skating on Lake Bonavista, attend church at Holy Nativity, and then we were off to my grandmother's home in Acadia for treats and to open one single present. And the holiday season is alive and well in 2021 as constituents from Fairview to Walden continue to celebrate. They might go meet Santa at South Centre, play hockey on Lake Sundance, or cross-country ski the trails of Fish Creek. They will light up the pond in Legacy, go to the Christmas Craft Fair in Queensland, or meet up with friends for a festive pint at Brewster's, Kildare's, or the Windsor Rose. You can find them stocking up on antipasti and panettone at the Italian Centre, or finishing their shopping at the stores of Shaughnessy or Willow Park Village, enjoying the holiday lights of Park 96, Lake Bonaventure, and Maple Ridge. As we celebrate with family, with friends, and community, you can be sure in Calgary, Midnapore, it's the most wonderful time of the year.
The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, this Christmas, Canadian families across the country are feeling the squeeze. Inflation is fueling a cost of living crisis, and for my constituents, it is a problem compounded by the Prime Minister's failed carbon tax.
That's right.
Paul, a small business owner in my riding, recently shared his gas bill with me that included a carbon tax charge nearly equal to the amount of charged for fuel. Heating one's home is not a luxury, Mr. Speaker, and Paul is nervous about the upcoming winter gas bills. He certainly is not the only one. The failed Liberal carbon tax is driving the cost up on basic necessities and is particularly punishing on rural communities.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, it is about time that this Liberal government stopped shrugging its shoulders and focused on delivering solutions to addressing the cost of living crisis in this country. And for my constituents, Mr. Speaker, in Battleford's Lloydminster, removing the failed Liberal carbon tax is a great place to start.
Hear, 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 hear. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as a boy, I lived next door to the Polish consulate in Toronto, and I remember seeing countless demonstrations by the Polish-Canadian community in support of Solidarność, one of the most well-known and most successful pro-democracy and human rights movements of our time. The communist regime in Poland wanted to crush Solidarność, and to do that, 40 years ago, they imposed martial law. Solidarność was banned, borders were closed, tens of thousands of people were arrested, and almost 100 people were killed. Today, on the 40th anniversary of martial law in Poland, I rise to commemorate the victims, to pay tribute to the Polish people who continued their struggle for freedom and democracy and the rule of law, values that we all share, and to recognize the tremendous role that Canada and Polish Canadians played in supporting Solidarność and in welcoming many refugees who were fleeing that oppression. This House, in fact, passed a motion unanimously in support of the Polish people at that time. Today, let us honor their memory. Cześć ich pamięci.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the people of South Okanagan, West Kootenay for giving me the honour of representing them here in this chamber. And we're debating some of the most important issues of our time here: climate change, the pandemic, deadly opioids, and a housing crisis. Canadians expect us to all work together to solve these problems. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is the time of year when we think of less fortunate Canadians, whether they've lost their jobs during the pandemic, lost their homes to fire or flood or rent evictions, or whether they simply find it more difficult to pay for groceries. For all Canadians, this is a time of hope, and they've invested some of that hope in our deliberations here to build a fairer Canada. And this is a time of year for family. This is my parents' anniversary. And for my wife's family, with their Swedish ancestry, this is Santa Lucia, a time to celebrate light in the darkness of winter. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish you and all Canadians a safe and happy Christmas.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, 25 years ago this week, a man who had captured the soul of Quebec with his beautiful words, the poet Gaston Miron, left us. Miron was unjustly imprisoned during the October crisis, but he never sank into bitterness or violence. He knew that it's through love that we set each other free. In his work, Miron showed us that no one should be ashamed to evoke their history and culture in order to find meaning. In an age obsessed with individual freedoms, Miron taught us that the collective we is a noble idea and that we have a shared destiny. He sincerely believed that it was by working together to form a nation that the women and men of Quebec would reach their potential. Miron believed that one day we would all be united in a country of our own. At that point, we will have become, as he so aptly put it, fierce creatures of hope. Dear poet, 25 years after your death, your words still resonate among the people that you called the people who never stopped not being born.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, despite it never leaving, the Grey Cup is back in Manitoba where it belongs. Mr. Speaker, after a thrilling Grey Cup final, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers were victorious after a nail-biting 33-25 overtime win against the Hamilton Ticats. Sunday's victory came as no surprise to most Canadians after a stellar regular season by the CFL's best-performing team. Not only did the Blue Bombers win the coveted Grey Cup, but the team also won Player of the Year, Coach of the Year, Lineman of the Year, and Defensive Player of the Year. Wow! Next year's Grey Cup will be hosted in Saskatchewan's Mosaic Stadium. And I can assure this House that nothing would be better than achieving a Grey Cup hat trick in our favorite rival's home stadium. We will see you in 2022 to once again defend the cup.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, what a Grey Cup final. Congratulations to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on their second consecutive Grey Cup victory in a gutsy overtime win over the tenacious and talented Hamilton Tiger Cats. With the best 2021 record, the Bombers were led by the CFL's Coach of the Year, Mike O'Shea, the league's outstanding player, quarterback Zach Collaros, and the CFL's most outstanding defensive player, linebacker Adam Bighill, who is a resident of my riding of Winnipeg South. 3 homegrown talents, Andrew Harris, Brady Oliveira, and Nick Dembski, contributed mightily to a great season and winning the Cup. All 3 were born and raised in Winnipeg and attended Oak Park High School. Player comments after the game relayed the true brotherhood that exists between Bomber teammates and the love they have for our community. They played for each other, and they played for our amazing and grateful Winnipeg fans. And we are so, so proud the Grey Cup is coming home to Manitoba.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, today the new Minister of Defence apologized for the Liberals' failure to take sexual misconduct seriously, and that's all well and good. But what we haven't heard is an apology from the Minister of International Development. That minister was actively involved in covering up allegations against the most senior officer in the Canadian Armed Forces. So, will the Minister of International Development stand up today and apologize for the role that he personally played in covering up sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces?
A great question.
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member opposite for that question. The Canadian Armed Forces have always had our backs, but far too many members of the forces have suffered sexual harassment and sexual assault or discrimination. We must acknowledge the pain and trauma that have occurred, and today's apology is just one example of the steps that we are going to take to work towards a place where all members of the armed forces feel safe, respected, and protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, the former minister needs to apologize, and frankly, it is disappointing to see that minister covering up for the negligence of the former minister and the role that he played in covering up sexual misconduct allegations. Speaker, small businesses in Canada are reeling from the lockdowns and closing their door at an alarming rate. Knowing this, though, the Liberals have decided to go ahead with their CPP increase, a payroll tax increase that can kill many small businesses and will. Now, the Minister of Tourism, when talking about this, said callously, well, small businesses can afford it. So why are the Liberals once again hitting small businesses when they're already down and out?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
For her question. It's clear the Conservatives don't like the CPP, Mr. Speaker, but we and Canadians do. Let's be clear, the CPP enhancements represent a major step in improving retirement outcomes for all Canadians, allaying the fears of younger people about precarious work, and making sure that they have a retirement for the future. The CPP is among, if not the, most successful program in the history of Canada. We are proud of it. Why aren't they?
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, the Liberals think that small business owners are tax cheats, and it's clear from their action that they're doing everything they can to hurt small businesses.
Shame on them.
Inflation is already making everything more expensive. So what's the Liberals' solution to this? A massive payroll tax increase starting January 1st. According to the most recent Stats Canada data, business closures are already outpacing business openings. This is a problem. Why are the Liberals continuing their attack on small businesses? Why are they doing this to the entrepreneurs in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy is growing. We know that the Conservatives don't like that fact, but Canadians do. 154,000 jobs announced in November, 106% of jobs recovered since the base of the pandemic, 5.4% GDP growth, a AAA credit rating, and the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the country. The economy is growing. Canadians know it. They don't like it.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, as just inflation hits all Canadian families, there's more bad news coming. On January 1st, payroll taxes for EI and the CPP will continue to rise. This affects businesses and workers directly. Those earning $56,000 or more per year will have to pay more. We need this as much as we need a root canal, Mr. Speaker. Will the government give workers a break and businesses as well? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the CPP is one of our most successful programs in Canadian history. And significant improvements have been made to the retirements of workers and the uncertainty around their retirement savings. This is one of our most successful programs, and that's what we are going to do for affordability for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we know that the pandemic is still causing serious damage to the Canadian economy. It's affecting tourism and hospitality. That's 1.8 million Canadians who work in those industries. That's why on Friday we proposed that Bill C-2 be split into two to quickly and directly address these problems affecting hospitality and tourism. Is the government willing to cooperate with us so that we can pass measures for tourism and hospitality immediately to affect those most affected by the problem? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the answer is simple. We are going to continue to invest in Canadians, in tourism and hospitality for all workers and businesses. It's up to the Conservatives to decide whether they're going to continue to support us and support Canadians, or are they going to decide that Canadians aren't worth support when they most need it. We, on this side, we are going to support Canadians. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, let's set the record straight. The law on the secular nature of the state was democratically adopted by the National Assembly on June 16, 2019, over 2 years ago. This law applies to all Quebecers and doesn't target any particular community. It doesn't discriminate against anyone. Everyone is subject to it. That's easy to understand, it seems to me. The Prime Minister must be able to understand that. So when is this government going to stop bashing Quebec here and abroad? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our position has always been clear. No one should lose their job because of how they dress or because of their religious convictions in Canada. What we've seen in Chelsea is a community mobilizing to defend one of its members, a teacher, and parents now have to have very hard conversations with their kids. Defending a person's rights before the courts is an integral part of our democracy, and as we've said, we will continue to monitor the process closely. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Whatever, Mr. Speaker, Conservative MPs from English Canada, Liberal MPs from Quebec, Liberal ministers and the Prime Minister himself, one after another, they bash Quebec and its Bill 21. Eventually, enough is enough. We're sick to death of this and the Prime Minister's wishy-washy statements. Why can't the Prime Minister just be clear for once and tell us whether they intend to mount a court challenge to Quebec's democratically enacted Bill 21? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's always interesting to see the Bloc wringing their hands over this. We have said from the get-go that we were personally against this bill, but it's a piece of Quebec legislation, and we need to leave it to the process to unfold before the courts in Quebec as led by Quebecers. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. The most vulnerable seniors across the country are in unbearable distress. The Liberal government has deprived them of their guaranteed income supplement. Instead of making the wealthy pay, this government's attacking the poorest seniors and putting them in an impossible situation, and in some cases even a desperate situation. Will the Liberals fix this situation immediately so that our seniors don't find themselves without housing, without food, in the middle of the winter? The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
House, Mr. Speaker, we've always been supporting seniors, especially those most vulnerable seniors, by strengthening their GIS, Mr. Speaker. We've also moved very quickly over the summer to provide immediate and direct payment to seniors, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the CERB GIS issue, Mr. Speaker, we are aware of this issue and we're actively working on to ensure that we support those affected. Mr. Speaker, we've always been there for seniors and we're going to continue to be there for them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, seniors are homeless because of this government's failure right now in this country. Seniors are telling us that GIS being cut means that they're not able to pay for important things like health care for their cancer treatment or rent. And some of these seniors are already living on the streets or in their cars in the Yukon, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have no problem giving the rich their fair share when they're paying out bonuses, but when it comes to the most vulnerable seniors in this country, they won't stand up for them. They need it fixed now. When will this government take action for seniors who are vulnerable?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, strengthening income support for seniors has been a priority for our government. Mr. Speaker, that's why one of the first things we did, Mr. Speaker, was to reinstate restore the age of eligibility for OAS back to 65, Mr. Speaker. We've strengthened the GIS for vulnerable seniors. We provided one-time payment during the pandemic to help seniors afford the things that they need, Mr. Speaker. We will be increasing support through OAS for older seniors next year. Mr. Speaker, the issue that the member raised, we are aware of this. We're actively working on this to ensure that we provide support to those affected. On this side of the House, we've always supported seniors, and we're going to continue to support them.
The Honourable Député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, as businesses struggle to get back on track, a Globe and Mail article reports that EI and CPP premiums for employers are set to surge by 18% over 2 years. This increase is the result of political decisions by the Liberals to spend and make Canadian families and businesses pay for their deficits. My question is for the Prime Minister. Could he announce a break for Canadian businesses and workers in his upcoming economic update? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I want to thank the honourable member for that really important question, particularly because it's about small businesses and entrepreneurs in our country who are really the backbones of the Canadian economy. You have seen us having their back throughout this entire pandemic. It has been really important that they get small business loan support, that they get support to keep people on the payroll, to pay the bills like paying the rent. This is the kind of work that we have been doing. We have always had the backs of small businesses, and we will always have the backs of small businesses in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal way is simple. Tax more to spend more. Or spend more and then make Canadians pay for it. The president of the CFIB said, "We're going to see payroll tax hikes as far as the eye can see." Our entrepreneurs need some slack, not more tax. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he will not pass the buck for his spending to our businesses and hardworking Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the CFIB for their collaboration and cooperation and their engagement throughout this entire pandemic. Their voices throughout this very difficult time has helped us create those very emergency support programs that have helped businesses. Countless businesses, I think, have told all of us across the aisle here, those support programs staying in place so that they can get through this very, very difficult time of the pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the fact is the Liberals have created a $34 billion deficit in the EI fund because of their decisions. That's an extra $1,100 per worker that they've taken out of employers' pockets since 2015. Will the Prime Minister announce measures that will help rather than hurt Canadian businesses and self-employed workers instead of spending, increasing taxes and deficits? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, we are working very hard to make life more affordable for all Canadians, and that's why we have great news today in New Brunswick, where we signed another child care agreement. That's good news for people in New Brunswick and all across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, the member of Carleton yesterday said it's better to have women stay at home instead of joining the workforce. How is it that members opposite don't want women in the workplace? That's unacceptable. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Finance Minister told the committee that she didn't know how much debt was in Canada or how much a 1% increase in interest rates would cost the federal government. Or when she predicted that there would be deflation right before the biggest run-up in inflation in 20 years, we assumed it was just more media manipulation like Twitter found she had already done. Now we learn in her favorite newspaper that, in fact, it was the following. She rarely takes department briefings, hasn't spoken to her deputies in months. When will she consult with her department before getting it wrong again?
The Honourable Minister.
Who can tell where the Conservatives are these days? On the one hand, they say we need to support seniors more. On the other side, they say don't increase the CPP. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to listen to the Conservatives because when it comes to taking care of seniors and their income security, we're making important investments today for the future, Mr. Speaker, and our government will continue to do that so that we're there for Canadians every single day, no matter which stage of their life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Carleton.
The only thing they're doing for seniors is driving up inflation to vaporize senior savings, increase the cost of home heating, and increase the cost of groceries by $1,000 a year. And what's the minister doing about it? Well, according to her favorite Liberal newspaper, not attending her briefings. In fact, she hasn't spoken to her deputies, many of her deputies, in months, and she's spending her time on political outreach, Mr. Speaker. When will this finance minister start doing her job rather than just passing the bill for her failures on to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
It's a little hard to take the member opposite seriously when he calls a child care agreement a slush fund, Mr. Speaker. What we know on this side of the House is that we're going to make investments that are going to make a difference for families. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we just announced a new child care agreement with New Brunswick today. Making that the 9th province and 10th jurisdiction in Canada that will have affordable child care for families right across this country. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to stop there. We're going to keep delivering for families right across the country.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the finance minister refuses to rise and defend herself against this report, even though it was in her very favorite newspaper, the Globe and Mail. The Globe further says that her department is in total disarray. This while inflation is at a 2-decade high. We have a housing bubble that could lead to a housing crash, and the national debt is over $1 trillion. So before she causes inflation to gallop further and costs of living higher on Canadians, will she stand and commit that she will get a handle on her department and get back to work?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, we are working hard to make the lives of Canadians more affordable. We have a fantastic announcement today on childcare deal signed in New Brunswick that is good for New Brunswickers, it's good for Canadians, and yet yesterday the member for Carleton called accessing childcare like putting your hand in a slush fund. I cannot believe that the member opposite would insult Canadians in that way. Will that member apologize to hardworking families from coast to coast to coast?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We haven't heard the last of Roxham Road. This morning we learned the federal government's renewing a 5-year lease for the border facilities used to receive migrants who cross illegally. This means that for 5 years the federal government has no intention of closing Roxham Road. Mr. Speaker, can we still talk about irregular crossings when the federal government is making its reception facilities permanent? Why are they legalizing this illegal border crossing instead of dealing with the problem by suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada remains a country with a fair, compassionate refugee system that meets our international legal obligations and protects the safety and security of Canadians and those wishing to live here. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the government, by renewing the Roxham Road lease for 5 years, has no intention of closing those border facilities. Obviously, there are costs involved, and it will reassure no one that it's a Liberal who's benefiting from this. In fact, the federal lease was signed without a bidding process in 2017, with a contributor of about $23,000 to the Liberal Party. The lease was renewed for 5 years, once again without bidding. This is a major problem with a simple solution, though. Why not shut down Roxham Road instead of diving into another Liberal ethics scandal? The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Mr. Speaker, you have to understand that this was a fair market value lease. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, things are not going well at Roxham Road. First of all, by announcing that it won't act for 5 years, the government is perpetuating and normalizing illegal crossings at Roxham Road. Secondly, it's paying for its untendered border facilities to a Liberal donor. And third, it refuses to even tell us how much it's costing Quebecers. These are 3 serious ethical breaches when a solution exists. The Safe Third Country Agreement should be scrapped. Why would the government rather plunge itself into another Liberal ethics scandal instead of closing Roxham Road? The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, I think the Honourable Member can appreciate that there were necessary measures put in place to protect the health and well-being of Canadians during the pandemic. Now that the situation has changed, we've made good on our domestic and legal obligations to ensure we're treating asylum seekers in accordance with Canada's and international law. I will remind the Honourable Member opposite that we are moving forward in collaboration with our partners in the province of Quebec, and I'll also share that I had a very productive call on this and other matters as recently as last week. We're going to move forward in a way that is responsible, protects the health and well-being of Canadians, and considers the perspective of the province of Quebec every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, I'm going to ask the Minister again. This time I'd like to have a real answer. He decided that only the Red Cross is worthy of receiving matching funding. Yet BC has been devastated by this flooding disaster. Thousands are without homes. We need all hands on deck. So the Salvation Army, the MCC, Archway, Samaritan's Purse, United Way, Abbotsford Disaster Relief, even the churches and gurdwaras all stepped up to help. Yet all have been snubbed by this minister. So will he now reverse course and announce that they too will receive matching funding? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the remarkable generosity and support that British Columbians and Canadians right across the country have provided to those impacted by these terrible floods. But, Mr. Speaker, we have been working very closely with the British Columbia government and the Canadian Red Cross in order to match funds, and so far nearly $75 million has been accumulated between the three donors in order to support British Columbians. the Canadian Red Cross is doing important work in registering those individuals and conducting assessments to ensure that the monies go where they are needed the most, Mr. Speaker. But at the same time, we welcome the generosity of so many British Columbians in supporting their neighbours.
The member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, by now the Minister for Emergency Preparedness will be well aware that part of the flooding in the Fraser Valley last month was caused by a breach in the Nooksack River diking system in Washington State. Yet he should have known about this a long time ago. There are certainly enough reports and studies to that effect, but the government failed to act in a timely fashion to avoid the flooding last month. Can the minister commit to today to making sure that he works with the federal U.S. counterparts to make sure this never happens again?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member opposite for a very important question. And we know that the water that fell in the Cascades a month ago accumulated in the Nooksack River, and much of it has flowed into the Sumas Valley, impacting Canadians on our side of the border. We are and continue to work with the Americans to manage this, but we are working as well with local officials, the people who live and reside in the Canadian portion of that impacted area, and the British Columbia government. There have been a number of studies that clearly indicate that there needs to be significant investment in rebuilding a more resilient infrastructure, and that's the work we're undertaking now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the devastation impacting Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon and all of BC is unprecedented. Farmers in the blueberry sector are especially terrified about the consequences of another flood, its impact on food security and the economy of BC. Will the Minister of Agriculture commit, especially for Matsqui, British Columbia, to funding the dike repairs and enhancements through the Lower Mainland and the Fraser Valley to make sure that when the next flood comes, our agricultural producers are not put out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for a very important question. And we know that farmers in this region have been very significantly impacted by these floods. And it's why, Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Agriculture went and met with their BC counterpart, visited the area last week, and toured those impacted.
I'm sorry, Honourable Minister, I am trying to hear it, but I mean the noise is just getting to a level that I can't make out the answer. I'll have him start right to the beginning, please, so that we can all hear the answer that the Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon asked. He wants to hear an answer.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll certainly speak up so allow him to hear me. This is a very important question.
Okay, let's try it again.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate some of the members opposite are afraid to hear the answer. But Mr. Speaker, last week, our Minister of Agriculture traveled to British Columbia and met with her counterpart and visited many of the farmers that were impacted in that region. It is very clear that we are going to have to provide significant supports not only to those who have lost livestock in this tragedy, but also in those blueberry farmers to whom he references. There's significant work to be done, and that's why later on today, the Joint Force Committee of the federal government and the governments of British Columbia and Indigenous leadership in the area will be convening an important meeting to work together to solve this issue.
For London Fanshawe.
Today, this government offered an apology to address the harmful culture in the armed forces, but an apology doesn't erase their failure to act over the last 6 years. The Liberals have ignored recommendations of numerous reports. They have failed to take action and stop the harms committed against women over and over again.
One moment, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. We don't have the simultaneous interpretation into French, Mr. Speaker.
Translation has stopped. I'll keep talking. Okay, I see a thumbs up. Translation has started again. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, please start from the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, this government offered an apology to address the harmful culture in the armed forces, but an apology doesn't erase their failure to act over the last 6 years. The Liberals have ignored the recommendations of numerous reports. They have failed to take action and stop the harms committed against women over and over again. This government has to prove they're going to do better. When will this government finally move past nice words and commit to implementing all of the recommendations of the Deschamps report so women can serve equally?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes the issues raised by the member opposite very, very seriously. That is why on November 4th, I moved as minister to accept the interim recommendation of Madame Arbour. That is why we offered an apology today. That is why we are going to be moving very quickly after we receive the final recommendations of Madame Arbour. That is why we are implementing Bill C-77. Mr. Speaker, our government takes the issues raised in the question very seriously, and we will work very hard to regain the confidence of Canadians in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thousands of migrants are fleeing persecution and seeking shelter in Canada. They're not illegals, they're desperate. The Liberals decided to help a Liberal Party donor to make money off the backs of these people. Wait for it. Instead of fixing the situation, they're signing checks to their friend to lease the lands on which house asylum seekers near Roxham Road. The Liberals just had to withdraw from the Safe Third Country Agreement, and bingo. Why are the Liberals handing out presents to their friends instead of helping the most vulnerable? The Honourable Minister. I thank my colleague for that question.
They are critically important to our government, Mr. Speaker. The rental agreement was negotiated based on fair market value to arrive at a competitive price. Given the location of the hotel and its proximity to the border, this was an ideal location for CBSA to use for this purpose. Our government is delivering open, fair, and transparent procurement processes while obtaining the best value for Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know the importance of childcare to helping reduce costs for families, to help support parents getting back to the workplace, to support jobs and opportunities. Can the Minister of Families and Social Services provide this House an update on the work that our government is doing to establish programs across the country, particularly in lieu of today's good news?
Minister for Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it would really be my pleasure to respond to the member's excellent question. We today announced the 9th province and territory of New Brunswick. Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement. This is fantastic news for families in New Brunswick who are going to see a 50% reduction in fees within the first year, getting to $10 a day by year 5. We're going to increase the number of spaces by 3,400. And unlike the members opposite, we know childcare is good for families, it's good for kids, and it's good for...
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister says that he's not worried about the nation's finances, we know he's telling the truth. He recently awarded a 5-year contract without a tender to a friend of the Liberal Party for the lease of lands near Roxham Road. Can the Prime Minister show transparency and say how much taxpayers paid for this 5-year lease? The Honourable Minister. I will repeat what I told the bloc, Mr. Speaker. It's a contract that was granted at fair market value. The same donor gave to the Conservative Party for 8 years. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you. I expected the minister to give that answer, but since 2015, he's giving money to the Liberal Party, and we see what's happened. He's getting this contract. The kickback is significant. We want to know why they're continuing to offer a 5-year contract for land at Roxham Road. Will they continue the Roxham Road problem forever? The Honourable Minister. Perhaps he has something on his conscience, Mr. Speaker. He should answer for what he did for 8 years. We are paying fair market value, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I would like...
I want to remind,
I will remind the members that in the House, it is important to use parliamentary language. We have to respect each other. However, also, we must remember that when you throw rocks, you get Roxback.
London.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's youth are in the middle of a mental health crisis. Less than half of youth survey respondents now report excellent or very good mental health. That is down 20% from pre-pandemic days. Increased substance use and heightened anxiety are on the rise for youth struggling with their mental health. We need to reverse this trend. What concrete steps is the government taking to uplift our youth and put them back on track for success?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to respond to the very important question of the member. It is indeed that I think that the integrated youth services is probably the farthest along in our quest for national standards on mental health. The wraparound services that wrap around each young person with their unique needs. I'm very excited at places like the Foundry in British Columbia. These are excellent programs, and I look forward to working with the member and all members of this House to make sure that all young people are able to get the services they need.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, this is a national crisis. Saturday marked the one-year anniversary of a unanimous House of Commons motion to take, quote, immediate action on an easy-to-remember 24/7 three-digit suicide prevention hotline, 988. Since that unanimous vote, 4,000 Canadian lives have been lost to suicide. In their darkest, most desperate moment, Canadians shouldn't have to do a Google search to find help that will save their lives. By what date will Canada finally have an operational three-digit 988 suicide prevention hotline?
Honourable Minister for Mental Health.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, but his ongoing advocacy for mental health. This is the three-digit number will be a very important asset as we go forward. It is, as you know, being reviewed by the CRTC, but we need to make sure that when people call that number, that it is hooked up to the most appropriate services, and that we are going to also change the idea of mental health first responders to make sure that this is not responded to in a wellness check with disastrous consequences.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, groceries will cost 7% more, according to experts, yet Ottawa is simultaneously cutting the guaranteed income supplement of some of the most vulnerable working seniors. We're talking about 183,000 seniors who got the CERB. While the groceries will cost significantly more, the government clawed back an average of $3,500. Thursday in committee, the Minister of Finance confirmed that she was actively seeking a solution and that she would have more to say about it in a few days. Mr. Speaker, this leads us to the economic update, which is coming tomorrow. Will the minister announce a solution? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, has not been easy for seniors throughout the pandemic, but we've been here for them. We've paid $1,500 into the most vulnerable seniors' pockets, increased old age security, increased by $500 more per year the guaranteed income supplement. We took rapid action to help people with benefits such as CERB. There are impacts on the most vulnerable seniors, and we're working on this, Mr. Speaker. We've always been there for our seniors, and we will always, always be there for our seniors. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, groceries are costing 7% more, but the income of seniors under 75 years of age is not going up by a single cent because the government is depriving them of the old age security increase they deserve. This is forcing seniors whose health is often more fragile to make sacrifices when it comes to what they buy for groceries. I know that the minister is well aware of the fact that costs are exploding, and freezing the pensions of seniors under 75 means condemning them to poverty. Given that reality, why is she stubbornly maintaining two classes of seniors?
For seniors.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we've always been there for seniors, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to talk about our record, Mr. Speaker. One of the first things we did was restore the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS back to 67 back to 65. We've enhanced the CPP. We have raised the GIS for single seniors. We've invested billions of dollars into home care. We have invested building 7,000 new affordable housing units for seniors. On this side of the House, we're always going to support seniors, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, fish have tails and oceans have currents, but this government does not seem to know that. The latest move by this government, see them virtual signaling again. and pushing that we cover 50% of our oceans with marine protected areas by 2050. When this Prime Minister will be drawing CPP, will the Minister of Fisheries stand with coastal communities and stop threatening their livelihood to earn from the sea with these top-down Ottawa MPA targets? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, fishers and fisher communities are very important to our government, and is conservation of the oceans, and that's what marine protected areas are about. We're working with the communities and Indigenous communities to develop marine protected areas. They will be the nursery area for restoring fish and having an abundance of fish that will serve our fishing communities for generations to come.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying more and more for food, and this government is making it more expensive. Last March, the government blindsided spot prawn harvesters with a decision prohibiting a packaging practice that's been in place for decades. This government's decision is to increase plastic use and packaging costs, making Canadian food less affordable for Canadians already facing bigger grocery bills. Why is the Fisheries Minister continuing her attack on independent fish harvesters and Canadians that need to buy food?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am so proud of our government's work to reduce plastic in the oceans, reduce ghost gear, and we'll continue to clean up the oceans. With respect to packaging of prawns, I will be reviewing this potential decision, but I will tell you we will be thinking about the conservation of all of our fish stock and ways that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans can ensure that the rules are being respected in the fishing of prawns.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Speaker, I think this government needs some time management because they're working and studying things and achieving nothing. Gary of Comox received a clawback letter from DFO for his COVID fish harvester benefits. He appealed, and of course in October, DFO said, "Oops, we're wrong, you deserve them." Then 4 weeks later, they wrote a letter back to him asking for the $6,000 back. DFO and this minister seem confused by their own rules. Gary fulfilled all the requirements. Will the minister show who is in charge and let Gary and all fish harvesters keep their benefits? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud of the work our government did on so many benefits to put them quickly in place and get them out the door to people who needed them so desperately. From the outset, the terms were clear for the fish harvesters' benefit. It was specifically for self-employed commercial fish harvesters. Those who were not self-employed will have been asked to repay the benefit.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we see encouraging signs with regard to the economic recovery, it's clear that the recovery is not proceeding at the same pace across the country or in all sectors, particularly in the tourism sector. In my region, the Quebec region, it's the nicest region in Canada, and it normally gets thousands and thousands of tourists who come every year. It has a very vibrant tourism industry, but it's subject to the impact of the pandemic. I would like to ask the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister for Finance how they're supporting the tourism sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Louis-Hébert for that excellent question. Bill C-2 contains quite excellent measures, solutions, if I may say, to help entrepreneurs in the tourism sector, such as supports for operators of hotels, motels, chalets, lodges, youth hostels, restaurants, food trucks, caterers, cafes, cinemas, concert halls, museums, gardens, botanical gardens. We invite all members to support C2.
For Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, every core program delivered by FedNor has failed to meet its service standards for the timelines of funding applications. Mr. Speaker, FedNor is relied upon by municipalities small businesses and First Nations across Northern Ontario, and they need clarity on the status of their application timelines. So can the minister responsible please inform this House of what specific measures she is taking to fix this issue?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. I think it's an extremely important question. We'll take it back and get back to the member. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the Walpole Island First Nations Ferry in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex is a critical connection between the island and Algonac, Michigan. The ferry plays a significant role in the daily lives of this community and is essential to the local economy. The ferry has been shut down since the beginning of the pandemic, and the land borders have reopened, but the ferry still can't run. So it's shameful to see this Liberal government allow a critical part of this First Nations community to be falling through the cracks. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. When will the minister treat the Walpole Island ferry like the land border crossings?
Hey, great question.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
I want to thank my colleagues for their applause. It's always an honor to stand in this House of Commons to answer questions. Mr. Speaker, I want to let my colleagues that the health and safety of Canadians is paramount for our government. We have been working with communities on making sure that we apply health and safety standards at the borders. We are requiring travelers to be fully vaccinated. We are working with stakeholders to make sure that...
What is the question?
Let me know when you're ready. I'll continue the session.
Bill, you would have done a better job.
Order. 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 Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Transport, please.
Mr. Speaker, I wish Canadians could hear some of the heckles that are going on here in this House of Commons. They would not be happy that members of Parliament here, they're supposed to be doing their job, are spending their time heckling. But however, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you and I want to tell my colleagues here that we are doing everything we can to ensure that we protect the health and safety of Canadians, and we are applying borders measures to protect everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumbleton, Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, the Arrive Can app is just not working. I have a constituent, a family doctor, Mr. Speaker, who cannot return to work. He was out of the country and is isolated as appropriate and has multiple negative tests. Their app is telling him he needs to stay home for 14 more days. This busy family physician, like many other Canadians, is being held hostage by an app that does not work. Canadians need to be able to trust the advice of elected officials. Will this government commit to fixing the broken Arrive Can app and get Canadians home for the holidays?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member will agree with me that this truly is not a hostage situation. Our government is always and will take the necessary steps to protect our borders and to keep Canadians safe. Arrive Can, for the last year, has played a significant role in reducing introduction and transmission of COVID, and its use is mandatory. In the last few days, the minister has asked for direction for some flexibility rules. Those will be applied. And again, the health and safety of Canadians is our #1 priority.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Canadians certainly appreciate that our efforts should start at home and that the government must lead in ensuring that our Indigenous peoples are represented in every sector of economic life. Our government set a 5% target for Indigenous business representation in federal procurement contracts. Can the Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement provide members of this House with an update on this critical government commitment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Willowdale for that excellent question. Our government is advancing a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples, which includes creating an environment that truly supports economic growth. We are developing initiatives to increase opportunities for Indigenous businesses to succeed and grow. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, PSPC has awarded 38 contracts to 30 self-identified Indigenous businesses, collectively worth over $126 million. As Minister, I am committed to increasing opportunities for Indigenous businesses from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Despite years of work by my community and years of promises from this Liberal government, gay men and trans women are still banned from donating blood in Canada. This unscientific ban serves only to promote homophobia and transphobia and only contributes to blood shortages. Canadian Blood Services has now said they will finally be submitting a recommendation to the Minister of Health this week to lift the ban. Will the Minister commit today to acting quickly when he gets this recommendation and to ordering immediately lifting the ban?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for raising this issue. I can tell him that we're working with great hope for the submission of the Canadian Blood Service as well as Héma-Québec, and I can assure him that when this comes, we will work quickly on it.
The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance. My community, Spadina-Fort York, is home to some of the most renowned tourist attractions, from the CN Tower to Toronto Island to the Distillery District and its Christmas market. Spadina-Fort York is also home to West Queen West, which Vogue magazine named as the world's second coolest neighborhood. These attractions bring in millions of tourism dollars annually, and many of our small businesses rely on that traffic. Sadly, however, some have been forced to close due to the pandemic. Would the Minister update the House on what the government is doing to support small business and the recovery of tourism?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member's question. Let me just outline just a few of the supports that this government has put in place for entrepreneurs and people in the tourism sector. $100 million to help Destination Canada market us around the world and in our own country. $200 million to support festivals and events. $200 million to support small festivals and large festivals, $500 million for the Tourism Relief Fund, $1 billion in 2021. And if the other side of the House would like to deliver a Christmas present to the tourism sector, they can vote for C2 and see $7.4 billion into our economy.
That's all the time we have for question period for today. Tout le temps que nous avons. Okay, we have a UC request and a point of order, I believe. We'll start with the point of order, if that's okay, and then we'll go to the unanimous consent, or the request. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 points of order that I would like to present, if you agree. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank everyone who works to ensure that we can hold debates here. Unfortunately, regularly, if not every day, there are some interpretation problems. I know that. There's no guilty party here. However, it is very difficult, especially for Francophone MPs. For Francophone MPs, it's difficult to follow debates if all the translation is not available. Therefore, I invite you and the technical team, who's already made significant, extraordinary efforts during the pandemic, to carefully look into this problem because it has been going on for far too long. My second point of order is earlier, the member for Fraser River raised an issue that was answered by the Minister of Public Safety.
To recognize that, yes, when a minister speaks, he speaks on behalf of all the government. But in that specific case, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about agriculture. We're talking about farmers. We're talking about 2,000 family farmers who are directly involved in this issue. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture was ready to answer, and we wish the next time that we address this specific issue, the actual Minister of Agriculture will address and will answer clearly to our member who are concerned with this issue in British Columbia.
On the first point, we are well aware of the translation an interpretation issue. The table officers are working very hard on it, and we will continue to do so that everyone has translation and interpretation. We take this very seriously. The honourable member is entirely right on that issue. On the second point, I'm not sure if this is a debate or a point of order, but it is not the Speaker who determines who answers the question. It is the government.
A point of order being, yes, the honourable member for North Island, Paul Rivers, rising.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I do my unanimous consent motion, I just hope, Mr. Speaker, that you will remind members of this House that we no longer follow colonial practices and that Indigenous communities certainly do not belong to Canada. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That given that the cost of the pandemic recovery should not fall on the shoulders of Canada's poor and vulnerable, the payment of pandemic benefits, including the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the Canada Recovery Benefit, occurred in extraordinary circumstances, the House call on the government to A, ensure that pandemic benefits not be counted as income to determine eligibility for normal income support programs like the Guaranteed Income Supplement and the Canada Child Benefit. B, guarantee that the onus to deliver any solution to reverse the clawback of income-tested benefits for those who accessed income support benefits falls to government and will not be dependent on Canadians in financial distress navigating an application. And C, recover payments under the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy made to companies that posted substantial profits, especially those that paid dividends to shareholders or bonuses to executives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. L'honorable député de Alfred Pellin, Marc-Aurèle Fortin, appel au règlement. L'honorable député, vous êtes en sourdine.
Sir, you are on mute.
Oui.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Vous avez fait appel.
Mr. Speaker, you called attention to wardrobe, whether one is in the House or appearing virtually. Is it possible for everyone to follow the same rules, regardless of their status? Thank you.
L'honorable député, les règlements sont clairs.
The rules are quite clear. A tie and a blazer to take the floor in the House, and that's for men. For women, there is no specific order. Whether one is in the House or appearing virtually, the rules are indeed the same. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents, the Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, and in accordance with the enhanced transparency requirements set out in the amended policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament, I am pleased to notify the House of Commons of the government's intent to initiate negotiations for a Canada-United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement. The Government of Canada intends to commence negotiations by holding a first round of negotiations with the United Kingdom no earlier than 90 days from the date of this notice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Order 32-2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the Veterans Ombudsman Annual Report for 2020-2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can put it where I need it.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association United Kingdom Virtual Forum on Climate Change on March 22nd to 24th, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Bacharach, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Voting Age. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce the Right to Vote at 16 Act, which amends the Canada Elections Act and lowers the voting age to 16. This legislation is about giving young people a voice at a time when our government faces some of the most consequential decisions in our country's history. And on no issue is this more true than that of climate change, the impacts of which today's young people are going to inherit. This legislation is also about strengthening our democracy, which we can see around the world is fragile. We should all be concerned that voter turnout in Canada continues to be lowest among the youngest voters, and this bill seeks to improve that by forming voting habits while young people are still in school. And this bill is about recognizing the rights of young people to participate in democracy. I want to dedicate this bill to the courageous young people currently taking this government to court on this very issue, and to my own 16-year-old who's celebrating her 17th birthday today. Happy birthday, Ella. Finally, I want to recognize the others in this place who have tabled similar bills over the years and thank the member for Victoria for seconding this bill. Lowering the voting age is not a new idea, but I believe it's an idea whose time has come. I hope it will find a majority of support in this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I want to remind the honourable members that concise is a word they should remember. Mr. Bacharach, seconded by Ms. Collins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is now deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Bereavement Leave. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promise you I will be short. There's a Yiddish proverb that goes, everything ends in weeping, and I will not say it in Yiddish after. I want to thank the member for Bay of Quinte for seconding this. This private member's bill is like C-307 from the last parliament. It will introduce 6 weeks of leave for parents who are weeping for their child that they lost. It would also introduce 5 days of leave for miscarriages, 3 paid and 2 unpaid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Code. The Honourable Member, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
Pursuant to this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
The motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. We are at first reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present in the House today, and I appreciate the opportunity. The first petition, and I know these are greatly anticipated by my colleagues, especially the Minister for Justice. I want to listen carefully to this one because it pertains to people from Hong Kong who are seeking to come to Canada, are concerned about a criminal conviction that isn't, by any standards, a real criminal conviction. That is that they have been persecuted as a result of being involved in democratic activism and protests, things that are not a criminal offense in Canada. They're concerned that if they were convicted of offenses that are unrelated to the national security law but are still related to pro-democracy activism, that they would be barred from entry to Canada. So petitioners call on the government to take appropriate steps to create mechanisms whereby people that have been involved in the democracy movement and have been convicted on trumped-up charges in Hong Kong would still be able to make applications to Canada. I know that petition will have the support of many members. The next petition is with respect to the carbon tax and the GST. Petitioners are concerned that the government's carbon tax system results in double taxation, a tax on a tax, and petitioners want to see the government eliminate the GST on federal carbon tax levies and additional costs, the newly announced standards charged to Canadians. The third petition that I'm tabling is with respect to organ harvesting and trafficking. We have Bill S-223, which the Senate has now adopted unanimously. Third time that the Senate has unanimously passed a bill on organ harvesting and trafficking, and they've sent it to us here in the House, so hopefully this Parliament will be the one that gets it done. Petitioners want to see the government make it a criminal offence for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. The next petition highlights the human rights situation of Falun Gong practitioners and calls on the governments to apply Magnitsky-style sanctions to those involved in these gross violations of human rights. Petitioners mention a number of specific individuals who have been involved in that persecution, and they also want to see the government refuse immigration or visitor visas to those that are involved in persecuting Falun Gong practitioners. The next petition highlights concerns about Bill C-7 from the last Parliament. Petitioners note that this bill raised significant concerns from the disability community about how this would really push people towards death instead of giving them options for life. The petitioners called on this House to reject this approach of allowing mental illness to be an adoption for assisted death and to protect Canadians struggling with mental health challenges by facilitating treatment and recovery, not death. Madam Speaker, the next petition highlights the human rights situation of the Hazara community in Afghanistan. Petitioners are very concerned about really an ongoing series of human rights abuses that Hazaras have experienced for centuries. And of course, this has become all that much more acute with the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. Petitioners want to see the government formally recognize the 1891 to 93 ethnic cleansing perpetuated against the Hazaras as a genocide, to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day, and they are also supportive of Bill C-287 from the last Parliament, aimed at ensuring all development assistance contributed to peace and security of all people in all regions. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the Uyghur genocide, and a very important topic, again, because the House has recognized that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims are subject to genocide. The government has not yet taken that steps, and there are various measures that people are calling on to respond to that genocide. So this petition highlights that genocide, forced abortion, forced organ harvesting, forced insertion of IUDs, other measures targeting Uyghur women and the whole Uyghur community, calls on the government to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act or the Magnitsky Act to sanction those responsible for these heinous crimes. And the next petition that I'm tabling highlights concerns about the definition used in the government's conversion therapy legislation. Petitioners support efforts to ban conversion therapy. They want to see the government fix the definition to provide greater clarity in the law. And, Madam Speaker, the final petition that I am tabling today highlights the persecution of other minority communities in Afghanistan specifically. This petition focuses on the plight of the Sikh and Hindu minority in Afghanistan, and this follows 6 years of activism from the Conservative Party as well as other opposition parties calling on the government to create a special program to help minorities that are vulnerable to persecution be privately sponsored to come to Canada, as well as calling on the government to advocate for the human rights situations of minorities. Sadly, following the Taliban takeover, circumstances have gotten considerably worse from an already challenging situation, and the government needs to do all it can to help Sikhs, Hindus, Christians, Hazaras, other minorities in Afghanistan, as well as the people of Afghanistan more broadly. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my honour to table in both official languages a petition from the citizens in Guelph, started by Bob Fanning. This petition is looking to enact transition legislation on the climate emergency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition here from Canadians from British Columbia who point out that the cost of prescription medicines are excessive across the country and vary widely across the country. Those costs continue to rise. Many Canadians cannot afford to fill their prescriptions. So these petitioners ask the government to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian single-payer universal pharmacare plan across Canada.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have one petition to table today, Madam Speaker, and it's to support volunteer firefighters who account for 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. Madam Speaker, in honor of these incredible volunteer firefighters, the people of Beaver Creek, Cherry Creek, and Port Alberni are calling on the Government of Canada to support Private Members Bill C-201 and increase the tax exemption from $3,000 to $10,000 to help our essential volunteer firefighters and volunteer search and rescue people across the country. Because currently, the Tax Code of Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year, which works out to about $450 a year, which we allow these essential volunteers to keep of their own income regardless of their regular jobs. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Sturgeon Park, Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present my first petition in this Parliament. The petitioners are very concerned over the practice of forced organ harvesting and people traveling abroad to regimes where people are not adequately protected from the practice of forced organ harvesting. There is currently a bill before the Senate, S-223, and the petitioners are calling on all parties in this House to support legislation to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration Act to ensure that Canadians are not going abroad and procuring organs that have been procured as a result of forced or intimidation acts, organ harvesting. So the petitioners are calling on the government to take action on this. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Members from across Canada have signed this petition. It's based on the fact that we still have the Gold Digger Clause, which disallows pensions to survivors of veterans who married after the age of 60. We know that the National Council of Veterans Association and the RCMP Veterans Association and the Armed Forces Pensioners Association of Canada have advocated for the elimination of this clause. And we also know that the Prime Minister's 2015 and 2017 mandate letters to his Minister of Veterans Affairs directed the elimination of the marriage after 60 clause. Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that this will be dealt with, and the lights seem to have gone out, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, given the lights are back on, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Does the honourable member have the House's consent? Perfect. Okay, orders of the day.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, projet de loi amenant
Government bills resume.
Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now that the light is back on, I will continue to shed clarity on this House and this debate, picking up where I left off on Bill C-5. Madam Speaker, this bill accomplishes important objectives by advancing a series of coordinating sentencing measures and policies in three broad areas. First, it will repeal mandatory minimum penalties for certain offenses. Second, it will increase the availability of conditional sentences without compromising public safety. And third, it would amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to require police and prosecutors to consider diverting cases of simple drug possession away from courts at the earliest point of contact. Madam Speaker, I will address each of these important amendments in turn. Dans le projet de loi C5, nous proposons
In Bill C-5, we are proposing to repeal the mandatory minimum sentences for 14 criminal code offenses, 13 firearms offenses, and 1 tobacco offense.
aussi les peines minimales.
We are also removing mandatory minimum sentences for all offenses under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Les infractions associées.
There are offenses associated with the overrepresentation
of Aboriginal peoples, the Black community, or other marginalized Canadians in our criminal justice system.
Reforms will also repeal the 3- and 5-year mandatory minimum penalties for illegal possession of a restricted or prohibited firearm and the 1-year mandatory minimum penalty for drug trafficking struck down by the Supreme Court of Canada. Notre justification est simple.
Our rationale is simple. Sentences must be tailored to the unique circumstances of a crime. A rigid approach to sentencing too often results in grossly disproportionate outcomes, particularly when the scope of the offense is broad.
Il est prouvé.
There is evidence, Madam Speaker, that mandatory minimum sentences have not only failed to protect our communities, but also that they contribute to the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people, Black people, and marginalized Canadians. This is especially true in the case of drug-related and firearms-related offenses.
And let the numbers speak for themselves. Data from the Correctional Service of Canada from 207 to 2017 reveal that 39% of Black people and 20% of Indigenous people incarcerated in a federal institution between those years were there for offenses carrying a mandatory minimum penalty. Further, during the same years, the proportion of Indigenous offenders admitted to federal custody for an offense punishable by a mandatory minimum penalty almost doubled from 14% to 26%. During this time frame, Indigenous people also represented 40% of all federally incarcerated offenders admitted for a firearm-related offense. Regrettably, the data does not get better when we look at the experience of Black Canadians and their interaction with the criminal justice system. From 2007 to 2017, nearly half, more specifically 43%, of all federally incarcerated offenders convicted importing or exporting a controlled substance or possessing controlled substances for exporting under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act were Black adults. Ces chiffres sont un triste témoignage de politique.
These numbers are a sad testament to policies that have focused on incarceration and the increased use of mandatory minimum sentences of imprisonment. Some would have you believe that these mandatory minimum sentences are the only way to fight crime. That is manifestly false. Mandatory minimum sentences have been around for decades, but the previous Conservative government introduced a whole new set of mandatory minimum sentences without really considering their real impact. We know that a more nuanced approach is necessary. That is exactly what our government is doing. The data tells us who is incarcerated, who's in jail, and why. If mandatory minimum sentences are repealed as set out in C5, people may still be sentenced to harsher penalties. But the courts will be able to take into account the unique circumstances of each offense and determine the most appropriate sentence, rather than being limited by mandatory minimum sentences.
La montée actuelle de la violence par...
I know that many are concerned about the current rise in gun violence. As a Montrealer, I wish to say that I understand them, but I want to be very clear. When it comes to firearms, serious crimes will continue to receive serious sentences. The repeal of mandatory minimum sentences for some does not mean that there will be any gaps in public safety. Bill C5 gives the courts the flexibility to consider alternatives for low-risk offenders. By repealing mandatory minimum sentences, we reduce their risk of reoffending, and also we ensure the safety of society. Consider the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling in R. v. Nuer, which struck down mandatory minimum sentences but upheld a sentence above the prescribed minimum. This is why the repeal of mandatory minimum sentences set out in this bill should reduce the overall incarceration rate of Aboriginal peoples and Black Canadians. The repeal of these mandatory minimum sentences will ensure that a person convicted of an offense receives a sentence that is proportionate to the degree of responsibility and the severity of the offense, taking into account of individual factors. These factors may include, for example, an Indigenous offender's experience with intergenerational trauma, residential schools, or a Black Canadian offender's experience with systemic racism.
Recognizes that restoring a sentencing court's ability to consider important sentencing principles is only one part of the equation. The other part is getting this important information before the sentencing court so that they can account for all relative sentencing factors in imposing a fit sentence. That is where program funding comes in. Government is providing $49.3 million over 5 years to support the application of GLADU principles and the integration of GLADU report writing in the justice system. This is critical to help address systemic barriers for Indigenous peoples in the criminal justice system by ensuring the background and systemic factors that bring them into contact with the justice system are taken into account at sentencing, and to help inform reasonable alternatives to sentencing for Indigenous accused. What's more, the government is making investments of $6.6 million per year over 5 years and of $1.6 million ongoing, funding the support of the implementation of Impact of Race and Cultural Assessments, or IRCAs, which will ensure a sentencing court can consider the disadvantage and systemic factors that contributed to racialized Canadians' interactions with the criminal justice system. The government is also investing $21.5 million over 5 years to support access to legal information and advice for racialized Canadians. This would support organizations that provide free public legal education and information, as well as the organizations that provide legal services and advice to racialized communities. But I want to be very clear, Madam Speaker, about who we are targeting and not targeting with this bill. This bill is about low-risk offenders. Le projet de loi C5 n'abroge pas les...
Bill C5 does not repeal mandatory minimum sentences for the most serious firearms offenses. This obviously includes offenses where people are injured, but also those where the firearm used is a restricted or prohibited weapon, or a firearm associated with gangs or organized crime. We remain committed to cracking down on serious crimes that make our cities and communities less safe. Let me say it again. Serious crimes will continue to have serious consequences.
Our government committed to continuing to combat gender-based violence and fight gun crime with measures we have previously introduced, such as lifetime background checks to prevent those with a history of abuse against their spouse or partner from obtaining a firearms license. Red flag laws that would allow immediate removal of firearms if that person is a threat to themselves or others, particularly to their spouse or partner. Increased maximum penalties for firearms trafficking and smuggling from 10 to 14 years of imprisonment. Enhancing the capacity of the RCMP and the CBSA to combat the illegal importation of firearms. Bill C5 makes our justice system more fair and more just for young, first-time, or nonviolent offenders by giving judges back the ability to impose a sentence that fits the crime and the offender. However, nothing in this bill, Madam Speaker, would prevent a judge from imposing a serious sentence where it is warranted.
I would like to turn now to the changes proposed in Bill C5 with respect to removing restrictions on conditional sentences. Bill C5 would increase access to them so that courts can impose community sentences of less than 2 years only when the offender does not pose a risk to public safety. Again, the evidence is clear. It shows that imprisonment, and particularly for low-risk offenders, is associated with higher rates of repeat offending. This is a fact, not my opinion. Moreover, there is evidence that approaches other than imprisonment, such as community-based sentences, can have a significant positive impact and allow for more effective reintegration into the community, which contributes to lowering the risk of reoffending. Again, this is a fact, not opinion. Furthermore, there is evidence that reoffending rates to those sentenced to a conditional sentence are relatively low. This finding is consistent with a large body of research that demonstrates that addressing the underlying causes of offending can have lasting benefits for the individual, but also for improving the effectiveness of the justice system and protecting society as a whole. In fact, it's not very difficult to understand why. Community-based sentencing offers an option that offsets the negative effects associated with incarceration, which also promotes the rehabilitation of offenders.
Conservative government in 2007 in former Bill C-9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, and in 2012 by former Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act, made it much harder for a sentencing court to impose these sentences. These reforms made conditional sentences unavailable for all offenses punishable by maximum terms of imprisonment of 14 years or more, as well as for some offenses prosecuted by indictment and punishable by a maximum of 10 years imprisonment. These laws tied the court's hands. These amendments to the conditional sentencing regime, coupled with the increased use of mandatory minimum penalties, have produced negative impacts on the criminal justice system as a whole. This bill will increase the availability of conditional sentence orders when offenders do not pose a risk to public safety and are facing terms of imprisonment that are under 2 years or less, and where imposing such a sentence would be consistent with the purpose and principles of sentencing. CSOs would be available for all offenses that do not carry a minimum mandatory penalty, including those repealed by this bill with certain exceptions. Conditional sentences of imprisonment would not be available for the serious offenses of advocating genocide, torture, attempted murder, or any terrorism or criminal organization offenses that are prosecuted by way of indictment and for which the maximum term of imprisonment is 10 years or more. Madam Speaker, I will turn to the other important amendments being advanced in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act shortly. But before I do, let me speak to the positive impacts that can be expected by repealing MMPs and making conditional sentences of imprisonment more widely available.
First, as I said earlier, we can expect to see an overall reduction in incarceration rates, particularly with respect to the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities in federal correctional facilities. Reducing the number of mandatory minimum sentences should also help our courts. In cases involving mandatory minimum sentences, evidence shows that trials are longer, accused persons are less likely to plead guilty, and there has been a significant increase in charter challenges in Canadian courts.
Delays in the system, Madam Speaker, for which we have to deal in the criminal justice system, and this will improve that situation. This brings me to the last set of important reforms proposed in Bill C-5. For the first time, we will enact a declaration of principles in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. It is intended to guide police and prosecutors in the exercise of their discretion, to divert simple possession of drugs away from the criminal justice system at an early stage. At the outset, I would like to thank the member from Beaches East York for his private member's bill in the last Parliament and his leadership in this area. We agree that these changes to treat addiction as a health issue will improve the state of criminal justice in Canada and may well help save lives during the opioid crisis. These principles are consistent with and informed by the large body of research indicating that criminal sanctions imposed for simple possession of drugs can increase the stigma associated with drug use and are not consistent with established public health evidence.
These reforms reinforce the government's ongoing commitment to addressing the opioid crisis and recognize that substance use is a health issue, not a crime. As such, it requires evidence-based interventions to address its causes rather than its effects, with measures such as education, treatment, cure, rehabilitation, and reintegration. Police and Crown prosecutors would be required to consider alternatives to laying or prosecuting criminal charges for people who are found in simple possession of controlled substances. Possible actions could be to do nothing, issue a warning, or refer individuals to alternative measures, including treatment programs.
This bill align with the August 2020 guideline of the Director of Public Prosecutions. It tells prosecutors to pursue diversion for simple drug possession cases and instead focus on prosecutions for the most serious drug cases that raise public safety concerns. The proposed amendments also align with the advice given by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. They also reflect calls to action made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, calls for justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and recent calls by the Black Parliamentary Caucus to address anti-Black racism, systemic bias, and to make the criminal justice system more reflective of our diverse society. Taken together, this package of reforms is an important reset of our approach to criminal justice. It would allow actors in the system, police, crowns, and courts, to determine the right course of action for each individual before them. That could mean diversion to a treatment program for an offender who committed a crime in order to feed an addiction. Or it could mean a long jail sentence to the drug trafficker who is profiting from the sale of those drugs to our most vulnerable citizens.
It is high time, Madam Speaker, that Canada adopt an approach that works, that our justice system be fair and just to Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and marginalized people, that it is effective in punishing serious criminal offenses and protecting our communities.
To know that reflexive and punitive justice policies just don't work. They don't make our communities safer, they hurt people. And they hurt the people they hurt most are Indigenous, Black, and marginalized Canadians. Madam Speaker, our government is set to turn the page on the failed policies of the past. C5 is an important step in that direction, and I urge all honourable members in this House to support the swift passage of Bill C5. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened intently to the minister's speech, and there's a couple of things that I'd like to point out that I would say are a bit mischaracterizations of the bill. One is that it somehow deals with minor offenses. And two, that somehow these penalties are from an era when Conservatives were in government, the Harper era that the minister referred to. Robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, those mandatory minimums came in under a Liberal government. Weapons trafficking, again, a Liberal government. Using a firearm in the commission of an offense came in 1976 under the government of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. What do those offenses have in common? One, they were brought in under Liberal governments. Two, they are not minor offenses, they're serious offenses. So when we talk about hurting people, I'm concerned about protecting the communities that are being hit day in and day out with firearms offenses, and if we're putting people back out on the street, that's not protecting those communities. Will the minister comment on the fact that these mandatory minimums, A, deal with serious offenses, and B, came in under previous Liberal governments?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable critic for his question and his work on the issue. Madam Speaker, to answer the second question first, yes, there's been an accretion of minimum mandatory penalties over the years. Some of them came under Liberal government's precedent, but the real hallmark of mandatory minimums as a central piece of criminal justice policy was in 2007 and 2012 under the Harper government. Madam Speaker, yes, serious crimes will always be punished seriously. We are not talking about maximum penalties. Those are still going to be in place, and if one does commit one of those offenses and is proven to commit one of those offenses, judges, given the circumstances, will sentence seriously. I would also point out that for a number of the offenses cited by the honourable member, actions with a firearm, extortion, robbery, etc., the only weapons we are targeting in those pieces are actually long guns, Madam Speaker. If it's a prohibited weapon, if it's a restricted weapon, like an assault weapon or a handgun, the mandatory minimum will stay in place.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which is very interesting and relevant and precise. He knows his file, so I congratulate him for that. Now, as you know, the Bloc will vote in favour of this bill. Probably 100% of the Bloc's caucus will vote for it. I'm not sure if there'll be a free vote on your side of the House. I'm not convinced that they'll have 100% of members from the Liberal Party voting in favour of it. But I would like to play the devil's advocate here. I get the feeling, well, I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the concern that was raised by in favor of MMPs. They allow us, they say, to make sentences standardized and to minimize factors such as gender and race. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Yes, figures show that that's exactly the opposite. Since minimum sentencing was adopted, what we've seen is that racialized individuals, individuous Canadians, Black Canadians, are overrepresented in our criminal system. We have to maintain a certain amount of leeway and flexibility for the judge so that he or she can take account of individual circumstances so that they can tackle systemic racism or discrimination. That's very important. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. There's very little I can disagree with in the speech, but when this bill was introduced in the previous Parliament as C-22, we raised our concerns that given the scale of the opioid crisis and given the scale of the over-incarceration of Black and Indigenous Canadians, is there really enough in this bill, or are we missing the opportunity? And the way this bill is drafted, which is very narrow, means there are some topics that we would very much like to discuss that will be outside the scope of the bill, like expungement, or Recommendation 32 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission on restoring discretion to judges completely, not just on a limited number of offenses, but completely when it comes to mandatory minimums and conditional sentences. So my question to the Minister is very specific. Will the Minister consider referring this bill to committee before a vote at second reading so that the committee would have a chance to add some of these things which are beyond the scope of the bill as it's currently written?
Well, Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for his question and for the work that he does on these issues. I appreciate the question. I appreciate the sentiment behind it. I'm never averse, Madam Speaker, to any good faith suggestion whether procedural or substantive to make a bill work better. In this case, he's raised a number of issues that are outside of my ministry, such as expungement, which falls under the Minister of Public Safety, or further measures that might be taken with respect to the opioid crisis, which would fall under the Minister of Health or the new Minister of Mental Health. But I will take that question under advisement and get back to him, Madam Speaker, and it's a discussion I'll leave to the House leaders as well.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of Justice for that speech. You know, this afternoon and even this morning, I heard several members of Parliament make reference that our criminal justice system disadvantages people that are Indigenous or people of color or racially marginalized. And, well, I've read parts, certainly not all of it, but parts of their criminal code. And I don't see where there's any disadvantage to being Indigenous or a person of color or racially marginalized inside of there. And I do recognize that the statistics seem to indicate that, but can the minister tell the House how he comes to that conclusion and where the data is other than the population?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, the data is well documented, and with all due respect to the honourable member, I'm going to trust the data over an opinion. Madam Speaker, Indigenous adults represent 5% of the general population, but 30% of federal incarcerated inmates. That's 6 times higher than the rate of federal custody for non-Indigenous Canadians, non-Indigenous adults. Black Canadians, Madam Speaker, represent 3% of the population, but 7% of federal offenders. Madam Speaker, I'd also point out that with respect to the efficiency of the criminal justice system, I often hear members on the other side complaining about the slowness of the criminal justice system in light of the Jordan ruling. Minimum mandatory penalties are one of the single most important factors in clogging up the criminal justice system. They represent almost 50% of all the charter appeals in the criminal justice system. They often win, and they often result in extremely contentious litigation because people don't plea bargain anymore. So by removing minimum mandatory penalties for these kinds of offenses, we'll be able to increase the efficiency of the criminal justice system.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister spoke about the harm that mandatory minimums can do and the inability for the sentencing to take into account additional factors. But could the Minister actually speak about when it comes to youth and ensuring that there is a process in place to ensure that young people don't get sucked into the cycle of crime by not having the ability for extenuating circumstances or factors to be considered, while also ensuring that serious harmful crimes are punished in a way that Canadians would expect. Can the Minister speak about the impacts to youth in this legislation?
Minister of Justice.
That's a great question, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for it. And presumed by youth, she means 18, 19, 20, young adults. At a particular point in their life. What this legislation does, Madam Speaker, is allows a judge to take into account a variety of different factors such that a simple and stupid mistake doesn't end up putting someone in prison for 4 years. An example I often use, Madam Speaker, a young person in the north, 19, 20 years old, has a job, has a significant other, is still going to school, goes out on a Saturday night, has a few beers too many, comes back on a dare from a friend, takes out a long gun, and puts a couple of bullets into the side of an empty building. No harm, no foul. But a neighbor hears it, calls the police, person gets arrested, 4-year minimum mandatory penalty, loses the job, loses the education, loses the girlfriend, and when he gets out, he has no friends, he moves in with the people he did time with. Madam Speaker, in that case, all the sentence did was form a different kind of finishing school for a person we could have helped otherwise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portrait Liskeard.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise in this House and speak on this bill. If you will indulge me, it is my first time rising to give a full speech since the last election. I was able to give a short statement a week and a half ago, but this is my first opportunity to give a full speech. So I do want to say a big thank you to the people of Portage Lisgar who voted for me and those who didn't vote for me, because I'm here to represent all my constituents in Portage Lisgar. It's the 5th time they've sent me to this House, and as I said in my previous statement, it was a difficult election, and so I really appreciate the people who stood with me, who worked, who volunteered. They volunteered in offices, they volunteered door knocking, they donated, they were there for me. And so I do want to express my sincere thanks to my campaign team. I specifically want to mention Deb, Colleen, Neil, then there was Hank, Glenn and Brian, who were always there, and countless others who supported me. I also want to say a big thank you, because I've got a little bit of time to do that today. I want to say a big thank you to my husband, Michael. This is his 2nd election that he's been with me, and I think when we met, he didn't know that he would be entering the world of politics, but he's actually pretty good at door knocking, very efficient, and he knows how to keep me moving through the doors. So I appreciate his love and support as well. Madam Speaker, Portage Lisgar sent me to Ottawa to be their voice, and it is so important that we as MPs stay connected to our riding and put our riding's needs, their priorities, their way of looking at our country, and indeed addressing problems that face our country first and foremost in all that we do. And that's really has been my endeavor since I was first elected back in 2008. Madam Speaker, you probably will recall that I, as a new MP, and I think you were a fairly new MP at that time too, and I was able to bring forward a private member's bill to end the wasteful, what we believe was the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. And I do have to I have a funny story, Madam Speaker, because I don't know if you remember, you very much supported the long gun registry, and we were on different sides of that issue. And I accidentally, in sending thank you letters to everyone around in the chamber who supported my private member's bill, I accidentally sent you a thank you letter, and you were understandably not happy with me because you did not support it, and you didn't want your constituents to think that you had. And I'm not sure if you recall that, Madam Speaker, but you do. Yes, I do as well. So hopefully you have forgiven me for that faux pas and that error a backbencher made. But I did appreciate the support that I got from people in the chamber. And you know, the interesting thing that I was taught and that I learned during that entire endeavor was that members of Parliament sometimes say one thing in their riding and then something very different in the House of Commons. You, Madam Speaker, were not one of those. You were consistent in the riding and in Ottawa. You supported the long gun registry. But there were MPs from the NDP side, there was even a few from the Liberal side, that would tell their constituents they supported law-abiding Canadians, they supported the ability for farmers, duck hunters, rural Canadians, Indigenous Canadians, and others to legally have firearms and not have to register them. But then they came to Ottawa and voted completely differently. They were what some would call two-faced in terms of how they presented themselves in their riding and presented themselves when they voted. So that was an interesting first lesson for me. But the other thing that I learned working on ending the long gun registry was how valuable stakeholders are in developing legislation. And when I'm talking about issues around crime, guns, and how to combat crime, gun crime specifically, frontline police officers were some of the best resources for me. Certainly I talked to the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters a lot. I talked to Sports Shooters of Canada. I talked to countless men and women who are involved in hunting and they use firearms on their farms. But I got to tell you, when I talked to frontline officers and I asked them, again as a new MP, if we end the long gun registry, are we going to hurt the work that you were trying to do as a police officer? And they overwhelmingly told me, no, the long gun registry doesn't help us. What we're having problems with, they would say to me, is criminals, gangsters, drug dealers who are on the street, who are victimizing people, who are luring people into gang activity, using guns in the commission of the crime. We need you, as a Conservative government, to get tough on those individuals. So, needless to say, my private member's bill did not pass. It was defeated, but it really brought the issue to the forefront. And we went on in 2011 and had an election, and a number of the Liberal MPs who had been inconsistent in terms of where they stood on the long gun registry lost their riding in 2011. And the Conservative Party won a majority government in 2011. We were able to then, as a government bill, end the long gun registry and really enact what we believe as a government is the best way to combat gun crime. And I think all of us in this House know that gun crime in Canada is a problem. Thankfully, we don't have the same degree of gun violence that the U.S. has. But the gun violence that we are seeing here in Canada is alarming, and it is only growing. And it was something that we as a Conservative government recognized was a problem and recognized that had to be addressed. So our approach to gun crime was this. First of all, let's not spend time, energy, resources, police time targeting law-abiding Canadians. These are Canadians who legally own a firearm. They've gotten their license to own that firearm. They've gone through safety courses. We have very strong laws, and so we should, around transportation, around background checks, around storing firearms, using firearms. Conservatives believe in that kind of a regime. We believe that we should have strong legislation around who owns a firearm and how that firearm is used. And Conservatives supported that. But we did not believe that we should be using all of our resources and our political resources and the finances of the country to target law-abiding Canadians. Why would we? They're following the law. They're not using their firearms to commit crimes. In fact, I remember when I did the work on this, an interesting statistic was, and I've said this before in the chamber, if you actually have a license to own a firearm, you are 50% less likely to ever commit a crime with a gun. Wow. That that statistic was valid back in 2009-10. I would say it probably still is today. So literally, for those of us here who don't have a license to own a firearm, we're actually 50% more likely to commit a crime with a gun. Because it only is logical that law-abiding Canadians who are trying to follow the rules, they want to own a firearm for the right reasons, they are going to keep following the laws. So Conservatives said, let's not focus on those people. Let's not make life more difficult for those people. Let's make sure they follow the law, keep the rules strong. But let's look at the criminals and criminal activity that is going on primarily in our major cities. Back in 2011, gun crime was on the rise in places like Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, but even in places like Edmonton, Winnipeg, and some of our smaller cities as well. And so our focus was to ensure that people who commit crimes with firearms, with guns, were then put in jail. And, you know, I've got to say, I'm a big believer, and even over the years, I see more and more that there is hope for many people who find themselves involved in criminal activity. Not all of them are horrible people where there is no hope for them. There is hope for people to change. But once you take a gun and you walk into a store and you put it against the head of someone and say, "Give me all your money or I'm going to shoot you," public safety then becomes a priority. If we want to help those people, and the minister referred to maybe somebody who had been drinking too much and went out and did something that he regretted, we need to help those people before they get to the point of committing these kinds of crimes. Once they've committed the crime, certainly they need help, and many times the most help they're going to get is actually in a federal penitentiary. They're actually going to get more help if they get 2 years plus than being in a provincial facility. But let's help them before they get involved in a life of crime. At least that's what Conservatives help and believe. And in fact, we proposed some great measures in this last election where our leader and our party presented some really good, solid, and practical solutions to helping people with addictions and mental health issues. Let's help people before they get involved in crime. That's really the way to do it. Once they've committed a crime, I'm going to say it again, then protecting the public should be the government's top priority. And that was Conservatives' top priority. Let's not focus on let's not focus on law-abiding gun owners. Let's focus on criminals. And I'm looking right now at a report. Well, actually, before I talk about this report, I'm going to go to, since 2015, the different approach from the Liberals when it comes to combating gun violence. So we had our approach as Conservatives, the Liberals were elected, and they have their approach. Now, their approach seems to be, and is, let's go really hard. Let's get out the big hammer. And let's go hard after those farmers, those duck hunters. Let's do everything we can. Let's just throw the book at them. Because you know what? It's easy. They're the easy ones to go after. And with many Liberals, and I know not everyone in this House, you know, maybe should be painted with the same brush, but it is the Liberal government. It would appear this Liberal government wants to do the easy thing that is a lot of great virtual signaling, but doesn't actually accomplish anything. So going after, you know, some would say the term is the low-hanging fruit, the law-abiding Canadians, is what the Liberals absolutely go after. And they've got no problem. Hard, very severe. The hammer comes down. Somehow then they don't really care about how people are feeling. Somehow then they don't care about the stress that they are putting on law-abiding Canadians, making them into criminals. Somehow then compassion, common sense, justice, fairness, none of those words really come into the vocabulary of the Liberal government when they're talking about what they're going to do to law-abiding Canadians who own firearms. But the minute they get a chance, you know, here we are, we had to have this election, and we got to this Parliament, and by George, what's the first thing this government's got to do? Let's pass a bill to make life easier for people who commit an armed robbery with a gun. Isn't that, and let's call it, we're going to help people who are marginalized. Like, in what world? Actually, people who are minorities are probably victimized even more by gun crimes. So somehow saying that it's going to help marginalized Canadians and reduce gun crime is insanity. But I want to go to my graph because I want to talk about the evidence. So I'm reading it. I'm reading my paper. I'm sorry that some of them think it is a reporting period from 2004 to 2020, shooting and firearm discharges by year. I won't go through all of the years because I don't have enough time, but I will say 2014, that was when we Conservatives were a majority government and we had conservative legislation and a conservative approach to combating gun crime. Shootings and firearm discharge by year was at an all-time low, 177. That's a lot. But guess what it was starting 2016 all the way to 2020? 2016, 407. 2017, 392. 2018, 427. 2019, 492. And 2020, a whopping 462. They have just skyrocketed. Now, persons killed and injured, and this is, I think, Madam Speaker, this is where people's lives are impacted. Innocent people are being killed and injured. Children are being killed and injured with guns. Not while they're off hunting with grandpa. Not while they're maybe doing a bit of killing some rodents on the farm. In cities in our country, children, teenagers are being killed by people who are committing crimes with illegal guns, many times smuggled in and sold illegally. So I want to talk about that. Persons killed or injured, again, by the year. 2012, it's a little hard to read. 2012, 114, that's sad. That was deaths and injuries. 2013, 119. 2014, 76. We're starting to see a trend go down. By 2015, 125, it starts going up, and it just, and my graph got cut off. 2017, though, 148. It is, we saw the numbers go up consistently under the Liberal government. I think the point of this, Madam Speaker, is the Liberal approach to combating gun crime is not working. And it's very disappointing to see they are continuing the same pattern that they started. Now, the bill that we're debating today is C5, and it is basically a reintroduction of a previous bill, but it really does the same harm and damage. And I think that there could be some agreement and there could be some work that we could do, definitely, to help people, again, struggling with addiction, struggling with mental health. But this approach is, again, it's so backwards. It just feels like what the Liberals do is always backwards. Even the minister was somehow saying he was comforting Canadians because, no, if you commit a crime with a long gun, then there won't be mandatory minimum sentences. I think that's what I heard him say. No, if you commit a crime with a gun, long gun, small gun, short gun, handgun, any gun, if you commit a crime with a gun, public safety and justice should be paramount in government's policy, and you should go to jail. That's a bottom line principle that Conservatives believe. But again, the Liberals somehow think that if they kind of twist it around and virtual signal here and soften it there, it's very hard to understand the logic. But what C5 is doing is it is reducing mandatory minimum sentences for a number of drug offenses, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to talk about that. But the ones that I'm concerned about is gun violence in Canada and the massive increase. And a lot of what they're reducing and taking away mandatory minimums have to do with literally committing crimes with guns, robbery, which is so serious. Imagine, I don't think any of us can imagine, getting held up. You're working in a store, you're working at a local gas station, and someone comes in with a gun and says, give me all your money or I'm going to shoot you. And imagine the firearm is discharged. I mean, People who do these kinds of crimes, they are a danger to society. And for whatever reason, they may have a mental health issue. They may have an addiction. They need treatment for that. But the protection of the public should come before the treatment of the criminal. That's what conservatives believe. 2 minutes. How did time go so fast? All right, I thought I had a lot more time. I want to quickly tell you what frontline officers are saying. And I'm going to go right to an individual who's a frontline officer, and she is dealing every day with very serious crime. And she said this: criminals use illicit firearms in the commission of an offense is now a common occurrence. She said, the violence I see is unprecedented. I see it firsthand. I often feel like I am working in a war zone with no end in sight. Recently, I was mandated to be certified in tactical trauma care to help save the lives of gunshot victims in the critical minutes following a shooting until we can make the scene safe for paramedics. As a police officer, it is incredibly frustrating to see the revolving door of criminals in and out of jail. Violent offenders out on bail or receiving conditional sentences for the violent crimes that they commit. Not to mention continually breaching their conditions and being arrested again and again. How do I protect victims? Repealing mandatory minimums such as firearms offenses, discharging a firearm with intent, robbery with a firearm, and extortion with a firearm are incredibly serious offenses that put the public at serious risk. Offenders need to stay in custody where they should receive meaningful rehabilitation. I am sickened to hear, and I sincerely hope that Bill C-5 will not proceed any further in the best interest, safety, and well-being of Canadians. That's a frontline officer, Madam Chair. I respect the work that our police officers do. Let's listen to our frontline officers. Let's help people, definitely, who need help. But when they cross the line and commit violent crimes, we have to protect Canadians first and foremost. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard on a number of occasions the member talk about the paramount need for public safety after somebody commits a crime. And I could not agree more with her. It's absolutely imperative that the number one objective is to make sure that the public is being the top priority in terms of what we're looking at. The problem is, Madam Speaker, is that conservatives don't consider the fact that the proper rehabilitation and reintegration into society of a convicted individual is part of that public safety. See, this goes to the crux of this issue with conservatives. Corrections to them is lock them up and throw away the key. But on the other side of the House, they're even saying here, here. They're even saying here, here. On the other side of the House, we believe that rehabilitation and reintegration into society is very important for our overall societal perspective. Would the member not agree that rehabilitation and reintegration into society is part of that public safety?
Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, I appreciate the question. You know, before I became a member of Parliament, I and my family members actually volunteered at Stony Mountain Penitentiary for many years. We went, it's a federal maximum security penitentiary at the time, and we went in and we worked with offenders, violent offenders, lifers, murderers, men who had done very, very serious crimes. And I did that because I do believe in redemption. And I do believe that people can change. And I do believe that there is hope for people to change. And conservatives believe that. But what conservatives don't believe is that you have to exchange one for the other. So, and I've been talking with frontline officers, and I've been told that one of the problems is if individuals who maybe need some help get 2 years less a day, they are put into a provincial system that has less resources and is probably more damaging to them. So let's do the right thing. You know what's amazing? When you do the right thing, the right result happens. Let's protect.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay, James Dunovich.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. She spoke about violence and police violence. Does she feel that adopting C5 could endanger public safety in any way?
Thank you. I want to thank that colleague for her question. I just will quickly finish. I think we can do the right thing and get the right result. If people do a crime, there should be a mandatory minimum sentence if they commit a violent crime with a gun. While they're in prison, I do not believe we should just treat them like animals and throw away the key. I think we need to help individuals who are in prison and help them become functioning members of society, including being integrated back into society. To answer my honourable colleague's question, I am concerned when I hear the stories from my from colleagues and people that I know who are police officers. Literally, they are not exaggerating when they say they feel they are in a war zone. Guns are everywhere right now, and they're illegal guns, and they're being smuggled in. And that's one of the other problems with this legislation, is reducing mandatory minimums for people who are smuggling guns in and selling them. So this is sending a really serious negative message to our police officers that we are not ready to tackle this problem. So I have concerns regarding the safety and security of frontline officers. Thank you.
The commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Port Moody-Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the comments. I just wanted to come back to compassion and health, and I'll just start by saying that I've heard a lot of talk in the House about building homes, and the construction industry has already been stretched beyond its capacity, and I anticipate that we will hear more of it as we try to fill the housing supply gap, and more injuries will come for sure. And due to the shortage of doctors, many construction workers are in pain and cannot access care. Well, we might have all seen this week Vicky Waldron of the Construction Industry Rehabilitation Plan tell us that this opioid crisis is hitting them hard in the construction industry. Research states that 83% of construction industry workers have experienced some form of moderate to severe mental health illness, and 90% experienced early childhood trauma, and 70% have undiagnosed PTSD. So my question to the member is, do the Conservatives accept that the tradespeople need compassion when it comes to managing their pain and the potential addictions, and that addiction should be placed squarely in public health and out of the criminal justice system? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, and I thank the member for her question. I think definitely whatever sector Canadians are working in, it's interesting that there are some sectors we think, well, maybe they wouldn't have mental health challenges or PTSD or drug addiction, but I think what my colleague is saying is every sector in our country, there are issues around drugs and addiction, and we need to help them, and we need to be there with good policy and sound policy. But I will maintain that we have to take a whole-of-government approach to addiction and ensure that public safety is paramount. So I don't think that we can just, on one hand, say, well, if you have an addiction, it doesn't really matter what you do. Compassion will lead the way, compassion to you, the addicted person. We have to, at the same time, have compassion for the victim, and we also have to ensure that justice is served, and we have to ensure that public safety is protected. Is that sometimes a hard balance? Possibly, but that's why we're in government, that's why we are in Parliament, to find these solutions and to end up doing the right thing for Canadians.
For King's Hants.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague opposite for her remarks today. We had the opportunity to connect at the airport and congratulate her on her fifth election to this House. She mentioned in her remarks during her private introduction of her private member's bill in a previous Parliament the importance of listening to stakeholders. And my understanding is that this particular bill before the House right now has the endorsement of multiple police associations across the country. But for me, it comes down to judicial independence. We've heard examples in this House. We had one from the Minister of Justice himself about a particular case. She mentioned a particular instance of armed robbery. Every instance could be different. I have a legal background. Every case, there was always nuances. There was mitigating and aggravating factors about each case. Why does she think that she's best placed to be able to balance those decisions versus a judge? Because that's really what this is about. It's about allowing judicial independence to make the decision that's most appropriate on the basis of the facts before the judge in a courtroom.
Member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll quickly say I don't believe, and I would like to see where there's been police associations endorse this bill. I've seen police associations, including the RCMP, talk about some of the other Liberal approaches to firearms, very critical of the Liberals, saying that they would like to see them use evidence-based measures to ensure public safety and to find ways to stem the smuggling of firearms into Canada. I know the Vancouver Police Chief, who also heads up the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, is not thrilled with much of the Liberals' approach to gun violence. So I think the challenge here is we've seen judges previously, and it wasn't just under Conservatives, it was under Liberal governments. Judges sometimes would nuance so quickly that violent offenders were out on the street. So it's up to us here in the House of Commons to create laws that protect the public and that will see violent offenders who are using guns, especially with gun violence increasing. Do you know the signal this sends right now, Madam Speaker? The signal it sends across the country at this point in time that the Liberals are reducing sentencing, it's very disturbing.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Portage, Liz Gear, for her contribution, and congrats to her on her re-election. I want to note that in Bill C-5, of the 73 mandatory minimum penalties, only 13 are repealed in full, 20 in full or in part, and only 10 of the 28 that have been ruled unconstitutional are part of the bill. And so at a time when we know that sentencing judges would still be required to impose a sentence that is proportionate to the degree of responsibility and to the seriousness of the offense, at a time when we know that the TRC Call to Action 32 has called for departing from mandatory minimums and that mandatory minimums contribute to systemic racism, could the member comment on her opposition to this particular bill? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague for his question. Congratulations to him as well on being elected and being here in the House of Commons. Our approach as Conservatives is that if we want to see a reduction in the overrepresentation of minorities, including Indigenous Canadians and Black Canadians, in our criminal justice system in jails, we believe the best approach is to help people before they find themselves in a life of crime, whether it's helping with addictions, mental health, certainly around support in communities. Those are the areas and those are the places that support needs to be happening. Our concern is that if law...
To resume debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And maybe just before I provide my comments on C5, I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate the Bombers' performance yesterday in the Grey Cup. I, with hundreds of thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, take in that annual festivities of the Grey Cup. It's a great Canadian tradition, and we're very proud here in Winnipeg of how the Bombers performed, whether it was from the coaching staff to the players to the administration. Just an outstanding job in winning the Grey Cup for the second consecutive year, albeit we had the one-year pause in the CFL, and very proud of the team. And I know I speak on behalf of all residents of Manitoba and those Bomber fans that are found in all regions of our country. Having said that, Madam Speaker, you know, I've been listening to the debate, and I'm often reminded in terms of, yes, there is a great divide between the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party when it comes to justice-related issues. And I must say, I approach it with maybe a little bit of a different bias, having had an opportunity in different capacities to be able to get a sense in particular with young people and their interactions with the law. I was a chair of the Keewatin and Youth Justice Committee for a number of years in my local community, and I also was a justice critic. I've had the good fortune of being an MLA for a number of years and had the opportunity to be a justice critic in the province of Manitoba. I look at Bill C-5 as positive legislation that will, in fact, make a difference. And if I go back to the days in which I was the chair of the Justice Committee, You know, I've always found it interesting. It was a gentleman by the name of Gary Kowalski. He was a colleague of mine, represented the Maples. He's the one that opened my eyes to what justice committees were all about. And when I looked into it, and you find out that there are youth in our communities, in all of our communities, that do at times do some things that maybe they should not have done, Madam Speaker. They will fall on the other side of the law. In many cases, especially in the early 90s, in dealing with these cases, often what it was a 16-year-old or a 14-year-old that actually went to a local store and picked up something and decided not to pay for it. And it was often first-time offenders. And as opposed to the local police enforcement, and particularly the Winnipeg Police Department, laying charges against that youth was provided an alternative. And that alternative was to be able to go before a youth justice committee. And if the youth agreed to participate and fulfilled the disposition of whatever that youth justice committee came up with, then that youth would not be registered as committing that criminal offense. And Madam Speaker, I was amazed when I first found out about the group in terms of, well, how do we get more people engaged? What sort of level of interest there would be? And I can tell you, when I kind of advertised it in the community of Inkster at the time, that was the provincial area that I represented, there was no shortage of people that were interested in being these quasi-judicial probation officers, because that's in fact what we were, Madam Speaker, honorary types of, as I say, quasi-judicial probation officers. At the first meeting, in fact, we probably had 40 or plus residents. Average Justice Committee was under 20, so we had to decide whom it is that would be really interested in moving forward. And I can tell you, some of the personalities that were on there were fairly harsh, I would say, individuals. And, you know, when we started to see young people come before the committee, even the harshest of them all had a much better appreciation and understanding. Because you say, well, yeah, you know what, you stole something from that store, and as a direct result, you have to do X, Y, and Z, and you're going to have to go through the courts. One can talk about the individual youth. You can also talk about the cost to society, courts, and so forth. I would argue that the cases that we were receiving, at least in the first number of years, were best dealt with by our Justice Committee. Because we lived in the community and we were dealing with youth that were committing offenses in the community. And I believe that that really had an impact. I remember right offhand, one was a librarian at one of our local schools and got to know some of the youth. The dispositions that were given typically were that of community service. Whenever we met with a 14-year-old or someone under the age of 18, and that was all of the time, Madam Speaker, we also had the parent come forward. And it's amazing when you see that 14-year-old without the peer pressure, without his or her friends around, sitting in a chair with a guardian, usually a mom or a dad, and that young person kind of shrinks into the chair, head down, and often you would see the person break out in tears. You could see that sense of that remorse. You had to get an appreciation of the terms of the crime that was committed and the circumstances around it. We all know through peer pressure what impact that can have on a young mind, going into a store with a friend. It doesn't make it right, but hopefully we can be a little bit more sympathetic as a community. And I would ultimately argue that because we took that community approach, we said to our young people that were coming before us that we genuinely care for them. And yes, they fell on the wrong side, and we want to help them get onto the right side, Madam Speaker. I know firsthand of some of those youth that went through our program that ultimately ended up working in a job and made reference to the positive impact that disposition that was given to them. There is an alternative. You know, when the Minister of Justice was talking, he said, you know, this bill is all about low-risk offenders. But listen to some of the rhetoric coming from the Conservative benches. You would think that a cold-blooded murderer is going to be let go. The Conservatives seem to have this tough-on-crime mentality, whether it's better for our communities or healthier for our communities or not. I saw that in opposition, and I see it again today. The Conservative Party needs to understand, or better understand, that people that become incarcerated, generally speaking, are going to be released someday. And it's important that our justice system that is there to protect our public, the issue of public safety, rehabilitation, all of these things need to be factored in. Because the closer that we get it to doing everything right, the safer our communities will be. And for political purposes, for the 3-inch headlines, I would suggest to you that there are the Conservatives that have that mentality that we want to give the impression that as a Conservative caucus, we're tough on crime and there's a consequence for a crime and you're going to go to jail and you're going to go to jail for a long, long time. That's the impression that they want to give. And in fact, what's worse than that is they try then to give a false impression. You try to listen to what the first speaker, the critic, was talking about, and it's kind of like, okay, the Liberal Party is saying that if you commit this or you do that, you're not going to jail. There is no problem with that because this legislation is going to pass and people are not going to have to go to jail. You see, one of the fundamental differences that we have with the Conservative Party is that we have more faith in our judicial system, in the independence of our judges. I think that if you take a look at the way in which we appoint judges, both at the federal and provincial level, especially in the last 6 years, where we have been very diligent in ensuring that our judicial appointments is done in a way in which Canadians can be very proud of. And what we're saying is that when a judge gets an appointment, that judge is in a far greater position than any one of us to be able to give a disposition that is in the best interest of our communities that we represent and the individual that has committed the crime, Madam Speaker. That's what this legislation is really about from my perspective. You know, low-risk offenders and the circumstances surrounding what has taken place, that's something in which our judges are well equipped to be able to deal with. But if you listen to the Conservative rhetoric coming across from the other way, one would get the opinion that we just want to see these people let free. Let them go. We're saying we have confidence in our judges. We are saying that we need to recognize that systemic racism is real, it's there, and we need to do something. You know, the Conservative Party talks about reconciliation, truth and reconciliation, and how important it is for their party. As a government over the last number of years, we have implemented, passed laws, whether it's on language, whether it's on for children, the statutory holiday, and more, Madam Speaker, all dealing with the calls for action. You know, I have my little book with me that talks, and keep it inside the chamber, Madam Speaker, and it talks about the importance of truth and reconciliation. In fact, it has the 94 calls for action. And, you know, the member from the Green Party made reference to the one. So when you think of today, it's call for action number 32, Madam Speaker. And let me read it. We call upon the federal government to amend the criminal code to allow trial judges, upon giving reasons, to depart from mandatory minimum sentences and restrictions on the use of conditional sentences. Well, Madam Speaker, within the truth and reconciliation and the calls for action, as a government, we have enacted a number of them. And I believe it's somewhere around 75%, 80% of the ones in which we are responsible for or have shared responsibility for, we are actually acting upon. It's in progress. It's not like you can click your heels and they're all done, Madam Speaker. We recognize that. That's the reason why we feel that it's important to get this bill passed. Now, whether it happens now, and many of the government members would love to see the bill passed sooner as opposed to later, we understand that the Conservatives will have some concerns in regards to the legislation. I'd like to challenge members of the Conservative Party in particular, as an opposition party. Talk to me about truth and reconciliation. Talk about reconciliation, the call of action number 32, and tell us why or how you believe this motion or this legislation goes against that call. I would suggest to you that it supports the call for action for 32. And that is one of the reasons why it's getting the support it receives, at least from the government and members of the Liberal caucus. Because when we talk about truth and reconciliation and establishing that relationship, which I know is so important to the Prime Minister of Canada, that this is the type of legislation that will make a difference. Because if you were listening to the Minister of Justice, he gave you some percentages, and so did the Parliamentary Secretary. In fact, Madam Speaker, I had made a quick note. You know, the Parliamentary Secretary said, you know, the black community makes up 3% of Canada's population. Yet when you take a look at federal institutions, it makes up 7%. When you think of Indigenous communities across Canada, in and around 5% of the overall population of our country, yet it makes up close to that 30% of federal institutions, and Madam Speaker, 30% based on 5% population. How can we not look at this call for action and react to it? You know, some of my colleagues from across the way said, well, you know, some of these minimum sentences were put in during other administrations, even the odd one referencing Liberal administrations. I think what's important to recognize here is that we have been in government for 5 years, 6 years, just over 6 years. How time goes by, Madam Speaker. Take a look. I'm inclined to agree with that principle, of hopefully for a lot longer yet. But anyway, Madam Speaker, Take a look at some of the things that we have been able to accomplish. And I tell you, on the whole issue of that special relationship with Indigenous people is something in which I am very proud of. I know we can do a lot better. You know, I see if you drive in the north end of Winnipeg, the area that I represent, some of the signs you'll see a lot of is that every child matters. You will see that, and I saw it in particular going door to door in the last election, but it doesn't even have to be during an election, and you will see it. Inside this chamber, I've made reference to the murdered Indigenous women and girls, and the hundreds that have gone missing, well over 1,000. And you know, there's still, women and girls that are still going missing today. I made reference to a red dress on Jarvis. Whenever I go downtown and I take Jarvis, it's that reminder, or the ribbons that are tied to the bridge. Our communities are aware that we need to take action, Madam Speaker. And that's what this bill does. It provides hope for people that are wanting to see the government deal with issues like systemic racism, that want to see us move forward with reconciliation. The call for action, number 32. That want to see us make our communities safe, especially when you think in terms of it's the low-risk offenders that we are talking about. And contrary to what the official opposition and the impression that they're trying to give, this gives and empowers our judges more by passing this legislation. So if you believe in our judicial system and our judicial independence and the importance of keeping it independent, then let's understand that legislation of this nature is win, win, win for all of those stakeholders that are out there. If we cut back on the rhetoric and look on the facts and take a better appreciation of what has been taking place over the last number of years, you will find that this legislation will, in fact, make a difference, Madam Speaker. I would ask my colleagues to rethink it. Judicial sentencing, options that are there for our judges, for our communities. I am all about making our communities safer. And if I didn't believe that this legislation would make them safer, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't be standing here supporting it.
Before we go to questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant, the Economy. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Housing. And the Honourable Member for Montmagny-Élysée, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Comments. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton. No. Okay, Fundy Royal, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I listened to all of the honourable members' remarks. Most of them were talking about someone who robs something or steals something from a store. It didn't involve armed robbery, didn't involve serious firearms offenses, but that's what this bill is about. And that's what we're seeing, the Liberals trying to soft sell what is in the actual legislation. So I want to ask him, these were penalties that were put in place by previous Liberal governments. Robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking. Does he think that individuals who are doing those things in his riding should go to jail or not?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I believe ultimately that if you commit a crime, that there needs to be a consequence with that crime. But the difference between the member and myself is I have more faith in the judicial system than he does. And having a judge that has the discretionary authority to be able to ensure that both the safety of the community is taken into consideration and the individual that has committed the crime. I have more faith in that judge than I do in terms of instituting minimum sentencing and sentences for the simple reason is that quite often it can also be a shortcut. It prevents, I believe, also other sorts of plea bargaining that could be potentially there. There's many different reasons, and I just didn't have enough time to provide the type of detail I would have liked to on many reasons as to why it makes sense.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi, Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We know, Madam Speaker, that inmates, whether they're Indigenous or not, can cost more than $100,000 per year. Does my colleague agree that the money that would be saved should be reinvested in education campaigns for young people, lodging, and reintegration, for example?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, what I believe is that there is it's very important for us to recognize that when you think of judicial matters, that Ottawa, working with, in particular, provincial jurisdictions, territorial jurisdictions, Indigenous leaders, that we can actually prevent crimes from taking place in the first place, and that means by investing. And I don't think we should look at it from save money here, invest money over there. I think that wherever we can come up with the investments that are necessary in order to prevent crimes from happening, that we should encourage that investment. But it also means that you need to get the different levels of government working together. If we're successful at doing that, I believe at the end of the day we'll have safer communities.
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague and congratulate him on the Grey Cup win in his community. By removing mandatory minimums instead of decriminalizing small amounts of drugs being used for personal use, what the Liberal government is doing is half measures. They are not actually protecting people who are suffering from a medical condition. As we all know, addiction is a medical issue, not a criminal issue. But they are still making those people take part in the criminal system. And I just wonder why it's always halfway. It's always a halfway step. So I'm wondering if the minister would agree, or the member would agree, that what we really need is to decriminalize small amounts of drugs. We need a safe supply in our streets, because that's actually how we are going to save lives.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, one of the positive things that's within the legislation is that the legislation, if passed, would enable our police forces to have yet another tool in the tool belt that would be able to deal with this issue. It might not necessarily cater to all of the needs of what the NDP would like to see. At least at this point, I would encourage the member to sit down with the appropriate minister. The issues that she has raised could also be dealt up with public safety and Ministry of Health. And so I think there's more of a holistic approach in terms of what it is that she's suggesting. But at the end of the day, we're providing additional tools for our law enforcement officers, and that's a very strong positive thing within this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North, in particular the comments about the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. That was an amazing game last night. We've talked a lot about what is in the legislation, but what we haven't talked about is what is not in the legislation. And the member from across the way from Portage-Liskeard was talking about firearms, the long gun registry. This legislation isn't repealing aggravated sexual assault with a firearm, attempted murder firearm, manslaughter firearm, extortion firearm, robbery firearm. Firearm is restricted or prohibited. Discharge of the firearm with intent. This legislation is to address public safety, Madam Speaker. Maybe the honourable member could talk about how this legislation maintains safety while at the same time keeps in place legislation that's protecting against the use of firearms in crimes.
Honourable member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it is a good question. And, you know, one of the things that I learned relatively quickly inside the House is at times the Conservative Party grossly exaggerates on the rhetoric file. And so if you want to get accurate information, don't necessarily buy into what it is that they're saying. Definitely don't buy into their propaganda emails that they send out. This is good, solid legislation. Canadians should feel comfortable in knowing that at the end of the day, what we want to see is our communities to be safe and to recognize the importance of positive judicial reform and legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member's speech, and it was almost entirely just a gross mischaracterization of Conservative position with zero real relevance or comment on the bill itself. So I have two questions. Did he read the bill, and did he actually listen to the opposition critic when he made his speech?
Honourable member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am familiar with the bill, and I did listen to the opposition, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on what side of the House you're on, speak on the legislation. I also listened to the minister that introduced the bill, and I would hope that the member that posed that question listened to what the minister had to say, because no doubt it would have alleviated a lot of the concerns that were being brought forward by the Conservative Party. But sometimes I find that the Conservatives have scripted talking points that it doesn't really matter what the minister says. Facts go out the window and they stick to the script.
Well, member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I had a question for the member on the other side after listening to him. And I do note that he spoke at length, ad lib on this. I'm not sure he has read the bill. I'm not sure he's actually spoken to anybody in the criminal justice system or anybody that might be affected by this legislation. So I would encourage him actually to go forward and actually take a look at that and ask the question and comment, please, in this House on a concept of broken windows, which, as you know, is several successful American cities years ago had to revert back to rather stringent legislation in order to stop crimes from escalating because they were dealt with not appropriately enough at certain stages. But that was very successful. The outcome actually happened where you had less crime in the city. Would you like to comment on the eventual outcome of what he's going to see here at the end of this legislation?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, you know, Madam Speaker, there is, and as I say, if the member wants to get a really good understanding of what it is the legislation is proposing, he can familiarize himself with the legislation as I have done. He could also listen to what it is the Minister of Justice has said on the legislation, as I have done, and he can even listen to the Conservative critic on the legislation, who no doubt has some role in the speaking notes that are provided to the Conservatives.
For Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to hear the Parliamentary Secretary just on this legislation. I think about the community that I'm elected to represent, and I think about community justice initiatives who are using restorative justice to create a just society. I think about youth in conflict in the law within my community who are working with young people to ensure that they have better interactions and better outcomes. I think about Waterloo Region Crime Prevention Council. So I just wanted to hear from the member as to what they're doing in Winnipeg to ensure that we're actually building leaders rather than creating criminals. Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary, 10 seconds.
Restorative justice is a wonderful opportunity where often, you know, victims are able to meet with the individuals that caused them to be a victim, and ultimately, if you can get the two sides working together, you often will get a very positive outcome. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. In the 6 years that I have been a member of Parliament, I have never seen a greater disconnect between how a bill has been advertised and what, in fact, is in the substance of the bill. The Liberals today have been doing a good job patting themselves on the back, touting Bill C-5 as landmark progressive legislation. This bill has been advertised as legislation that addresses systemic racism. They claim that it helps address Black, Indigenous, and marginalized groups who are caught up in Canada's criminal justice system. They claim that this bill helps persons who are suffering from drug addictions to stay out of jail and get the help that they need. Madam Speaker, if in fact the substance of the bill did what the Liberals have advertised the bill to be, it would be indeed a supportable bill, and I would submit it would be a laudable bill. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that this bill does none of those things. Simply put, Bill C-5 is not as advertised. Now let's unpack that for a moment. And in that regard, let's look at the issue and the claim that this bill supposedly helps persons who are suffering from addictions. Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree more that it is important to help persons suffering from addictions to get treatment, to be able to rehabilitate so that they can become a happy and contributing member of society again. And I certainly agree that when it comes to minor possession, it isn't appropriate in most circumstances to prosecute. And indeed, it historically has been rare for persons found with minor possession of drugs to be prosecuted solely on the basis of minor possession. And today, those prosecutions do not happen. And that, Madam Speaker, is because of a directive issued by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada that provides that in cases of minor possession, prosecutions shall not proceed except where there are public safety concerns. Madam Speaker, this bill doesn't change that. It is true that it codifies that in law, and that is fine. It is probably the only reasonable aspect of this bill, but it doesn't change the status quo, namely that today in Canada, persons are not charged and not prosecuted for minor possession. So then the question becomes, what exactly does this bill do for persons who are suffering from addictions issues? Well, Madam Speaker, when one actually picks up the text of the bill, one would be surprised that the Liberal solution to helping persons suffering with addictions is to help criminals who prey on persons suffering from addictions. Because what this bill does is roll back sentences for some very serious drug offenses. This bill rolls back mandatory sentencing for drug trafficking. It rolls back sentencing for the serious crime of importing and exporting drugs. Madam Speaker, I think any reasonable person can distinguish very clearly between drug trafficking and importing and exporting drugs. Compared to that of a vulnerable person who might be suffering from mental health issues or other issues, who happens to be caught with a small amount of drugs. There is a world of difference. And yet, for such a marginalized person, this bill does nothing to help them, but it does help drug dealers and drug pushers. Indeed, remarkably, one of the offenses that are rolled back in this bill is with respect to producers, manufacturers of Schedule I drugs, including hard drugs such as cocaine and heroin, as well as fentanyl and crystal meth. We have an opioids crisis in Canada today. Every day, approximately 20 Canadians lose their lives to an opioids overdose. It has increased by 88% since the onset of COVID. 7,000 Canadians a year. And this government's solution is to roll back mandatory sentencing for the very people who are putting this poison on our streets and endangering lives and killing 20 Canadians a day? Madam Speaker, if I were someone who was suffering with a drug addiction issue, and that was the solution that this government had to help me, I would say, I don't need your help. I don't want your help, because it is completely counterproductive. It is completely the opposite of what this government claims this bill is about. When it comes to supporting persons who are suffering from drug addictions, simply put, Bill C-5 is not as advertised. Now, Madam Speaker, what about the claim that this bill tackles systemic racism? That this bill really will help Black, Indigenous, and marginalized groups of Canadians? I know the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice spent some time on that topic this morning in his speech. Madam Speaker, there is absolutely nothing concrete in this bill to tackle systemic racism. There's absolutely nothing in this bill for Black, Indigenous, and other marginalized groups of Canadians. But what there is in this bill is the rolling back of some very serious firearms offenses. What kind of offenses? Well, Madam Speaker, we're talking about robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, discharging a firearm with the intent to injure, using a firearm in the commission of a crime, and Madam Speaker, there are many other serious offenses that this bill rolls back. So, Madam Speaker, how does that help address systemic racism? How does that help Black, Indigenous, and other marginalized Canadians? The answer is it doesn't do anything. And I would submit, Madam Speaker, that it is outrageous. It is beyond shameful that this government has used vulnerable Canadians, marginalized Canadians, as cover for the real objective of this bill, which is to pursue a liberal ideological agenda of going soft on criminals. And, Madam Speaker, it is also ironic. It is ironic because we heard during the very recent federal election campaign a lot of rhetoric from the Liberals about firearms and how firearms pose a significant threat to public safety and to the security of our communities. And then, within 3.5 weeks of this House reconvening following the election, what does this government do? They introduce legislation not to get tough on firearms offenses, but to help people who go out, who use firearms, who put up people's lives at risk, to stay out of jail and in the community. But, Madam Speaker, it's hardly a surprise given the record of this government. We saw in the last Parliament when my former Conservative colleague introduced a private member's bill, Bill C-238, Bob Soroya, his private member's bill, Bill C-238. That bill would have increased penalties for persons who were convicted of knowingly being in possession of a smuggled firearm. Now, why is that an important bill? Well, if this government was serious about tackling firearms crime, they would recognize that 80% of firearms offenses in Canada are committed with a smuggled firearm. And so it would logically follow that a bill like C-238 would be welcome. But instead, one by one, the Liberals, with the help of the NDP, voted to defeat Bill C-238. Mr. Speaker, it shows that when it comes to actually coming up with solutions to tackle firearms crime, this government just simply is AWOL. But when it comes to firearms, I have to give them some credit, perhaps backhanded credit for being consistent. The Liberals have been consistently tough on firearms, tough on law-abiding firearms owners.
That's right.
That's when they really get tough. But when it comes to people who go out and commit crimes with firearms, oh no, it's a whole different story. The Liberals in that case are more interested in giving them a free pass. So it really highlights what a misplaced set of priorities this government has. We hear a lot of rhetoric over there about evidence-based decision-making. Going after law-abiding firearms owners, while at the same time rolling back sentences for people who commit crimes with firearms, is ideological decision-making, not evidence-based decision-making.
That's right.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-5, when it comes to helping marginalized and disadvantaged Canadians, it simply isn't as advertised. Now, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Justice, in the press release that he issued announcing the introduction of Bill C-5, was quoted as saying that serious criminals should face serious punishment and be separated from our communities. Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree more with the Minister of Justice with respect to his comment. But then, consistent with a bill that is not as advertised, when one opens up Bill C-5, one learns that this bill does exactly the opposite of what the minister claims to be concerned about, to say that we should keep serious criminals out of our communities. This bill drastically opens up conditional sentencing. Conditional sentencing orders for serious crimes, including kidnapping a minor, human trafficking, arson for a fraudulent purpose, aggravated assault with a weapon. Madam Speaker, what this bill means is that those convicted of those serious offenses may not have to spend a single day in jail. Instead, they would have an opportunity to serve their sentence in the community, maybe even next door to their victim. Now, for a minister who talks about the fact that serious criminals should face serious punishment, does the minister not consider arsonists, kidnappers, and persons convicted of sexual assault to be serious criminals? I would challenge him to go out and say that, because, Madam Speaker, I think any reasonable person would say that such criminals are serious criminals. They pose a threat to public safety, and they should be doing time behind bars and not out on the streets. Now, Mr. Speaker, for all of the ways in which this government has tried to sell this bill, what this bill is completely lacking is any support for marginalized Canadians. This bill does nothing to provide training or counseling or other supports. You know, we on this side of the House strongly believe in reducing recidivism. It was, in fact, a Conservative member of Parliament, the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac, who introduced Bill C-228 in the last Parliament, a framework to reduce recidivism. Mr. Speaker, this bill offers nothing in that regard. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-5 puts the rights of criminals first and the rights of victims last. It endangers public safety while doing nothing to help marginalized and vulnerable Canadians. And if the Liberals were honest and advertised this bill truthfully, they would advertise it as the soft-on-crime, do-no-time bill. This bill needs to be defeated.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park. I'll get around to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the previous member for his comments. And I want to put some things on the table, some facts on the table, Mr. Speaker. With respect to addressing the issues of systemic racism, over 2018 and 2019, I had the opportunity to go to many communities across Canada, and one of the things that came up over and over again as we developed the National Anti-Racism Strategy is the impact of mandatory minimum penalties on racialized communities, particularly Indigenous and Black communities. If we look at many of the court decisions that has resulted in this bill, we've seen courts
after courts striking down many of the mandatory minimum penalty provisions in the criminal code. That is why we're here today, Mr. Speaker. We are responding to the facts of systemic racism within the criminal justice system. It is a very important step in ensuring that everyone is able to get justice, particularly those who are racialized and who have been impacted disproportionately by the overall criminal justice system. So if we can ask my friend opposite to comment on that.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the parliamentary secretary spoke about court decisions. Well, perhaps he should read the Hills decision of the Alberta Court of Appeal. That is a decision that upheld as constitutional Section 244.2 sub 3, the reckless discharge of a firearm, and notwithstanding that it has been upheld by the Alberta Court of Appeal, this government saw fit to include it among the mandatory sentences that it is repealing. So it isn't about judicial decisions, it's about an ideological agenda from an ideological government that simply believes that criminals ought to be given a free pass.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for way out there, Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not that far out there.
I'll just say way out there.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me, and I would like to thank my neighbour in St. Albert for his comments today. And his speech was very interesting to me, and I will agree with him on many points that he made, particularly around the fact that the Liberals have not done enough to stop the illegal importation of guns into this country. However, what I would say is that I didn't hear a lot of solution building from his comments today or proposals on what would be done if the Conservatives were to make government. And when I look back, I see that the Harper government, in fact, cut the CBSA by almost $150 million. So that the minister or the member stands up today and talks about what they would do to protect people from the illegal importation of guns. But when they were in government, they did not do that. In fact, they made the situation much worse. So how can we trust that they wouldn't make it worse if they were government again?
Honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I did put forward a recommendation. That was that we would support legislation like that was introduced by my former colleague Bob Soroya in Bill C-238 to increase penalties for gun smugglers and those who are in knowing possession of smuggled firearms. And we have advocated for increasing funding for the CBSA. It is vital, and it was in our platform.
Here. The question et commentaire, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, if C5 is implemented as currently written and applied evenly regardless of race, how would this help marginalized felons? And who do the lower penalties for drug possession, illicit drug possession, and crimes involving firearms really benefit?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my friend from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for that question. The short answer is it would help dangerous criminals. It would help drug pushers and drug dealers who are killing Canadians every single day. By contrast, the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac introduced legislation that would help marginalized persons to work on a framework to reduce recidivism with pilot projects, to look at best practices, to establish a Canadian strategy to reduce recidivism. That is a concrete measure that can make a difference in the lives of vulnerable persons who are caught up in the criminal justice system, not this soft on crime liberal bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, and I'm just l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolette Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my dear colleague's speech, but I listened to your speech, and I feel that you feel that there was not enough emphasis on firearms and border control measures to prevent really dangerous firearms, which come into Canada often in vulnerable areas or sensitive areas, areas the government doesn't wish to control. For example, some communities near Montreal. That could be a solution. Less firearms and less drugs as well.
Albert Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member, and he is absolutely right that there are significant problems along the Canada-US border, problems that have been well identified and problems that this government has failed to solve.
A commentaire, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting that the member kept saying that this bill is just not as advertised, when during his speech he kept saying that we were going to be rolling back sentencing. He used the term roll back so much I almost thought it was a Walmart commercial for a while. Can the member explain to us why his speech was just not as advertised, when the reality is that this is not about rolling back sentencing. This is about giving more control, more power to judges to make the decision. He would lead you to believe that we are actually reducing sentencing when that's not the case.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, is the honourable member serious? Yeah. Has he read the bill? Mr. Speaker, it's quite obvious that this legislation does roll back sentencing. It eliminates a whole series of firearms and drug offenses that I detailed. Perhaps he should read the bill.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his great intervention on this. Given the Supreme Court's recent decision in the last few years regarding the time of trial, the Jordan decision, and considering information that we know there is a high proportion of repeat offenders in Canada's criminal justice system, I was wondering, could the member comment on the potential that this legislation could lead to our justice system being overwhelmed by repeat offenders and basically exacerbating the situation in our trial system that's quite overwhelmed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that when you have dangerous offenders and you let them out and you let them do house arrest, rather than putting them behind bars where they belong, there's a greater risk that they're going to go out and commit other offenses which will contribute to perpetuating the backlog in the courts. I think the member is absolutely right and raises a valid point.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, on that side.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about the opioid crisis, the tragedy of hundreds of people dying every week, every month across this country, especially in British Columbia, especially in my riding, for one. And he talked about the need for having solution-based attitude toward this. And if you listen to the experts, if you listen to the Vancouver Police Department, the City of Vancouver, the Province of British Columbia, they're all calling for decriminalization of small amounts and a safe supply. That would keep people alive. It would get them onto the right programs. It would get rid of the property crime that's associated with all addictions now. And would he agree with that, as the Conservative in my riding in the election did?
For St. Albert Edmonton, a very short answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for West Okanagan Kootenay for that important question. And in the last election, Conservatives put forward a comprehensive plan to deal with mental health and addictions, including investing in drug treatment centres so that persons who are suffering from drug addictions can get the help that they need so that they can rehabilitate and re-enter society.
Is du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. and I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Oakville, North Burlington. And it is a great opportunity to rise today to speak to this very important piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that, in my opinion, the Conservatives would have you believe is literally making the sky fall right now, when in reality this is talking about removing the mandatory minimum sentencing requirements for only 14 of the current 67 that exist. See, of course, you haven't heard that from the other side yet today, Mr. Speaker, that it's 14 of these that are being adjusted, 14 that are being adjusted based on data and facts and science, understanding that we have trust in our judges to make decisions when it comes to sentencing and to use their discretion in certain circumstances. And I say only 14 because Conservatives would make you believe that we're completely eliminating mandatory minimum sentencing when in fact this is an effect on 14 of those with respect to firearms and the 6 that are with respect to drug offenses. You know, I've said this before in questions, Mr. Speaker, and I'll say it again now. This really comes down to a fundamental difference between Liberals and Conservatives. You know, and I have experience in understanding and knowing this from the riding that I come from, Mr. Speaker. In the immediate area of Kingston, we used to have 7 penitentiaries before the Conservatives closed Kingston Penitentiary. Now we have 6, but we have a great understanding and community support around the role that prisons can play in the rehabilitative process of individuals. But the basic premise, the idea, the philosophies could not be any more starkly different between Conservatives and Liberals than on this particular issue. When it comes to Conservatives, the answer to people that break the law is very simple. You lock them up and you throw away the key. That's the end of it. Whereas on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe that there is a role for government to play in making sure that individuals can be rehabilitated and reintegrated into society so that they can be productive members of society. And I brought this up with the member from Portage Lisgar when she was giving her speech, to which she took great exception to it and said that Conservatives believe wholeheartedly in the idea of making sure that criminals, or potential criminals in this case, people don't get to the place of breaking the law before we have to start dealing with them. Well, to her I would say, well then can you explain to me, Mr. Speaker, through you, why it is that Conservatives spent more money on building mega prisons during their time in power than they did on actual housing? You know, that should say something to you right there, Mr. Speaker. They built mega prisons at various different locations, right? All the while claiming that, oh no, we really want to make sure that we are ensuring that people have the opportunity to become rehabilitated. Well, then why were they focusing so much on building more and more capacity to house individuals than they were on such a basic, fundamental need as housing? And you know, that's what this really comes down to. It's a philosophical difference between the role that corrections plays in our society. And we know exactly where the Conservatives stand on this. I know it's frustrating and hard to hear this, which is why some of them have been heckling me. But, you know, it's the truth, and sometimes the truth does hurt, Mr. Speaker. It's a reality of the situation. There's nothing wrong with having that philosophical ideal, but they just need to stand by it and just say this is what we believe in, because all of their actions have only ever been to support that. And again, I know this from my time as being in municipal politics in Kingston. You know, there was a great program that helped to rehabilitate individuals in prisons. Those were prison farms, Mr. Speaker, and we had those throughout the country. Well, guess who came along and decided we'll get rid of the prison farms? Conservatives. Yes, can you believe that? Conservatives got rid of prison farms throughout this country. But this one is even better. Guess what the main rationale for it was, Mr. Speaker? The main rationale for getting rid of prison farms was because they said inmates aren't becoming farmers once they're out of prison. They completely were unable to realize the value that inmates were receiving through these programs that were able to rehabilitate people. There were stories of inmates who had been in and out of prison their whole life and then got into the prison farming program, and it completely changed who they were. They would then get out of prison, and yeah, they may have not decided to become farmers when they got out of prison, but they were completely changed individuals in how they approached life. This issue was the fact that Conservatives chose to get rid of the prison farm program was so offensive, not just to those that had been through the program or the guards that saw how effective they were, to the general community. We had people protesting in Kingston for 5 years in a row. Every Monday night would protest on Bath Road right in front of Collins Bay Penitentiary, protesting what the previous government had done when they closed prison farms, because they knew that those programs offered meaningful opportunity for people to become rehabilitated. So it brings me back to my point of the philosophical differences between the two parties that are in the House, between the Conservatives and the Liberals. It comes down to whether or not we believe that we have an opportunity and, more importantly, an obligation to help rehabilitate people so that they can become productive members of society, or whether we just lock them up and throw away the key, which is exactly what the Conservatives would like to do. You know I'm running out of time, Mr. Speaker, but I do just want to talk very briefly about one last point, and that is the issue around the differences or the percentages of people who are being incarcerated and that have been brought up a number of times today. You have to agree that if we have 7% of the population in prisons that are black, but only 3% in our country, or even more staggeringly, when Indigenous people represent only 5 people in our country, but 5% of people in our country, but 30% of people in prisons, that we have a really, really big problem with systemic racism. And we need to address that. We need to look for opportunities. We need to empower people who have the ability to impact lives, such as judges. We need to empower them to be able to set people off on a different course, one that could be beneficial to their life experiences and who they ultimately become. And that's what this bill is, in my opinion. This bill is about empowering the individuals, the judges specifically, that we have given the authority to cast judgment on those who break the law, the ability to make sure that if there is an opportunity to change a life, they can actually do that. This is something that has, been brought up by previous speakers today, that was a call to action in the Truth and Reconciliation report. This is something that, as indicated so eloquently by one of my NDP colleagues, I forget the writing name, but it gives, this is something that truly, is shown to have not the impact that Conservatives or possibly Liberals back in the day had intended when they brought mandatory minimum sentencing legislation in at the time. And we have an opportunity now to correct that and to fix it and to put ourselves on the right path in terms of genuinely looking for ways to rehabilitate people so that they can be reintroduced into society and become productive members of that society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the residents of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands said you have the Conservatives essentially want to lock people up and throw away the key. I would respectfully depart from that analysis, Mr. Speaker, and say this. We are seeking sentences that promote a just sanction, which is right in the criminal code. Now, that's the first point. Second point, when it comes to rehabilitation and empowerment, if the point of rehabilitation and empowerment is the one that is trying to be made, the rehabilitation and empowerment can come when you elect to prosecute somebody summarily, in which there is no mandatory minimum, or by indictment. At the end of the day, will this member support an amendment for this? An amendment that would allow for exceptional circumstances so that a just sanction can be levied of imprisonment in a mandatory minimum, or when there's an exceptional circumstance, as in we are hearing about so many times today, they would support that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
As it comes to amendments, Mr. Speaker, I won't comment right now in advance of the committee being able to do that work, to study it. We have members on that committee who can study that and can look into it, and I think that's not just a good practice, but probably the best way for me to proceed on this. But, you know, I would ask that member, I understand that he was a former prosecutor. Does he not have faith in the judges that he used to once stand before to make the decisions that affect the lives of the individuals that he brought forward to be prosecuted? Does he not believe that those judges can actually make the decisions that we empower them to make?
A commentaire. The honourable member for, I'll find it in a second, Pickering-Uxbridge.
Speaker, to my honourable colleague, I don't know if he was here earlier, but the opposition House Leader, she came in her speech and read out statistics of gun violence, and in fact she tried to blame Liberals for an increase in violence. However, it's actually under the very legislation that Conservatives enacted with mandatory minimums that saw an increase in crime rates. So could the member speak about...
Order. Let's get the question done. Let's get an answer done. We get another couple of questions done. Get a couple of other answers done. So point of order. Point of order. The member for Foothills.
Yeah, it's a hard one.
I know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But in this House, when we are, one of the most important aspects is that we are being honest and not telling falsehoods. What this member and her question is leading towards is completely false. This legislation was brought under by Liberal government under Prime Minister.
I appreciate the debate, but this is a question the member is asking. The member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know. I wear it with a badge of honor. I don't know who upsets the opposition more, myself or the member for Kingston and the Islands. But when it comes to the fact that the Conservatives had failed policies when it came to the criminal justice system, can my honourable member comment on their failures?
That's the best you've done.
The member for Pickering and the Islands.
I take great exception, Mr. Speaker, to the member from Foothills calling my colleague from Pickering-Uxbridge a liar. You would know that although he may have not used those words, he certainly did that indirectly, and what you cannot do directly, you cannot do indirectly. I apologized earlier for doing the same thing. I'm sure he'll rise on a point of order after I'm done talking to apologize to the member from Pickering-Uxbridge. But she's hit the nail on the head, and this is what I've been saying this entire speech, which is that Conservatives aren't interested in actually rehabilitating people. They just want to lock people up and throw away the key. That's what their philosophy has always been when it comes to incarceration and when it comes to Corrections Canada.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday, I participated in a march against armed violence. After Annie Ouadi, a young man, died recently due to firearms violence. People were very concerned about youth access to firearms, the distribution of these weapons, and the fact that we need to do more to limit that distribution. We also heard about the lack of community infrastructure, the lack of sports and cultural infrastructure for youth, the fact that street gangs recruit them. Unlike the Conservatives, who think that there is only one cause to crime, it is actually a complex phenomenon. I'd like to hear from my colleague on that, because we need to act on all of these fronts. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, this is exactly what the Conservatives will have you believe, like the member from Portage Lisgar did earlier, that there is this big desire within the Conservative movement to help people before they get to the point of being incarcerated, to make them better people. But what we saw them do when they were in government was build mega prisons throughout the country. Why didn't they use some of that money, Mr. Speaker, to actually do some of the things that the member from the NDP has asked me about investing in youth, investing in cultural hubs and places where people can actually, be productive members of society.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate you on assuming the chair there. I think you're quite enjoying yourself there. Bill C-5 is important legislation to provide greater flexibility to the criminal justice system and support appropriate and proportionate responses to crime. In doing so, the proposed changes will help to reduce the overall representation of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities in the criminal justice system, including by repealing mandatory minimum sentencing laws that have shown to disproportionately impact these groups. The proposed reforms represent an important step in the government's continuing efforts to make our criminal justice system more equitable, accessible, and effective. Of course, law reform is only one way that we can do this, but it is an important way, and I applaud the Minister of Justice for his leadership. Systemic racism and discrimination are real problems in the criminal justice system, and the consequences of leaving these problems unaddressed are significant. Conservative Party sentencing reforms impose the unconstitutional use of mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment and additional restrictions on the availability of conditional sentence orders. These changes have limited judges' ability to impose proportionate sentences and to meaningfully consider the background or systemic factors. Everyone in this place believes Canada has one of the best judicial systems in the world. We trust that our judges are best placed to interpret and administer the law. However, what the previous Conservative government did by passing the number of mandatory minimum sentencing laws that they did was take away a judge's discretion. Their opposition to this bill today only further illustrates the belief that politicians know better than judges when it comes to administering the law. The Conservative Party is wrong, and I think it's really sad that they would actually say hear, hear to the fact that politicians know more about it than judges do. They implemented these reforms to, quote, be tough on crime. But what they really did was mean-spirited, further marginalizing Indigenous peoples, Black and racialized Canadians. Their tough on crime measures have led to the explosion of Indigenous and Black prison population with no evidence that these measures actually reduce crime. It's past time to end these discriminatory sentencing provisions. And despite what the opposition says, we're not getting rid of these sentences, but rather giving back to judges the discretion in sentencing. Where warranted, they may even impose greater sentences than the mandatory minimum would have prescribed. In 1999, Indigenous peoples represented approximately 2% of the Canadian population, but accounted for approximately 17% of admissions to both provincial, territorial, and federal custody. As of 2020, Indigenous adults accounted for 5% of the Canadian population, but represent 30% of federally incarcerated individuals, with Indigenous women accounting for over 42% of all federally incarcerated women, with these numbers approaching 70 to 80% in some Western provinces. Indigenous women are the fastest growing prison population in Canada, and they're now being transferred to Ontario because we're running out of room in women's prisons out west. I recently visited Grand Valley Institute, where I met Indigenous women who were separated from their families and community. The solution is not to build more prisons, but rather prevent these women from entering the criminal justice system in the first place. Black individuals represent 7.2% of the federally incarcerated population, but only 3% of the Canadian population. We also know that Black people are also more likely to be admitted to federal custody for an offense punishable by a mandatory minimum sentence than are other Canadians. In fact, 43% of all federally incarcerated offenders convicted of a drug offense punishable by mandatory minimum penalties were Black adults. 39% of Black people and 20% of Indigenous peoples were federally incarcerated for offenses carrying a mandatory minimum penalty. That is why repealing these penalties is expected to reduce the overall rates of incarceration of Indigenous peoples and Black Canadians. Bill C-5's proposed reforms are informed by extensive consultations with a broad range of justice system stakeholders from across Canada. I held a roundtable with the Minister of Justice prior to the introduction of the former Bill C-22 regarding mandatory minimums and its impact on Black Canadians and Indigenous peoples. Organizations in my community, like the Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton and the Advancement of Women Halton, made it clear that mandatory minimums don't act as a deterrent for crime and cause many Black and Indigenous peoples to be incarcerated. These consultations made a difference in the creation of the legislation. The president of the Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton, Andrew Tyrell, let me know how important passing this bill would be for Black Canadians and was proud of his contribution. The bill also responds to the calls for reform from various commissions of inquiry, such as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and the Commission on Systemic Racism in the Ontario Criminal Justice System. In the 42nd Parliament, as Vice Chair of the Status of Women Committee, we tabled a report on Indigenous women in the criminal justice system and called for the repeal of mandatory minimum sentences. Many Indigenous women enter the criminal justice system because of minor drug offenses which come with mandatory minimum sentencing. I visited the Edmonton Institute for Women and met 2 Indigenous women who were in prison for drug offenses that were subject to mandatory minimums. They had been living in poverty and each had a partner who exerted coercive control which led them to crime. This bill will now be able to prevent Indigenous women from being criminalized for poverty and abuse. Now more than ever, we need to implement the TRC's calls to action. We need to focus on restorative justice, affordable housing, and social supports for Indigenous women instead of criminalizing them. Bill C-5 is a step in that direction. The All-Party Parliamentary Black Caucus in their June 2020 statement called for the review and repeal of mandatory minimums and the removal of limitations on conditional sentence orders. Mr. Speaker, the common theme in all these calls for reform is the recognition that the broad and indiscriminate use of mandatory minimums, as well as the Criminal Code's current restrictions on the use of conditional sentence orders, have had numerous negative impacts, and that those impacts have been disproportionately felt by Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities. They've also made our criminal justice system less effective and less efficient, which ultimately makes Canadians less safe. I believe this bill will help to restore the public's confidence in the criminal justice system by providing much-needed discretion to sentencing judges to impose sentences that respond to the particular circumstances of the offense and of the individual before the court. I want to highlight the story of my friend Emily O'Brien. Emily was sent to federal prison after her partner coerced her into smuggling narcotics across the Canadian border. She was sentenced to Grand Valley Institution on a mandatory minimum sentence. During her sentence, she noticed how prison did not prepare women for integrating back into society. Once she was released, she created her own business, a deluxe popcorn company, Comeback Snacks, that not only makes delicious popcorn, but has a mission to hire women who've been sentenced to prison so they will not re-enter the criminal justice system. Emily's story is the exception to the rule. Most women who come out of the criminal justice system because of mandatory minimums come out worse. It should not be the sole responsibility of people like Emily to tear down the stigma and provide women with opportunities after prison. I've talked a lot about mandatory minimum penalties, but the bill would also lift many of the restrictions on the availability of conditional sentence orders in cases where offenders do not pose a risk to the public safety, allowing them to serve their sentences in the community under strict conditions such as house arrest or curfew, while still being able to benefit from employment, educational opportunities, family, community, and health-related support systems. I think most Canadians would agree that conditional sentences are an appropriate sentencing tool and should be available to judges for appropriate cases. I would expect that they would be used in less serious cases, and I'm confident that judges can make appropriate assessments as to their use. Lastly, the bill would require police and prosecutors to consider alternatives to criminal charges for the simple possession of drugs, such as issuing a warning or diversion to addiction treatment programs. These measures are consistent with the government's approach to treating substance use and the opioid epidemic in Canada as a health issue rather than a criminal justice one. I believe the government is on the right track with this bill, and I urge Parliament to support its swift passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech. But I do find it interesting that the one element that she forgot to mention, that many of these mandatory minimum sentences that the Liberals are taking away were actually implemented by Premier Chrétien, which was a Liberal government, not a Conservative movement. But I just want to get to a quick question and a couple of comments she made. And she said, we want to focus on people who do not pose a risk to public safety or do not pose a risk to reoffend, low-risk offenders, or less serious consequences. Does my colleague really believe that robbery with a firearm, kidnapping, extortion with a firearm, firing a firearm with intent are really low offenses and low risk?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I do believe is that judges have the ability and the knowledge to be able to sentence criminals to jail, and we need to give them the discretion to do it. We are not removing penalties. We are not removing penalties from these crimes. What we're doing is removing the judge's discretion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Earlier, she mentioned that there are low risks. In C5, ultimately it comes to an excellent idea, in my opinion, when it comes to the drug possession, but doesn't my colleague think that this would only be effective if health investments were made to support health systems and community organizations? Because they really need resources to support them and to support people who are facing these issues of drug dependence and mental health.
Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't agree with the Honourable Member more. 60% of people who are arrested are intoxicated at the time of their arrest. We need to be doing more about mental health and addictions. Sadly, the majority of people who end up in our prison system are either poor, they've been subject to abuse, intergenerational trauma, mental health, and addictions. And we need to be putting money into the system both before they're in prison, while they're in prison, and when they leave to ensure that those addictions and mental health issues are dealt with.
A commentaire, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And I'm just wondering if she would agree with the NDP's suggestion to bring this bill before committee, before the vote at second reading, so that we can expand the bill and make it really a solutions-based piece of legislation, something that would actually tackle these problems, to tackle decriminalization, make sure that addictions are a health issue, not a criminal issue, make sure that there's a safe supply, have a expungement of the records of all the people that have minor criminal records from cannabis possession. These are things that we really have to tackle, and this bill would have been the perfect place to do that, and we can only do that if we bring this forward before the vote at second reading so that we can expand this bill and make it really worthwhile.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think the committee will have ample opportunity to amend the bill. There's more than enough opportunity when it's a committee to make a number of these changes. He mentioned pardon reform. That's something that we have committed to in our platform. We brought forward, or we were going to bring forward legislation on that. So I think it requires a multi-pronged approach, and I do look forward to the committee studying this bill and bringing forward amendments that are appropriate.
A commentaire, l'honorable député de Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Mr. Speaker, for more than a generation, we've had these minimum penalties. We've seen an increase in the use of firearms. We've seen an increase in incarceration rates for Indigenous and Black people. Isn't it time to do something new? Try a new approach to really try and solve this problem?
Secretary, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend my honourable colleague for the work that he's done on this issue. And yes, I agree with him. It is definitely time that we start looking at things differently and stop dictating as politicians what a sentence should be for a crime. We believe that the judge should have that discretion within a range set by Parliament.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm going to be sharing my time with the always relevant member for Trois-Rivières. I have a lot of questions and perplexity as I rise today to speak to Bill C-5, amending the Criminal Code and the Controlled Substances Act. As a critic for the status of women who's observed an increase in cases of feminicide and gender-based violence, I wonder about the message being sent by the government in this bill. And so I will address the sensitive issue of mandatory minimum sentences by first recalling my past as a hometown girl, active in her community, and then focus on the shortcomings of the bill and conclude with what I would like to see to counter violence and send a strong message to stop the hate and end discrimination. I know that my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord addressed the more legal side of the issue and will surely add a more ethical touch for our discussions. I would like to remind you that I come from a community background, from an organization that worked in alternative justice and mediation. I sincerely believe in alternative justice and completely agree with the Bloc's traditional position. The Bloc Québécois defends an approach to justice that allows for rehabilitation and crime reduction. Considering that mandatory minimum sentences bring few benefits, but introduce numerous problems, such as overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black communities in prisons, additional systems costs, and no deterrent effect on crime, the Bloc Québécois is more in favor of the principle of abolishing certain mandatory minimum penalties. However, the timing, in the opinion of the Bloc Québécois, is not right to repeal MMPs on weapons violations. There's a gun epidemic going on due to the Trudeau government's inaction on border control. Many women's groups are very concerned about this and want to see better gun control, as it may have an effect on rates of feminicide. Abolishing mandatory minimum penalties without firm actions by the federal government to counter illegal import of weapons at the border sends a contradictory message. Several questions on the subject have already been asked by my colleague from Métis Matane Matapédia. Abolishing MMPs for possession of firearms seems defensible, but repealing MMPs for certain crimes involving firearms, such as firing a weapon with intent, robbery, extortion with a firearm, such as proposed by this bill, seems to undermine the government's claim that they want to maintain penalties for certain categories of serious crime. We're going to have to examine this carefully. When it comes to diversion, the Bloc Québécois supports the principle of diversion for simple possession and made its position known during the debate on Bill C-236. Community groups working in ending homelessness are doing excellent work, and they asked me about this issue during the last election campaign. There are some measures that have to be made in health to support the healthcare system and community organizations. They need means to support people with addiction and mental health problems. This was raised during the last election campaign. The Bloc Québécois reminds everyone that the issue of funding healthcare up to the level of 35% of system costs, is a request that remains unanswered by the current government despite the unanimous call from Quebec and the provinces. Without these investments, it's difficult for community organizations to respond to growing needs due to the increase in homelessness in municipalities like Granby. The pandemic has done nothing to help the problem. It has made it worse. Once again, the Bloc Québécois is the voice of Quebec, where judicial diversion is fully recognized and integrated as a principle in many areas of justice. I'll give you a few examples. For example, in the area of children's rights, extrajudicial alternatives have been offered to young offenders since the 1970s, thanks to the reform of the Youth Criminal Justice Act by Mr. Claude Castonguay, who worked on that law and who worked with youth. I've seen the real impact of working alternatively to help youth to examine their own actions and avoid ending up in the criminal justice system. There's also the Alternative Measures Program for adults in Indigenous communities. This allows individuals from Indigenous communities to consider measures other than criminal prosecution. There's also the Justice and Mental Health Support Program. This allows individuals who've committed a criminal offense but are fit to stand trial to obtain a reduced sentence and sometimes even diversion, which is beneficial. More recently, the Alternative Measures Program for adults allows adults accused of certain criminal offenses to assume responsibility for their actions and resolve the conflict with the law by means other than usual legal procedures provided for in the Criminal Code. My organization was working on the implementation of this program, and I think it's going to lead to good results. Now, when it comes to drugs, there is the Court of Quebec's treatment program for drug addiction, which makes it possible to postpone sentencing until an offender can undergo treatment under supervision of the court to end their addiction. It also provides for close cooperation between the court and addiction resources to establish treatment modalities, including therapy and rehabilitation. This program's only offered in Montreal and Beverly-Took, but I think that we need to find ways to broaden it. As these examples demonstrate, the principle of diversion is not new to Quebec's judicial system. In Quebec City, Bill 32, which is currently under consideration, follows the same path for judicial diversion. Minister Lebel's office even recalled the government's choice to focus its efforts on passing Bill 32, which aims to improve the efficiency of criminal justice. The bill introduces the concept of adaptability for programs, which will give municipalities an option to manage offenses for vulnerable people, such as those who are living on the streets, people with mental health problems, and/or addiction problems. Quebec has already committed to moving along the path of judicial diversion in several areas, such as youth, Indigenous affairs, and minor offenses, and is considering this through Bill 32. As a spokesperson for the status of women, I have to point out that year after year, there's an overrepresentation of Indigenous people in prison, and that affects women more than men. For example, 38% of those admitted to provincial and territorial sentence custody were Indigenous, whereas the corresponding proportion of admissions among men who identified as Indigenous was 26%. In federal corrections, Indigenous women accounted for 31% of those admitted to sentence custody. Indigenous men represented 2%. Are mandatory minimum sentences contributing to the overrepresentation of Indigenous or Black people in the prison system? Evidence suggests that it does. And I see that Indigenous women are particularly impacted. One last thing. Diversion is beneficial for individuals. The stigma attached to drugs, as well as barriers caused by a criminal record, are disproportionate sometimes to the offense of simple possession and can affect an entire life. To conclude, coming from a community background, I'm sensitive to several of the considerations related to this bill. It must not make us, as parliamentarians, feel less responsible, especially in the light of the fact that gun crime is a major concern due to recent events in which several innocent victims were killed by firearms. While we agree with the abolition of some mandatory minimum penalties, we cannot minimize the impact of gun crime and the importance of ensuring the public sense of security. It's more than time to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Rosemont, la petite patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont, la Petite Patrie.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie ma collègue pour...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech, which has a progressive vision, which the NDP also shares. I walked with families in Montreal who are fighting violence in their streets. Parents are very worried. Their children hear firearms being discharged in their neighborhoods. There was a young man, 20 years old, street gangs who are recruiting kids in schools, primary schools. Nobody was talking about mandatory minimum penalties. That's not the solution to improve security. They're talking about access to weapons at the borders. The government's not doing what it needs to do to prevent that. Also, we need to improve community offerings, community programs to include people, to have safe communities. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague who's allowing me to deal with the issue more broadly and to remind everyone that the issue of firearms and the issue of drugs is not just a legal issue. It is a public health issue. People are dealing with mental health problems, or they need to be supported differently. The community approach is essential. I talked about it during my speech. I come from that background. Alternative measures are important. It's also important to invest more in mental health so that money ends up in community organizations that can support people. It is important. It is essential. Mandatory minimum penalties hasn't been proven to be effective, even in the case of weapons offenses. We need to tackle the problem at the source. For example, by setting up a joint task force to really deal with border security when it comes to firearms. I think that would be a broader way to look at it, but mandatory minimum penalties is not the solution. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member across the way and for her years of community service that benefited her community. My question is, there's a saying that when the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And mandatory minimum sentences looks to me like a hammer looking for a nail. Could she maybe comment on the need for flexibility? I know she mentioned it in her speech, but how communities are all different and judges within those communities know what's best in order to deal with the problems in those communities. And this legislation would help them to do that.
Honorable député de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. And it leads me to another aspect that I couldn't deal with in my speech, which is flexibility. The province of Quebec is already looking at several measures. It's also important to focus on the role of judges who can make appropriate decisions. We have to offer more resources to municipalities. Although, above all, I want to focus on the importance of respecting jurisdictions, as the province of Quebec is already working on solutions and would like to do so free from interference. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you having the opportunity to let me join in this debate, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her comments. I've listened to a lot of debates and a lot of presentations today in this chamber, and no one's really mentioned the victims in all of this. I just heard my colleague from across talk about using always a hammer for a nail. But what about the victims? What about the victim of a grocery store robbery where someone used a firearm who gets less of a sentence, and the victim that has to walk down the street and look at that assailant all the time? So shouldn't we take a little bit of that into consideration during this debate as well? The people that have the crimes perpetrated against them? I'd like to have my colleagues' comments on that.
De Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the critic for status of women, I am very focused on victims of violence. The problem is that mandatory minimum penalties have not demonstrated their effectiveness. I am focused on victims. And that means, for me and the Bloc Québécois, we need to really control firearms, which my colleagues on the government side have not fully dealt with. Therefore, I think more needs to be done. The Bloc Québécois proposed a mixed task force, which I think is a great idea. The Honourable Member from Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech and how she focused on her previous career as someone who worked in community organizations. I heard her speech and I thought of my background as a Minister of Public Safety. She highlighted the fact that this bill sends a contradictory message. She also highlighted the fact that mandatory minimum penalties don't guarantee results. They don't guarantee effective results when it comes to countering violence. My question is, it's easy for the Conservatives to be fervent partisans of law and order. However, it's often the provinces of Quebec who had to pay the bill for those decisions when they had to build more prisons. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you to my honourable colleague who reminds us all that mandatory minimum penalties had consequences, had costs. And he said it well. There's a cost for prisons. There's a cost to incarceration. If we could divert them from that system, if we could put them back into the community to better contribute to society. As I mentioned, there's a cost to a sentence. If we can divert someone at a first offense, if we can bring them to alternative justice, it would be better than incarceration because there is a cost. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague for Kingston and the Islands earlier, who said that the debate was merely philosophical. And I would say, absolutely, this is a philosophical debate. And I am ready to weigh in, as I am an ethicist. This bill is going to amend current legislation. For 25 years, I worked in the field of ethics. You can't leave ethics at the door when you enter the political arena. Reflecting on punishment and duty, I want to call a particular attention to ethics as the flexibility of mind to try and imagine a more just future. Ethics is the search for what is right, and that's what we have to do as legislators. Fairness, what is right, can be an elusive target. It's never a given, once and for all. Through what we are debating today, we are trying to find what is right, knowing that this might be modified by legislators who come after us. However, every bill aims to achieve a goal. A bill is a means. It's a means to an ideal that goes beyond it. In the course of my career, I've had the opportunity to look at both sides of crime. I worked with police forces, and I also worked in correctional facilities. I'll start with correctional facilities. For instance, Bordeaux. I was invited by a group called Les Souverains Anonymes. They have a radio show which allows detainees to have a voice. I met them in December, where we celebrated, where we were all in lockdown. We had a meeting in December over Zoom. These were hardened detainees, people who had not understood. I also met people who had made mistakes, maybe because of difficult life circumstances. I don't want to judge in place of the judge. I also met a lot of people who were not in the right place. They knew it and they felt it.
I witnessed overrepresentation of many groups, especially racialized groups and indigenous groups. It was shocking to see. When you really see it, it's not a statistic on a page. This is really happening. We really need to reflect on that. I was also a counselor to the director of the Montreal Police Service for 6 years. When I held that role, I often had to make difficult choices to decide whether cases should be diverted or not. But you know, when we want to help the community and help people get along, we don't want all cases to go to the legal system all the time. I also saw the best and the worst of what goes on. I witnessed how community police works. Ethics means to give meaning to things and to where we want to go. So what is decriminalization? That means to withdraw something from the criminal code. What is diversion? Diversion is to replace criminal justice with more restorative justice. Why do we have these concepts, these terms today? Well, because the world is changing. The concept of what is fair, what is right, is also changing. The usual tactics of tough on drugs and scaring people away from crime have not worked. Public policy seeks to balance three imperatives. First, moral order, because to be imprisoned, that's a loss of liberty and a loss of dignity. Second, public health. Drug use is a public health issue. And then public order. We need to protect the public. What underlies this balance and these three imperatives? We want to make our communities safe and harmonious. We need to look beyond the crime or offense in question. Drug use is a public health issue and should be treated as such without necessarily ruling out the possibility of criminal prosecution. Diversion is a good solution. Quebec has chosen it. It is a good solution to a public health problem. It would help us decrease the number of detainees. It would decrease costs, but it would also decrease the social costs and stigmatization. Mandatory minimum penalties are expensive, and as we've heard today, they're not necessarily effective. The Bloc Québécois supports repealing some of these. However, none of us can ignore what's going on right now in Montreal and other major Canadian cities. Firearms, which are too easily available, are a scourge in our communities. That's why it's not the right time, we feel, to repeal firearms and mandatory minimums. We think that the Trudeau government should control firearms and use its power rather than passing the buck to provinces and municipalities. In a nutshell, C5 does have some noble objectives, but it should be sent to committee to be refined. I don't feel that mandatory minimum penalties discourage repeat offenders. I don't think they discourage people from committing crimes, but the federal government must ensure that Canadians feel safe. So that is essential. Police officers often say that people are concerned about feeling unsafe. We need to ensure that Canadian citizens do not feel unsafe. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today, and in particular how he reflected on perhaps philosophical differences between parties. I greatly appreciate what he and other members of the Bloc have been saying today, and indeed members of the Liberal Party, the NDP, that the data doesn't support that mandatory minimums has the impact that Conservatives would like it to have. I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around why Conservatives still have this philosophical idea that, you know, there shouldn't be this a component of rehabilitating individuals, making them productive members of society. Can the member comment on why he thinks that they might still be coming from this position, that it is a requirement, it needs to happen, even though as he indicated, the data doesn't support that it actually does?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands. I'm very new here, but I feel that there are ideological differences between some parties. But I'm comfortable with ideological differences. There's something that I don't accept, which is partisanship at all costs. There is a certain obsession with partisanship which hinders our debate and discussions. We have different ideas, that's fine. Debating is good. But when we're talking about Canadians feeling safe, we shouldn't be partisan at all costs.
Margaret.
Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the Honourable Member is he aware that when the Liberals removed the mandatory minimum sentences for people who transport firearms without a permit, that gang violence went up in places like Toronto and Vancouver? Obviously, it's something that the members from Toronto don't realize in their own community. If you could comment on that as well. If you could comment on whether or not you think part of sentencing is also punishment, not just rehabilitation.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. You know, I would go a bit broader. Ideological differences, as I said earlier, are real. When it comes to firearms, we in the Bloc Québécois do not support eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for that. There are different levels of gravity of crime. Questions and comments?
And comments, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the Honourable Member from across the way. I must say it's refreshing to have a philosopher in the House that isn't afraid to use his practice. One item, though, that in his speech, Mr. Speaker, that I wonder if through you we could ask for clarification was the role of the federal government working in provincial affairs. It seemed to me that he had said to us that the federal government should take a stronger position on this in the provincial legislatures.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank the Honourable Member for his question. I'd like to clarify. I said that the federal government should do what it can within its jurisdiction, which includes controlling firearms. That is a federal jurisdiction. Now, this can be delegated to provinces, but I think that the federal government should handle it.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, and a very short question and answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. You know, one thing that's clear with the opioid crisis is this: dead people don't detox. So the Conservatives talk a lot about treatment, but first we have to make sure that they stay alive, and the best way to do that would be decriminalize as well as safe supply. Would the member agree with that?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. A couple seconds. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
6:30, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment to the address in reply to the speech from the throne. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Monsieur Hanley, appuyé par Madame Châtel.
Mr. Hanley, seconded by Mrs. Châtel, moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General. To Her Excellency
May Simon, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and may I dispense? Now, there's an amendment. Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Monsieur Deltel, moved that the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. May I dispense? The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Finlay.
Ms. Finlay.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Oback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda, South Glengarry.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Liu.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benzen.
Mr. Benzen.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Curek.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fredriscatos.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Quaquitlam Port Quaquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Saota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Canning. Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Upal, for Poole.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 215, 215.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
That's it. They're not doing the.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Global News recently reported that prices for food products will go up 5 to 7% in 2022. This means a family of four will be spending $1,000 more a year, not on restaurant meals, but solely on groceries. This is in addition to the current rate of food inflation, which reached almost 4% this past October. When I asked the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister about skyrocketing food prices in November, she said that I was too partisan and that Canadians should be proud of this government's economic accomplishments and Canada's AAA credit rating. I posted a video of my question along with her responses on my social media pages and asked my constituents what they think about the answer she provided. Here is one of the comments I received. Rick wrote, quote, "What does our country's credit rating have to do with inflation and higher costs to make a living?" End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I must say that I agree with Rick. When the government is trying to convince people that their lives became better, there is something wrong with that analogy. No rating agencies in the world can make life more affordable and secure the future for Canadians, but the government can and must do. Rick also asked me to keep fighting for accountability of this government. That's exactly what we as the Conservative official opposition do on a daily basis in this House. Another one of my constituents, Kathy, said, quote, "The Finance Minister and the Prime Minister are so out of touch with regular Canadians. She was disrespectful with her posturing comment," end of quote. What is undeniably disrespectful is to suggest that Canadians should be proud of the fact that they'll be spending $1,000 more on food in 2022. When I discovered that the government in its throne speech refers to inflation only once and ties it to childcare and the housing, I realized how deep the problem is. If these are the only two things that the government is planning to implement, hoping to decrease inflation, we are all in trouble. Often the Prime Minister likes to claim that they are going to spend even more on the programs that we already know don't work. These are exactly the talking points that the Prime Minister and his cabinet use every time we press them to update Canadians on what's being done to fight inflation. Their answer? To spend more. Let me make a comparison to that theory. If you can't even afford to own a vehicle and you don't change oil regularly, and if it snows and you don't change your tires, or if you're simply out of gas, it makes no difference how much you spend on auto detailing to make the vehicle look good. It won't get you too far. Angela from my riding commented, "That's the response that I received from the Deputy Prime Minister was not a suitable one. We haven't heard a satisfactory answer. This government is taking Canadians on a path of poverty for so many." Mr. Speaker, it's sad, but it's true. Poverty in Canada is real. This November, CBC reported that food banks are recording the highest number of visits ever. Food bank representatives called the number of visits devastating and horrific. What's worse, they said, is that the upward trend is expecting to continue. Just inflation is hurting my constituents. It's hurting all Canadians. Recent polls show that 80% say the cost of living crisis is making their lives less affordable. 60% of families with kids under 18 are concerned they might not have enough money to feed their family. What can be worse during the holiday season? Mr. Speaker, today I want to ask the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, without those repetitive talking points that I mentioned above, please explain to Rick, Kathy, Angela, and other Canadians how more of the same would lead us to anything different. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I'd like to also thank the member for Brantford Brant, congratulate him on his election, and welcome him to the House of Commons. And I welcome this discussion. To be quite frank, Mr. Speaker, I feel that the issue that the member is raising is one of the most important issues facing this country and our government, and I would like to assure him that it is absolutely top of mind in the work that we are doing. In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance just earlier today held a press conference alongside the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, and they announced today that we will be renewing the bank's mandate to ensure price stability for Canadians, to ensure stability in the market generally. And the renewal of this mandate for the Bank of Canada means that the bank will be targeting a 2% inflation rate at the midpoint of the 1 to 3% inflation range, showing continuity and ensuring stability. The inflationary pressures that Canadians are feeling is a global phenomenon. We have said it many times in this chamber, and I'll say it again. Canada is actually faring much better than most other countries, most of our counterparts, I would add. Elsewhere in the OECD, inflation is considerably higher, including just to our neighbors down south. At 6.8%, the United States inflation rate is at today. The latest numbers in Canada are 4.7%. That being said, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that inflation and affordability is a pressing challenge for Canadians. I myself felt it at the grocery store this weekend. I know that the constituents of my colleague opposite are feeling it, and so are my constituents. And I think that we need to look at the root cause of this increasing inflation, and all of the experts are pointing to the global supply chain interruptions, to the global rise in energy prices, and to the comeback of the global economy following the COVID-19 shutdown. Yes, there are certainly other structural costs that Canadian families are feeling, and that is housing and childcare affordability. I find it unfortunate that the member opposite is talking down the importance of affordable childcare and the importance of attacking the housing crisis here in Canada, but those are two very important factors that we are taking into consideration and that we are planning on implementing policies in order to tackle. For example, Canadians know that the $10 a day childcare program will reduce their overall cost of living. I believe that all provinces have now signed on, save for Ontario. I certainly encourage everybody watching and hearing this debate to lobby the Ontario government in order to get that done as quickly as possible, because it will make life more affordable for families. And in addition, of course, to housing, I know, Mr. Speaker, that I have very limited time. I would like to point out that the member opposite himself raised the issue of food banks. And I find it surprising, given that so much of the time that our government has spent over the pandemic in order to support Canadians, in order to implement programs, went in order to support workers through the CERB, went in order to support food banks and community organizations that were supporting our communities, and of course went to our small businesses in the form of wage and rent subsidies, without which our small businesses would have shut down. And so I would like to understand from the member opposite what he means when he says that we should not be investing in these programs going forward. We know the pandemic is still with us. We know that there are hard-hit sectors, and we know that we need to continue to have Canadians' backs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is facing devastating problems caused by the pandemic. Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. My friend says I don't pay much attention to daycare costs and things of that nature. That furthest cannot be the truth. What I found was rather shocking is that the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development today indicated to this House that the idea of a $10 a day daycare plan is 5 years down the road. How is that going to help my constituents and other Canadians fighting to put groceries on their table and to deal with the rising costs of just about everything? Charles, a senior in my riding in Brantford Brant, contacted me about the enormous struggles his adult children are experiencing. His daughter, a single parent of a newborn, is unable to afford the rent, let alone buy a home, and care for her child without the financial support of her elderly parents. It seems that this government thinks it's acceptable to saddle parents with the added burden of providing for their adult children and grandchildren because they cannot survive independently given the rising costs of just about everything. Why is this government hiding behind the talking points and not willing to share what is planned to fight just inflation in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et, je pense...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that I've already answered that question. But for the sake of continuing debate, I would like to read some important facts. In Canada, we have recovered 106% of jobs as compared to before the pandemic. Our economic growth was 5.4% during the last trimester, which makes us one of the strongest G7 countries. I, of course, understand my colleagues' concerns about inflation. However, our economy is doing well. We made an announcement with the Bank of Canada today. We will continue to work to ensure that our economy continues to grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening and to take part in these adjournment proceedings. When I last addressed this issue with the House, it was a question to the Prime Minister about housing affordability. And we're hearing a lot about cost of living and housing affordability challenges that Canadians are facing right across our country from coast to coast to coast. And we're seeing those same challenges in my community of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. It's staggering to think that more than 80% of Canadians between the ages of 18 and 28 worry that they will not be able to afford a home in their city of choice thanks to soaring real estate prices and skyrocketing cost of living. This cost of living crisis, it affects people when they're at the grocery store, and we've seen the forecast for next year with families paying $1,000 and more per year in groceries to be expected, with prices on dairy up 8%, fruit 5%, bread or vegetables up 7%. That's going to hurt people every time they try to feed their families. We know that gas is forecasted, gasoline for people's cars is forecasted in some parts of the country to be up to $2 per liter. Now, driving your car where I live is not a luxury. It's a necessary reality for so many folks. The vast majority of my riding does not have public transit that people can hop on. You can't take the subway or the light rail from Kemptville to Prescott. You can't take it from Brockville to Gananoque. People are driving between those locations. They're driving to get to work. They're driving to get to medical appointments. They're driving to take their kids to dance or to hockey. And why do we have skyrocketing increases to people's cost of living? Well, we know that there's been $500 billion of Liberal deficits that have ballooned our inflation to an 18-year high. It's currently pegged at an 18-year high. We'll see what that number looks like in a couple of days. There's a couple of things the government could do to address this. Instead of saying, well, it's bad everywhere, we'll compare outrages, and you know what, we're not as bad as some other people, we're better than some others, and so it's really nothing to worry about. Well, I can tell you that folks trying to feed their families, put gas in their car to get to work, to heat their homes, are worried about it. We can produce more Canadian world-class energy. We can cancel planned payroll taxes that will hurt small businesses and their employees alike, and they need to get government spending under control. Of course, we had our Opposition Day motion that pitched real solutions on the housing crisis to the government, which they voted against. But there's options available: making government real estate available, banning foreign investment in Canadian properties, and of course committing to Canadians that they'll never introduce a capital gains tax on their properties. This government has to take real steps today to end just inflation, and that's what we're calling on the government to do. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis heureuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy for this occasion to talk about our government's commitments when it comes to housing. Since we first took office, we have always said that all Canadians deserve the dignity of having a place to call their own. We are very aware that the shortage of affordable housing is one of the greatest challenges in our country at this time as we're planning a strong economic recovery. The pandemic worsened this problem. That's why we are making historic investments to address the matter. We are building more housing units per year. We're increasing the amount of affordable housing units. We are working to put an end to chronic homelessness. Our government is determined to work with its partners to get real results. This is why we developed Canada's very first national housing strategy. It is a 10-year strategy with investments totaling over $72 billion. In fact, one of the housing projects that was funded through the strategy is in Brockville, in my colleague, the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands riding. With the provincial government, we committed $2 million in joint funding to create 88 new affordable housing units for seniors in that community so that they can have a good, affordable home, pay rent that is adapted to their income, and stay in their communities near their loved ones. We have also negotiated bilateral agreements with every single province and territory, and as my colleague might know, Ontario was the first province to sign an agreement with us for the Canada Housing Benefit Program. This program helps low-income families pay their housing costs. It's supported by a joint investment of up to $1.4 billion over 9 years. Since it was launched on April 1st, 2020, over 5,200 households have been approved to receive assistance. As you heard in our speech from the throne, we are determined to do even more to make housing more affordable. Mr. Speaker, we are investing, and I look forward to work with my colleague for this issue that matters to both of us, housing affordability. The Honourable Member.
Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for that response. It's a pleasure to have this debate with the Parliamentary Secretary this evening, and congratulate her on her appointment to that position. I'm pleased that she mentioned the work that's being done in my community with respect to affordable housing, particularly that program between the federal government and the provincial government that saw affordable housing units created. And Speaker, that's where we see what the government can do, and that's certainly when the government is spending Canadians' tax dollars, when we're seeing $500 billion in government spending. That's the kind of results that we expect to see, real results where people can see the change in their community. We need government to make the smart choices that help the folks that work to end homelessness, that work to create those affordable living spaces, but don't see our skyrocketing debt and deficit with no plan to bring it under control, which unfortunately has very much been a hallmark of this government. Thank you.
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, too many people need housing. The pandemic has made a tough situation even worse. Our government is determined to build a better, stronger housing system, especially for vulnerable people. What we're bringing to the table is a solid plan and unprecedented investments. I would urge my colleague and all members in this House to work with members of their communities to help them take full advantage of the many programs in the National Housing Strategy. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am not satisfied with a response I received from the former Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, Canada, on December 3rd. My question was about temporary foreign workers. The immigration program is very important. I spoke to some applicants today. For example, Mr. Nazar Mackenzie, a Haitian immigrant in my community. He's been in my community for a while now. He is still waiting for a decision on his permanent residency application. But he applied in August 2019, 2 years and 4 months ago. We would like this process to be done a lot faster. 2 years and 4 months, that's way too long. Moreover, his work permit will soon expire. if he wants to visit his family in Haiti, he might not be able to return to Canada. Since he's still waiting for his permanent residency, he will have to pay $438 to renew his work permit to be in good standing in Canada to be able to continue working here. What would the parliamentary secretary do if she were this gentleman, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Speaker, and I thank the member of Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup for his question, and I also congratulate him on his re-election and very much look forward to working with him in the House of Commons. Earlier this month, Statistics Canada announced that the unemployment rate decreased to 6%, within 0.3 percentage points of its February 2020 levels. As our pandemic recovery continues, employers across the country are seeking to hire in increasing numbers. Quebec, however, continues to experience workforce recruitment challenges, which predated the pandemic and have only been exacerbated over the past year. And that is why I'm happy to highlight progress on the implementation of our government's pilot project with the Government of Quebec to provide the province's employers with temporary measures under the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. As part of this collaborative effort, first announced in August of this year, a measure designed to streamline advertising and recruitment requirements for specific in-demand occupations was implemented on December 6th. The Government of Canada has also committed to implementing additional measures as early as January 2022, including an increase in the maximum number of temporary foreign workers that employers in specific sectors can hire. The occupations and sectors selected by Quebec for this pilot have been identified following consultations with labor market stakeholders as part of the Commission des Partenaires du Marché du Travail. This was done to ensure that the flexibilities established under the pilot project are representative of labor market needs in the province and do not displace opportunities for Canadian workers. In addition to these measures, and as part of this initiative, the governments of Canada and Quebec, in consultation with Quebec labor market partners, will also be adding to the list of occupations that are currently benefiting from a simpler process to hire TFWs. These additional flexibilities are expected to be introduced in early 2022. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of these key measures under this pilot project with the Government of Quebec signals the important progress the Government of Canada is making to balance flexibilities under the Temporary Foreign Worker Program with the labor needs of Quebec employers. Access to temporary foreign workers is an important element of the shorter-term labor market strategy for many employers. As Canada continues on the road to economic recovery, our government will continue to help ensure that workforce recruitment needs are being met, all while ensuring the health and safety of temporary foreign workers. We will keep working with our Quebec counterparts, and we will do what needs to be done to ensure Quebec gets the workers it needs. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his answer, but in fact he didn't really answer my question. And the reality is that people in 2020 and 2021 who already got an answer regarding the permanent residency, whereas the man I mentioned is still experiencing this backlog 2 years later. When can Mr. McKenzie hope that he will finally see his file dealt with? When will it be approved? It is shocking to see a file that has been waiting for nearly 2.5 years.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I really do appreciate the rebuttal of my honorable colleague. And Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of balancing the labor needs of employers while ensuring that workers in Canada have first access to available jobs while protecting the rights and health and safety of temporary foreign workers. And that is why our government has been working with the Government of Quebec to find ways to address its labor shortages, prevent companies from relocating or investing elsewhere, while protecting workers in the economy. This pilot project with the Government of Quebec will allow for short-term flexibilities for employers under the TFW program to address these labor shortages. The progress of the pilot project and its impact will be monitored to ensure the improvements made to the program work for employers, workers, and the Canadian economy. Thank you.
The
motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.